1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're going to be starting in the next 5 to 10 minutes, so please bear with us. We're just going to get a few more people inside, and then we're going to introduce you to our wonderful panel. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Oh, wow, okay.
Check, yeah.
One, two, 1, 2. Good.
Check. 1, yes. Yeah. Better. Okay.
Africa rising.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Hello, microphone check 1, 2. We're good. Hello. Hi. Hello. There we go. I like to start these things standing. I don't know, it's a bad habit, I guess. A bad good habit. I like to feel the room. Good morning, everybody. How are we today? Perfect, I love that answer. So the Africa Rising Music Conference, Day 2. Are we excited for Day 2? Can I get, what's a happy sound? Like, what's a great happy sound? So we have a sound back home in Zambia, and Liseli, I'm gonna put you on the spot. This is one of our happy sounds. Right, so I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for making it this morning to our first panel discussion for the day. So my name is Michi Zambia's sweetheart. From the name, I'm from Zambia. I'm a TV and radio personality, amongst other things, but let's keep it right there. Sometimes I have big hair, sometimes I have short hair, sometimes I have no hair, but it is what it is. Super excited for our discussion for today. We'll be speaking on the power of music conferences in driving regional music industries. Now, what's particularly interesting is that we are at a music conference, right? Yeah. Now, something that I've noticed is some people have been kind of sticking to their corners, not really coming out and interacting. But hopefully after the discussion we're about to have, when you see the diverse advantages and what such conferences stand to bring to ourselves as individuals and our industries, our various industries, hopefully that will motivate you to kind of get out of your shell and interact more. So, do we have any musicians this morning by show of hands? Ah, nice. Okay, music enthusiasts? Ah, there we go. I think we're all catered for. All right, so let's get to know our panelists this morning. Right. So we're going to start with, I'm trying to go in order here. We have Philip Greffer. Now, he is the founder of WISE, a platform that connects creative communities globally and facilitates cross-sectoral dialogue between innovators in the music and tech industries. Now, he's also known as a consultant, curator, creative thinker, music entrepreneur, writer, and DJ. Established WISE in Beijing in 2018. Now, the organization's mission is to unite Europe, Asia, Africa, and the world through music, art, and technology. A huge round of applause for our first panelist, Philip Greffer. And then, of course, after Philip there, we have... So I had a whole different arrangement here, so I'm just gonna... Yes. So next to Philip, we have the head of press and communications at the Worldwide Music Expo, WIMEX, which is a major event in the global music industry. Now, WIMEX brings together professionals from all aspects of the music business for networking and discussions on industry advancement. Now, last year's edition took place in Lisbon, Portugal, and featured over 100 speakers from 47 countries. Now, he is none other than Gaurav Narula. Huge round of applause there. You're going to correct me on the pronunciations.
You got it right.
I got it right. Oh, hooray for me. Yay. And then, of course, on our far right there, we have Claire Mite, who is the project officer at the Music in Africa Foundation. Now, it is a non-profit organization that owns and governs the Music in Africa portal, which promotes the African music sector and its operators. Now, the foundation aims to provide reliable information, foster exchange between music operators, promote African content creation, improve distribution and accessibility of African music, encourage entrepreneurship in the industry, enhance music education, and utilize current and future technologies for professionals and audiences. Now, based off of these profits, a huge round of applause for Claire, please.
Morning.
Claire, bienvenue.
Merci beaucoup.
I just wanted to flex that. Claire, je suis Mechi, chérie de la Zambie. Je suis personnalité médiatique. Am I getting there?
Perfect.
Ah, there we go.
Wow, Michi, I'm so impressed.
All right, so we are in the perfect hands for this discussion this morning. So let's just get straight into it. Of course, we're going to have a Q&A. So if you do have questions or something you want to ask along as we're having this discussion, please jot it down. Sometimes you find that you have a question mid-discussion and then you forget it. So if a question does pop up, write it down. We'll get to ask our panelists this morning. So getting straight into it. How have music conferences traditionally played a pivotal role in shaping regional music industries, and what specific benefits do they bring to the table? Now, I know we've got different contexts here when it comes to the conference side of things, so it would be nice to just hear from all of you on this one.
I'll start, okay. I mean, I think music conferences, are very, very important to bring people together and to share knowledge, especially. And the sharing of knowledge not only is on those panels, which are of course very important, but also happens, you know, more informally and maybe even more importantly, you know, at different places, you know, sometimes at the bar, sometimes at a dinner, you know, and these kind of very informal exchanges are also very important. So that's, you know, one is knowledge exchange, of course, and, you know, you have the networking. And then, of course, you know, secondary effects like for a city or so, it brings like, you know, tourism income, for example. Just to give you one example, as you know, the mother of all music conferences probably is like South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. And it started about like 30 years ago or 35 years ago or something like that. And it started out as like, you know, basically a bunch of musicians playing in the local clubs, you know, local musicians playing in the local club. And then it grew from there to, you know, to bring like more people from the whole United States, then from all North America, then from the whole world in the end. And now, after 35 years, it's not only a music conference, but it's also a film festival. It's a technology festival. It has like tracks on cannabis business, you know, and psychedelics and whatever. So it became like this really huge hub for all kinds of businesses, basically, you know. So this is the trajectory that quite a few of those conferences go. You know, they start small and then they grow from there and bring like a lot of, you know, benefit to the local economy, but also to the people that come there.
Nice, interesting. And Gaurav?
Just to add to that, I think, you know, I mean, people or professionals and artists should think of conferences as an investment, not just something you go and you meet people, because I think it is a very, very good place to make your network, to be able to meet like-minded people. You know, I mean, no one does well in the music business alone. You need a team of people, and you meet the team of people a lot of times at the conferences, because you know people who attend have a similar mindset. So I always believe people think like, oh, it's very expensive. You know, certain conferences are expensive, but I always believe like, think of it as an investment. Like, you know, you go to a gig, you invest in yourself as a professional or as an artist. Conferences are the same thing. Think of them like that, because you will meet really good, interesting people who can help you in many ways. So it does bring in a regional aspect of you know, driving artists and the whole music ecosystem. And yeah, and that's what I believe. Like, it really can help if you also know what kind of conference you're going to and do your research. You know, a lot of times I think that's also really important. Like when you attend conferences, do the research on people who are coming to attend those conferences, so you know who to meet and what to meet about and what to talk to them about. Because you know, a lot of people come to conferences with different mindsets and different priorities. Someone is here to grow their career, someone is there to relaunch their career, someone is here to find new artists, someone is here to find new topics to talk about. So it's always good to go to conferences with an open mindset and do a little research on who is attending and what you can get out of it. And yeah, and that's how I feel it can be really benefit. You can really benefit from conferences like these.
Perfect. Claire?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's important to know, I mean, to be prepared and in order to make the best out of it. Because as you said, I mean, the benefits will be different, whether you're a musician, whether you're industry professionals. Most conferences, I would say, tend to, or they aim at having benefits and opportunities for all. I mean, that's also how we curate access program in that sense. Like, we want it to be beneficial for emerging musicians who can learn, like attend a workshop on music production, but we also want like established players in the industry to be able to look at, we want this platform to open new doors for new collaborations and so on. The benefits, as you said, are also at another level for the host city, I would say. I mean, access go to a different African city every year. we like to pitch this to also local authorities, as we all do, I think, pushing like the importance of the benefits of the ICC across the continent, like, and music industry in particular, and show the impact of such events in terms of visibility for tourism, for employment as well. Yeah.
If I could add to that, I agree. I mean, WOMEX travels in every different country every year within Europe. And one of the reasons why we do that is also to bring a lot of focus on the region we are traveling to. So last year we were in Lisbon, so we had a regional stage featuring regional artists. And that means, you know, when an international event travels, you have a lot of people who are focused on promoting the region and the talent from that region. And like this year, we go to A Coruña, Galicia, Spain, and again, we would have a regional stage and have Spanish artists on that stage. So it brings a focus for people who are attending and brings a limelight on the region we go to.
Very interesting points there. Now, in answering the first question, Philip, I like that you brought in the aspect of adaptability within answering with the example you gave of the music conference. But bringing in the digital aspects to adaptability. In the digital age where online platforms and streaming services dominate, do music conferences still hold the same relevance and influence? How have they adapted to the changing landscape?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, we just had COVID, right? So I can give you an example for WISE, which actually started 2018 in Beijing, right? So 2018, 2019, we were in Beijing. 2020, I took a plane to Berlin. And then COVID started, and we were like, okay, what's happening now? What do we do with WISE? You know, we had to, first we had to postpone it. And then I was really thinking about, at one point, you know, it was pretty clear that we could not do an in-person event. So I was like thinking, okay, what can we do? Maybe now it's the time for the new technologies, you know, VR, you know. So like I got some VR glasses, and I was like experimenting with it, and was really thinking about like how could like you know, a conference, or like, you know, how can you implement these new technologies into the conference? And it turned out that quite quickly it was still at this point too complicated to, you know, especially for VR, because like, no, not everybody has headsets, you know. Then between China and in Europe to do something like that is even more complicated, because you have the Great Firewall. So, you know, a VR headset from Meta doesn't work because it's Facebook, and Facebook is blocked in China, things like that. But even but then we just like started about this idea of metaverse and stuff, and then we had at least the idea to come up with, you know, Mozilla Hubs. Mozilla Hubs is a platform where you can build 3D worlds basically in your browser. So, you know, you only have to have access to the browser, and you don't need to have VR glasses. So we experimented a little bit with that and tried to get people into this browser experience and have like a 3D avatar communicating with them, you know. And I have to say, so we did this, but they also did like, you know, a normal Zoom kind of like, you know, conference, you know, back to back and connecting them. And, you know, in the end, people didn't adapt it, you know, so much. So like, I mean, there was a few people that were curious, you know, and I met actually quite a few people, interesting people over the 2 years in like these different virtual worlds in a way. But people, you know, or let's say over the age of, you know, 35 or so, you know, they didn't really adapt to the new technologies. And maybe that's also the reason for that is also it's not there yet, you know, how it should be. So this whole thing was an interesting experiment, but it didn't quite work. And of course, you know, after COVID was over, everybody was so eager to, you know, to meet in person again, you know. So the in-person meetup is still, you know, you cannot exchange it for a digital experience yet.
And we did talk about this before. I was going to say off air. That's a radio term. We did talk about this before we came on stage, Gaurav, especially on this particular one. Do you think that's a possibility for WIMEX? Will we see a conference where it's not so much interpersonal, in-person contact?
Sadly not, I think. You know, I mean, WOMEX has always been a very handshake and a hug event. You know, I mean, we have people coming from 110 countries every year, or more or less. And, you know, I mean, it's an event, people come once a year, they look forward to coming and catching up with everyone. And, you know, it's an event, we have showcases, and, you know, it's an event where people come to watch these artists play on stage and book them for their festivals, for their venues, for their events, you know, and then that's the thing. So digital will never give that idea of how an artist can be on stage. You know, I mean, you need a live venue, you need a live audience to see how the audience, how the artist reacts with the audience and how the audience reacts to the artist. So, you know, I mean, we have tried, I mean, of course, thanks to Corona, I think the fastest thing we did was we all got digital very quickly. And that's something very good which came out of it, that, you know, we could do home offices, we could do a lot of digital things, Zoom, everything saved our lives. But with live events, I have to say, for us, it really was a challenge to put an event on a digital platform. And there was a lot of learning. People didn't know how to interact with each other. You know, there was a whole, there were so many lessons to be learned at that point in a very quick, short time. Yeah, but for us, it was really tough, and I think everyone was waiting for this to happen again, that, you know, everyone can go live again. So for us, it's really difficult because, again, people, you know, you could be going for a lunch or going for a toilet break, and you will meet the person you were looking for meeting all this while, and you will have the most important meeting while walking or while taking the elevator, you know, and this would not happen digitally, you know. So for us, we really believe like we are, and we would probably end up staying a very live event. So much so that we would, of course, and we try to do every year a digital conference or a networking sessions where people can actually come, and people who cannot travel, they have a chance to meet other people who would be attending as well. So there is a hybrid for us, and but I don't see us completely going digital. It won't work for us. Yeah.
All right. Now, Claire, with the Music in Africa Foundation, has there been any form of, like in the face of the technological advancement, how have you adapted your conferences per se to match the digital era that we are kind of all in at the moment? Has there been any change specifically?
Well, we also went through that COVID wave, and that's, of course, things that we considered differently from 2020. We canceled, I mean, we had no edition in 2020. It seemed quite impossible to put it out. I would say, like, also placing the question in the context of the continent would mean that, yeah, you have to consider also habits when it comes to digital, the kind of structuration that you have also across the continent around this, and the habits. And I don't believe in like virtual versus physical. Again, I think there's lots to explore in terms of complementarity, in terms of how to reach a different or a bigger audience. But again, as we shared earlier on, you want people there in the audience. I mean, we want to be together on stage. And I believe like networking will happen when you attend that concert and you walk on someone's toe, or you accidentally spill your glass on someone's shirt, you know. Or you may not have to go that far, but it takes that kind of like proper interaction and meetings to really network. I mean, also considering that these kind of events, I would say, on the continent is still developing. It's still pretty new compared to other places in Europe and globally. There's more and more music trade events, conferences across the different regions. But I guess it also takes people to develop some kind of habit to take this in consideration into the way you run your business, the way you do your work, to make it like, to really use it as a platform that you can benefit from.
All right. Now, with this particular next question, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in as much as you all have your global experiences, I think there's been an interesting focus for Philip on Asia, for Gaurav on Europe, and of course for Claire around Africa. And I can speak for Zambia. Yesterday we had a session on Zambia Unlocked, and we spoke about how it's kind of hard for emerging artists to break out of that element, to move into the next level of their careers, because one, we don't have as many mentors. So talent isn't necessarily the issue. It's how do I get out there? How do I get to the next level? So with regards to music conferences and your respective kind of areas of focus, how have you seen that correlation happen? Is it effective between emerging artists and industry professionals in terms of fostering this new talent to kind of get to the next level?
Maybe I start. So yeah, I mean, at WISE, we don't have very many artists. We always have like somewhere in between, 10 and 20 so far. We might grow that in the future. But I feel that the artists that we chose have a pretty high, success rate. If you go to the major label, out of the 100 artists that they invest in, like maybe 10 make it, so that's kind of like the ratio. And the rest of the first 10, take the investment of make the whole investment back that the label loses on the rest of the 90. For us, I would say the people that went on to be successful international artists are about like maybe 70%. So, I think we have a relatively decent curation on that, So I think choosing the right artists and giving them an exposure, sometimes it's better if if you're not in a conference where it's like so many artists, because how do you stand out, out of these like 100,000 artists, And I think we also build out the platform, pretty good media outreach for like, our newsletter has like, 17,000 people on it and so on. So, and it's very international, so like people read it and see which artists are on there, and then, those artists get booked to other festivals.
For us, it's a bit tricky because we don't book artists ourselves. We have a jury and we keep it very transparent. So WOMEX has been happening for past 28 years, and this will be the 29th year. And so what we do is, to keep it fair for everyone, for an artist when they apply, we bring a different jury every year who has different demands and different backgrounds. So it's very fair. So sometimes, and their focus is, our focus is also on, when we select artists with them, is to represent every region of the world. So we will always have an artist from Northern America, Central America, Southern America, Middle East, Asia, Australia, Eastern Europe. So we make sure that we bring artists from around the world, because that's what we represent at the end. And how we manage with the artists later is, we try to be fair with every artist. We cannot give one artist more preference than the other, because for us, everyone is equal. In a way, we have to promote all of them. And then what we do have is, we have a lot of journalists who come to WOMEX, and we have around, like, I think, more than 100 radio journalists who come from across the world and who run radio shows, so they would do interviews. We have some press, television, we have some print media, and we try and divide the attention of the artists and the media equally, so that everyone benefits equally. And it actually happens naturally, because, like when you have a very diverse lineup, when you have an all-female band from Iran, which is a tough, that they cannot play in Iran, there would be equal enough attention on them, from media as well. So it gets naturally divided. Like we had a band from South Korea a couple of years ago who did reggae, and it's unheard of. So for us, it gets very equally divided naturally, thankfully, that media picks up artists who they are interested in, and thankfully it happens in a very natural, diverse way. So, yeah.
Okay. And Claire, how can music conferences facilitate opportunities for aspiring musicians and help them navigate the complex music landscape? Still sort of on the same topic, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that musicians, emerging artists are really our primary focus at Access. We're still a young one, I mean, compared to WOMEX. It's our 6th edition now. And I mean, in terms of the program curation, we make sure that, again, like we cater for all, and that access is an opportunity for artists to come and learn and participate in masterclasses, workshops, this type of discussions, and also like to make artists understand that their platform is actually theirs. We noticed that, I mean, we were in Dar es Salaam last year, we're going back this year, that sometimes this kind of event can be slightly intimidating, or there's some kind of defiance, I would say also, with the music industry at large. So we try to break those barriers and be like, no, this is your place. This is a place for all, like, to mingle and to learn and to like get ready for it, but like pick and choose also what's how you can get the best out of it. So I would say it goes from through the program curation. We also have 3-night showcases. We also don't say, I mean, we select those acts, but it goes via a call for application, just to make sure it's open for all, and to make sure that Access is a platform to also discover new talent. So of course we aim at bringing, like, you know, bookers, promoters, and different industry professionals that can bring opportunities for musicians in that sense. Yeah. So I think. Yeah.
You wanted to add, Philip? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for this year's WISE, we also try to, you know, to think about, you know, it's outside of the box, and try to do like a songwriter camp where we brought in people, you know, from different backgrounds, and then have them write for. That was actually the question, you know, what should they write for? You know, should they write for commercials? Should they write for like a star, whatever? And then in the end, the idea was to let them write for Eurovision. You know, and so I think, you know, it's a bit of an experiment, and we did it with GEMA, which is like the you know, here in South Africa you have SAMRO, so it's like similar to that organization, and you know, again, it's an experiment, but if it works out, you know, then obviously it's huge for the artists and for the writers, and also huge for us, of course, you know.
Absolutely. Now, this is a follow-up question based off of, you know, who gets invited, who has access to these music conferences. How do you then manage to, or perhaps what mode of communication are you using to ensure that there's diversity and inclusivity with regards to who attends the music conferences? Effective modes of communication, because sometimes it kind of depends on where you are, who you know, for you to get access to certain information about musical conferences, especially the regional ones. So what modes of communication do you use to get the word out there, specific to your regions so far?
If I could say, I think for us, the community really helps us. It's the networks we have, or people have created over the years at WOMEX. They really help spread the word. And I think that is because they see there is value when they come to WOMEX. So when they see there is value and they find value, they are happy to share it with their colleagues or with other friends and their people. And I think for us, that really helps us. And, you know, I mean, WOMEX started as a worldwide music expo, which was to bring people from around the world, people or feature artists who didn't have a voice in their own country or didn't have a voice in the international lands or in the European land. So, you know, it started with the idea of being able to bring all the cultures and music from around the world to Europe and help them multiply in other countries. So diversity was kind of easy for us in a way to attain, because we had enough people coming from around the world. Inclusivity has been a learning curve for us constantly, because, you know, I mean, the definition of inclusivity has also changed. You know, I mean, you want to keep including more and more people from different backgrounds, from different races, from different everything, you know. And that's still a journey, and we're still trying more and more. But I would say, for us, the networks have really helped us get there. You know, I mean, and when I say networks, I mean people who have created networks at WOMEX, which are, you know, we have a lot of networking meetings at WOMEX. That means we have a network of festivals, we have a network of labels, we have a network of Latin women, we have a network of like various, and anyone can start a new network at WOMEX, and that basically means that in a room they get together and they discuss similar issues. We have a network of people who own nightclubs, so so they have certain issues and they come from around the world sharing their hardships, and this kind of brings them together and in a way helps us bring more inclusivity and diversity into the festival, into the event. Yeah.
Okay, Claire, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, part of the also the main activities of Music in Africa is also running the musicinafrica.net website, which is quite a big portal in terms of exchange of information, sharing, and there's a section for artists and music and industry professionals profiles, and we share lots of opportunities. I mean, offered by the foundation, but also like lots of partners across the continent and globally. So we have like 500,000 views, I think, per month, something like that. So it's definitely one of our primary avenues, I would say, in terms of communication. Of course, we'd use social media, and I mean, because we also like going to different places, it's definitely a challenge to reach out to the, I would say, all the local communities in general. So we'll also use like networks. We reach out to universities. What we've done also past 2 years was to have workshops prior to the event that were very successful. Last year we had like hundreds of participants and actually prepare them to get the most out of the event, and even assist in terms of registrations and things like that, because this can already be like sometimes some kind of a challenge. So yes, we try as much as possible to use all those different avenues, and all the yeah, I would say the networks that we can reach out to locally, especially when it comes to local musicians. Yeah.
Yeah, and for us, I mean, WISE started anyway as like kind of a bridge between, China and Europe in a way. And since WISE is now in Berlin, I've traveled quite extensively the Western world, and now I'm also the first time here in Africa. So we never had a problem really with diversity and like bringing people from, other places. Here we have a collaboration with ARMC. Actually, they brought like a, delegation to WISE. But at the same time, continuing with our Asian exchange, and also from the gender perspective, this year we had like, I think it was over 50% actually female speakers.
Woohoo!
And
that's
came actually
just me.
And actually, that came quite naturally. It was not even like forced or anything, so it was a really good sign. So yeah, so we're trying to be as diverse as possible. Yeah.
All right. Now, I know earlier on we did loosely touch on this particular aspect, but in terms of economic impact, what role do music conferences play in generating revenue for regional music industries? If at all it's even an objective, and if it is, how do they attract investment, promote tourism, and boost local economies?
For us, I mean, I'll go to the point I made earlier that, each year when WOMEX travels, we have a regional stage featuring regional artists. How it promotes regional, how it promotes a region is in many ways, actually, we look out for. WOMEX is quite a big event. We have around 3,000 to 3,500 people attending every year. And, and when you have that many people, and we have a certain infrastructural need. We need 6 stages in the evening. We need a cinema. We need an exhibition area. And we need few hotels. We need enough local transport for people to be able to travel to each other. So I think we need a little bit of an infrastructure, and that also brings in a lot of tourism. It brings in a lot of local economy boost in terms of, when people come, it's also an economical boost for sound engineers, production teams, security. Everything basically gets promoted, when we travel to a certain city, and it really helps. And we have numbers which exactly proves this. And every year we run a survey post event, and we find out, like, how many people stayed in the Airbnb, how many people stayed in the hotels, did they bring plus ones, and it all adds to the local culture, actually, and that's how we know that it actually creates an impact.
Now, I know we're running out of time, but so many things we haven't even tackled. We wanted to look at sustainability as well within the space of music conferences. But let's quickly look at identities. Regional music scenes possess unique cultural identities. I think we can agree on that. But how can music conferences celebrate and preserve these identities, in as much as we are inviting various people with regards to diversity and inclusivity? But how do you now hone the identity aspect of it within that space?
That's a difficult one. So you mean the identity of the music that you present? No?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, we have a very particular focus at Access, which is like African music. So all the artists that are present, I mean, the main goal is really to bring global players to the continent. So somehow, can I say, decentralize push the center to other centers and really make it the place and make African music being at the center of the conversations. So all I would say the different aspects of the conference and topics and showcases are focused on that. So I guess the longevity of the event, the number of connections that we're able to create around it, the can I say, endorsements by the local authorities and the support that you get can only help to grow this impact.
I think the identity comes out of the history, So I think as a conference, you also should promote a little bit of that history, or you should educate people on the history. Where does it all come from? I mean, I'm here and I want to know what's going on here. Where does this? How does it develop? What happened in South Africa? How does it relate to other places in Africa? Whatever. I mean, with WISE, when we were in China, we did that. For the Chinese scene. When we were in Berlin, we had this year we had a panel on the electronic music scene in Berlin, of course, the history of that and where it's going, how it's developed. I think this is very important to give people from the outside, but also from people that maybe are a little bit younger, and don't know all that history, to give them where the roots, right? That's very important to portray, I think.
For us, I mean, again, it gets a bit easy because we are nothing but just a platform. So WOMEX does only, we provide a platform for everyone to be able to speak what, where, and how, wherever they wish. So, I mean, we have artists who are able to not perform in their home country. They're banned from their home country, but they have a stage at WOMEX to express how they identify. And that's a very important aspect of why WOMEX also started. To be able to give the voice to the artists they deserve, or not the voice, sorry, the platform they deserve. And also the same way we feature a lot of conference sessions, we have a focus on indigenous music every year. We have indigenous music every year from Canada, from Australia, from Norway. We make sure that every year our lineup has some indigenous music present as well. Because for us, it's a very important part that they bring that history and identity for people when they come together in a room, that they can express their history, as Philip said. And it's an important aspect for us that they have this independence and freedom.
Wow. That's a mind-blown sound. I was trying to add effects there. We are out of time, but I guess we can allow for maybe 5 minutes of questions. If you have a question, just raise your hand. Maybe we can take 2 questions. I will walk to you. Okay. Good to see you. Good morning.
Morning, everybody. So I have a question more around setting up festivals or even small events in different places. More around what would be the best strategy to get endorsements, particularly when you're starting out an event, and also considering the fact that I would take South Africa, for example. Our government allocation for arts and culture is very small in comparison to your industry. So just taking that into consideration, what would you say the best way, especially if you're looking at an event or a conference that is new, that is fresh, with everything that's going on around in the world right now? Oh, I'm Anthony. I am a creative entrepreneur and artist.
I mean, yeah, you have to find allies, right? Somehow. You know, where are your communities? You know, try to involve your communities. If you don't have a lot of money, then of course, you know, keep costs down, right? See where income is coming from. If it's not the government, maybe there can be sponsors, of course. But of course, if it's like the first year you're doing an event and you don't have much money and not many people are coming, then you know, you might not get sponsors the first year. But you know, you have to start, and then you have to try to grow it year by year. You know, by word of mouth, by, you know, and getting more people involved in your festival or your conference. I think that's how you grow it organically. Or you go to a bank and get a credit, you know, have some get some money and like you know, try to do that. I'm not sure how it's working here, you know, if you even can do that. But yeah, that's yeah.
No, I would say, adding to that, if you have a real original idea you think you really believe in, I would say give a 3-year plan at least, because events take time to become something. You know, no event becomes anything in 1 or 2 years or 3 years. It's a long-term investment. You have to give it all in. Start looking for like-minded people who believe in your vision and find them and we'll start working with them. I think there's enough funding available, and I know Music in Africa has a lot of resources on that. And try to find funding and see, there is a lot of good ideas floating around. See if you can match those ideas with yours. And I think if you have a good program, if you have a good business plan, you can get a decent amount of funding to start with. And then that would give you first few steps to know that, you know, how many more years you can go on with. But I would say think of it as a long-term strategy of starting an event, not a short-term. Like, money will only come after 3-4 years. First 3-4 years is just pure investment of emotions and money and, you know, just physical.
That's the rule of thumb. You know, the first 3 years you definitely will lose money.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, maybe some people break even after the second year, but like that's the rule of thumb. Yeah.
Yeah, time would definitely be an important factor. I mean, again, the context here is quite different from the opportunities in terms of funding would be definitely different than those that some organization can access in Europe, although it doesn't mean that, I mean, your funding won't come from, you know, like global sources. I think it's important to explore. The context in South Africa, yeah, it's quite particular where I would say government funding, public funding is quite limited. Normally, music events would turn to sponsors, which is definitely something to explore in terms of the visibility that you can offer to them, and then, you know, emphasizing the mutually benefits, the mutual benefits that this can create. We've seen a change definitely with access throughout those. We're now preparing for our 6th edition. We are getting to a point when international music companies now also come to us. I mean, we worked with Spotify last year, with TuneCore and other music companies, and there's some partnerships that tend to, you know, become like long-term ones. So I would also look at this kind of partnerships, and as you said, like strong allies, really looking at what type of collaborations can bring what type of benefits and support to the event, not just also in terms of like cash, but in-kind benefits and so on.
Yep.
Good luck.
Any other questions? One more.
Good morning, Gaurav. I have a question for you. Since you said you are able to identify people from other countries, how do you how are you able to identify and say this person is not just a trend of a moment? Because currently we have people who wish they can trend on TikToks and then you like them for just specifically one song. How do you identify and say this person, this is a brand for me? This is a person which I can go for a long term with.
Did I say that?
Oh, my name is Kagiso Mabisani and I'm an artist.
Good to meet you. Was it directed towards me or?
Yes.
Yes?
It was directed.
For us, I mean, we, as I said, we don't book artists ourselves. We try to keep it very open and very transparent. So, like Access, we have an open call for applications where artists, conference, everyone can apply whatever idea they have, whatever music they have. And once they apply, they send in their application. We have a 5-people jury who sits down and listens and decides who would be selected or not. We do this so that we keep it very honest and very transparent, because when an artist comes to Womex, we do make sure that they get something out of it. And to get that part, so sadly, we don't really ourselves pick up artists, seeing who's trending. All we do is basically we encourage artists to apply. So one of the same reasons why we are here, why we travel, or all of us actually, is just so that we are able to expand our networks and meet more people, or meet more artists and meet more professionals, and encourage them to come to Womex or come, just meet more people and see where it goes. For us, we somehow, sadly, we don't pick 1 or 2 artists ourselves. It's usually a jury process, and whatever we get is what we can decide the lineup from.
All right, fantastic. And that's all the time we had on the power of music conferences in driving regional music industries. A huge round of applause for our panelists, Gaurav, Claire, and Philip this morning. I know my Motswana sister had a question, but that's the power of music conferences. We get to network and contribute. Oh, it's a comment? Please, you can come through. Absolutely. Okay, so you can come through and off the stage and you can have a chat with them, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the lineup.
And I ask why I'd wanna let that be. So I sing my lullaby and keep you in my memory. I'm not ready for change. No, I'm not ready for change. If it means say goodbye to you, is real, and I won't fight these mixed emotions, no. Nearly putting out my fire, no more warmth inside. Nothing could have prepared me for this paralyzing loss. Can't get used to you not being around. Keep you in my memory. I'm not ready for change. No, I'm not ready for change. If it means say goodbye to you, said I'm not ready for change. Stay the same. If it means going on without you.
From the onset, change is constant, but I stop time, even rewind the moments. No less, I fight with no rest. 4 years deep, we could measure the progress. I ain't never promised no stress, but a new dawn has arrived, baby, say yes. I know I deal in words, promise the world this, that, and the third. I let my actions speak now. You hung up first, so I pressed the readout. Hello, let's continue the convo. Let our souls intertwine tight like a cornrow. Grow strong. I don't wanna move on for the rest of our lives till the day that you're gone. And if I leave Earth first, I pray God's hands heal your heart when it hurts.
Change. Wish things would stay the same. If it means saying goodbye to you.
Found me so loving, and I'm still the same. I found you so loving, and you're still the same. So don't you ever change on me. Don't you ever let me change on you. Keep my heart a little longer.
Yo. All right, everybody, please stay tuned for the next panel. We're about to go live. If everybody could please get seated for the next panel. Come inside if you're outside. Couple of announcements. Okay, y'all. Who's with me? What's up, y'all? My name is Namakau. Friend of ARMC. Okay, so we're about to have our next panel go live. I have a couple of announcements from changes on the program. Meet the Berlin has been moved. Meet the Berlin BMC, Berlin Partners, has been moved to 2 o'clock. And if you are signed up for the Pioneer DJ workshops, that starts at 11. And you can head there if you have signed up and if you want to DJ with Fundi. That is powered by Pioneer. All right, so this is a very, very interesting panel because this panel will explore the voices of the airwaves, right? So different radio personalities who basically, what I believe is that radio, especially in Africa, plays such a huge role in terms of representation, in terms of getting news out, and it's such an important element. I mean, I grew up on radio, and now suddenly there's podcasts. So the whole idea of the airwaves is shifting so much. So we're gonna have a beautiful panel who are going to explore radio
and podcasts in the now, okay? So our moderator is Sai Jones, and she will introduce the rest of the panel. I hope I did that justice. Alrighty.
Thank you for that.
Take
Thank you for
over.
that. Sanbonani Molweni. I hope everybody's good today. So I would like to take this time to just say hello, good morning, and to thank you for coming and joining us on this conversation here today, which has been entitled Voices of the Airwaves. Today we've got a panel of people, broadcasters, and myself, a podcaster, on-air host, and we're going to talk about the direction as to where we see broadcast going in Africa and kind of assessing what that means in the new age of things, the new technology of things. So I don't want to waste too much time because we have to pack this up in 40 minutes, and I'm going to ask my panel to come up, and I'm just going to quickly, briefly introduce them as we have the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Mzikaga, we've got Samantha Mongwe, and we've got Kutlwano Nhlabo, aka The Crook. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so I did say briefly that we're going to be talking about the direction as to where the airwaves are going. And just quickly want to let you know who exactly is here joining us tonight. We've got The Crook right here. The Crook is an on-air personality for Drums Radio currently, DJ, producer, all-round influential gent. Hi, The Crook.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good. Great to be here for second year in a row. And yeah, let's
Awesome.
hash it out.
Awesome. And then I've got Samantha Moga right there. She's a musician, she's an artist, and you know what? Just getting to know her has been so amazing. She's also an on-air personality on Gabs FM. Samantha Moga, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Quite excited.
Yes, lovely, actually. And then we've got Mzikaga, former Metro FM Top 40 technical producer, currently on Star FM, and also he's a lecturer of broadcast radio at the Academy of Sound Engineering. Mzikaga, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you're making me sound far more esteemed than I actually am.
Oh, your throne, sir.
I want to beforehand apologize if I sound a bit elliptic. I might be buffering because I got little to no sleep, and I blame it on the Africa Rising Music Conference. I've been super excited. And of course, couldn't get any shut-eye because of that.
That's understandable. Welcome. Before I actually go on to that, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Damn. My name is Sai Jones. My name is Sai Jones. I am a founder of an online dance music platform called the Sai Sessions, which houses an event, a blog, and a podcast. And here, I guess I am here on the title of a podcaster and joined by these broadcasters here today. So you know where I needed us to start this conversation, because we only have 40 minutes to pack this in. We only have 40 minutes. I needed us to talk about the kind of changes and the kind of shifts that we've noticed in the broadcasting space. And I understand, The Crook, you've done radio for over 10 years now, and you guys also same. What kind of shifts have we noticed from then now concerning broadcast radio? And I'm going to start with you, Miss Samantha, because you're already ready.
So I've been on radio since 2018, so that's give or take 6 years. Gabs FM started in the evening, night slot, from like 8 till midnight. So I was getting home at 1 a.m. midweek, and then they moved me to their primetime slot, 12 till 3 p.m., so yeah, it's been 6 years. And during those 6 years, there's been a lot that's gone on, including COVID. Including COVID and a lot of changes along the way. And I can only speak from my personal experience and conversations that I've had with people who work on other radio stations and what they do. So during those years of, first of all, being a consumer of radio, I realized that there was a lot of traditional elements that came to play. I didn't even know what our radio personalities looked like before, because there was very little interaction on social media. It wasn't really a big thing. But over the course of the few years that I've been on radio, I'm seeing that my radio station and others are really pushing into like a digital space of trying to integrate traditional radio mediums with your social media, your digital platforms. And I guess also that's part of the whole thing of it's either you adapt or die. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of radio stations that are struggling to integrate that are losing out on commercial space, they're losing out on brand value, they're losing out on a lot of aspects that make radio pop in the, you know, in this previous current time. So it's been a change. Digital space, social media, digital platforms. That's the shift that I've seen.
Okay, and then what about you, De Crook?
I think, obviously, I concur with what you say from an internal perspective, but I think externally, the listener is also changed, you know? How they consume the medium, what they want to hear, what they're exposed to outside of radio, and what makes a good platform for them, you know? And I don't think a lot of traditional radio stations have actually caught up to the times, you know? We're actually chatting backstage that imagine if you paid a subscription to your Spotify and there was an influencer after every 3 songs trying to tell you or talk about where to buy bread, or there's an advert, and it's kind of annoying, you know? And I think that's where our listeners are. And so radio needs to reshape what content is and what valuable content is, and see how you can get ears glued to the speakers based on what content people want to hear from the announcer, you know? Because, I just think the listener has literally got the world at their feet, and traditional radio is failing to basically play to the listener's game.
Yeah, what about Shumzi?
Sure, I think I would echo both sentiments shared. I would say, without question, the advent of social media or the advent of digital, should I say, has made the biggest impact on radio over the past 5 to 10 years or so. And I think what that has resulted in, again, to echo the Crook Kutlwano's point, traditional radio, conventional radio hasn't quite as yet caught up to the reality of where radio finds itself currently. And I'm going to speak in terms of thinking of radio as an additional content platform and not merely a radio station per se. All right, because we are now in a period where, for the longest time, there is a narrative that radio is dying because of these, but I would like to believe that it can coexist. All right, there can be a symbiotic relationship. And when I say thinking of radio as yet another content platform, we are finding, for example, certain radio stations will no longer have what we would traditionally call program managers or program directors, but content managers. And that really speaks to how the content you're creating for broadcast can translate into digital, can translate visually, and things of that sort. These are where we are in terms of headspace. If you're on the cutting edge of radio, I would say it's very important to see it that way. The different iterations of the content that is created for broadcast via the various mediums that are available now, these will not necessarily speak to each other at all times. There are instances where you will have content exclusively for digital and some exclusively for broadcast, and then there are instances where they will speak to each other per se. But to see some radio stations awakening to that is really interesting, and surprisingly enough, I'm finding that this is happening in West and East Africa in particular. If I take a look at Kiss FM Kenya, I take a look at Wasafi FM in Tanzania, their social media accounts, how they are just creating content which is almost exclusive for their social media followers that you would not hear broadcast ordinarily. Yet on the other hand, we're also seeing the same trends in South Africa, where you're seeing there is what we call theater of the mind, right? Where you are just helping to create pictures and images in the mind of the listener. Then you are actually displaying them on your socials. Like if you're speaking about a guest coming in, we have set up a red carpet experience for them. Oh, you should really see, this is amazing. Like YFM, for example, had Bonang about a week or two ago. And then on their socials, the follow-up to that was the actual footage of the event, etc. It's a double-edged sword because the theater of the mind is sacred and a cornerstone to radio, yet in reality, if you are catering to the current content consumption habits, as Gutlana has alluded, you will have to include that into your content offering as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're essentially all on the same page about this. And I completely agree with you guys as well, because I feel like for me, the new age, the new technology of things is an extension. That's how I feel. It can be used as an extension, and like you said, that now radio should be seen as a content producer, like content production situation, as opposed to a separate entity. I'm on the same page as that I feel like being a podcaster, if I can put it out there, being a podcaster, I've always seen my podcast as an extension to what is happening in music, let me say, because radio is always one of the first platforms to drop music. So when I go on my podcast, I now I'm extending what's happening on radio when it comes to the musical artists that I introduced on radio. Now I'm extending it. And I agree with everything that you guys are saying. But now what I'm wondering is, in your various radio station, where you work at Drums, where you work at Gabs, and where you work at Star right now, are we seeing the change that we want to see? Are we seeing it in your various radio stations? Now you can take it back home. And Gabs FM can start because you're all the way in another country, ma'am.
You guys are going to get me into trouble. But okay, let me be honest. Yes and no. Yes and no. I'm a big believer that whenever there's change in specific radio stations, and ours is a private radio station, it usually starts at the top, right? So if your board of directors doesn't quite get where the trends are going, it becomes a bit difficult to convince. But in our case, we've got a few people fighting the cause for us. And over time, we've seen certain things being implemented. It's only 2 years ago that they got a social media aggregator and a content producer. And that's something that we had been speaking on, right? Because we are aware of the trends and consumer behavior and how it's changed. And, it's getting there, but hopefully quicker rather than later. I know they're also including within when it comes to paid advertising space, they're also linking that to the social media platforms. So our clients who come through paying for radio ads can also pay for an extension onto the Gabs FM social media platforms, and everybody wins. Greater reach, more money for the radio station. So that's why I'm saying yes and no. One thing that we're still kind of fighting about is the idea of podcasting. Some on-air presenters have taken it upon themselves to incorporate the two, but it's still a bit of a battle to have your live streaming while you are on air, but also have a camera crew that's in studio to get everything that's happening behind the scenes, because like you said, our consumers have changed and they want to see the bit of the chaos that's happening. It's a theater of the mind, they want to hear, but they also want to see, and they want to be able to see like 2 hours later when you're done with your show. So we're getting there. Yeah.
Okay, you already, sir.
Well, mine's going to be very short because 2 stations that I've worked at where this has presented fairly different scenarios. So at Star, it is a youth station, at least initially. Upon conception and inception, it was a youth station, so social media had to be a big part of the station's promotion. However, there were restricted resources. And with the restriction of resources, presenters, we had to take it upon ourselves, it was incumbent upon ourselves to leverage our social media presence to try and draw attention to the station, and that would include perhaps regular posts. Of course, IG Live is, as if we're talking the basics, IG Live for an interview, and trying to promote, the usual hashtags and things of the sort. Then at Hot 1027, we're also going halfway there because it has a lot to do as well with who your target listener is, the demographic. So at Hot, you're talking about 44 plus or 40 plus. These people are not as active on social media. You'll find that, as they're calling it right now, the old people's app, Facebook, is perhaps the best place to push content for that particular demographic. But for the most part, those are very traditional listeners. They grew up, say, in the 80s and 90s listening to radio, and they like to keep it that way. They still enjoy the theater of the mind aspect, for example, and are not, though they enjoy visuals and things of that nature, they are more so still very much primarily about the music than they are about personalities and things of that sort. So we'll find that on socials. Our offering definitely is not nearly as big in terms of sales, at least, as the on-air offerings. If you look at the rate cards, I won't go into that and all, but they're quite far off from each other, I would say. Perhaps with time, as we have a younger generation moving up into the 40s, we might see the needle move with respect to that. But at the moment, it's very basic. It might be an outside broadcast promotion, just announcing where we're going to be, where you can find and engage with the station in person, things of that nature.
And Crook, I understand that with you, the dynamic is super different because you're remote. And so I would assume that they really take a huge advantage of the technology and the Internet of Things. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so in the 4 radio stations that I've worked at, starting at YFM, it was very traditional. Also very youth-focused. I remember, I think in 2015, I pitched something called Y Uncut because I could start seeing this podcasting thing becoming a thing, And they obviously didn't see it. And you can tell now that they're trying to fast forward, you know what I mean? And play catch up, And one of the reasons why, after having my 10-year spell at Y, I decided to look for an overseas radio job was because of the fact that people were just comfortable with being traditionalists, I hear what you're saying about Hot 102, you know what I mean? Those guys are 44, and that's cool, but for an ever-growing and an ever-growing youth brand, you constantly need to be on the pulse of what culture is doing and where culture is, And when I got a job in the UK at Drums Radio and at Dash Radio in LA, I could basically be DJing somewhere in Scandinavia, but I can still do my radio show. And one thing that has taught me is that as long as there is value in your content, as long as you don't timestamp your links, then that content is forever, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what I've found value in, and I think that's why people like myself are still in the business of radio.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the one thing I remember we were talking backstage, and I did say that for me, the one thing that I do miss as a podcaster, I have to catch everybody else's information. What everybody has to say to me, I have to catch it post, and I don't want that. I enjoy the liveness of things, and I find that element is the one up that broadcast has. For me, that's how I feel. That is the only one up. I want to be able to interact with these people in real time. I don't know if that's something you guys are opposing or against or for. You have an opinion on that? She's shaking her head. Clearly, she has a different opinion. And you also, Mzi?
I totally agree. I totally agree. It's one of the first points I raise whenever someone tries to raise the argument that podcasts are going to kill radio, so to speak. I speak about that real-time live interaction that podcasts can't offer, because we know that one of the greatest value offerings or propositions of radio is what some of us call companionship. The fact that you can have real-time interaction and thus a real-time relationship with the personality on air. The immediacy of radio is a huge advantage that it has over podcasts, or as we call them, on-demand. Something huge happens, a significant event happens, whether it be current affairs or in music. Maybe your podcast drops once a week, every Thursday. It happens on a Monday. Of course, radio personalities can already begin to dissect that immediately, etc. And you, on the other hand, are probably just echoing what has already been shared, or trying to deliver a different angle of some sorts. And then in addition to that, I would also say, though I won't get into it quite right now, the locality of radio. It's different when it comes to Gutwan, of course. He's an exception, and that's a rather interesting position he finds himself in. It would be nice to hear him delve into that, catering to a global market almost, rather than a specific localized listenership per se. But those two are the biggest advantages, I'll say, terrestrial radio has over on-demand audio.
I'd like to beg to differ.
Let's go.
I think technology has allowed people and podcasting to still have that interaction. One, look at a podcast like McG. You know, he'll take voice notes, he'll take calls. You know, and yes, it might not have that. I might not say something now, and you comment now, but how he packages it, because he comes from a radio background, will make it sound like it's something that's happening now. One. Two, I think the only form of radio that still feeds off the now is probably talk radio, because of the frequency at which news breaks. But for music radio, commercial radio, I really do not see the value, because the fact that if I'm an artist and I'm going to release a hit song, and I say the song is out on Friday, you've already got it on your Spotify, but your radio compiler will start playlisting the song in the next 2 weeks. So what value are you giving me? You know? And I think the other thing is the fact that if you want to create an appointment with your listener, you can obviously do that on platforms like YouTube. You know, like you can do a podcast today and say the podcast is going to be out at 5 today, and still the listener would have watched that podcast for the first time at 5 when you want them to watch it. So I really think that there's a lot that radio needs to do in terms of catching up. And I foresee radio contracts having a podcast clause in the very near future that, yes, you might have this platform on this traditional radio station, but your contract also holds you to be doing a podcast that can feed off what you're talking about on air, you know?
Yeah.
And also, we need to look at the fact that airtime is not a currency anymore. Data is, you know? A lot of people will walk into a shop and buy data bundles and not airtime. So that means that the engagement that is happening on air is mostly voice notes, is mostly tweets, is mostly messages through whatever apps that they've got or whatever communication platforms that they've got to speak to you, but not the conventional phone call, unless it's talk radio. That's the only form of radio that I've found is still adhering to the traditional norms. But everything else is happening on podcast.
I love that you went into mentioning the artist, and this is something I've been thinking about in terms, and I'm playing devil's advocate. Yeah, I'm a podcaster. I'm mainly based online.
All right.
So the one thing I was thinking about here is one of the benefits of radio, especially music-based radio stations, the fact that artists get paid through they get paid royalties. You get me? So that's a major benefit that I've seen also comes
Sure.
with the radio and as a broadcasting platform, as broadcast itself. So now my main concern is if we, and my opinion is also that how radio and broadcast is now consumed has changed. It's the same as how you guys all see it. So now my thing is that if we now solely take this direction of being a digital age, I'm worried about the artist, but that's just something that's in my mind. Am I weird? But
Yeah. Well, that's a problem worldwide. It's,
worldwide, okay.
it's a
I think that might just be a conversation for another day, the crook.
I think the internet has leveled the playing field, We also need to realize that the compilers at radio stations are playlist things that they like or that they feel could work for the radio stations, but not what's hot, I remember working at YFM and there were so many hot songs out there that Y needed to look to the internet to start playlisting,
Yeah.
So that paradigm has changed, These kids and artists have found a cool ways to use social media, data, and the internet to create their own buzz, and radio becomes a byproduct, Think of the last time you've seen an artist post that my song was #1 on the top 40.
I recently saw an MTV Base one.
Yes, but you'll see artists posting that I'm on the Spotify playlist. I've gone, my streams have gone this much, and my music has reached this far, So I think that's where it's shifted to. So radio really needs to be introspective in the business model and in the content that they're giving to the listener, and shouldn't be shy to go to the content creators, be artists, be organic content creators, be YouTubers, and so on and so forth, and say, we'll actually pay you to license authentic content to us so that we're still the first at releasing it before you actually put it in the public domain.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's a very
point,
valid
actually.
point. Very good. I will say, it's something I wanted to raise a few moments ago. I think it's important that we also take into consideration the socio-economic context of South Africa. So that is definitely what Kutlwana was talking about, is the future, which we should be at right now, perhaps already. And there is the something to factor in is we're working with people. And unfortunately, that's where the discrepancy lies, human discretion. You could have one compiler who is on the pulse, who is checking the playlist on the iTunes, the Spotifys, the titles, etc., and another who's just going with personal taste. When they go to a party, what are they hearing, and things of that nature. But back to the socioeconomic question, it's very important to take that into consideration as far as a matter such as data costs. Data is a lot cheaper now than it was a few years ago. However, there are still those...
South Africa. In South Africa.
You know what I'm saying? It is still very much an impediment for some to fully engage, to fully make that digital migration, so to speak. So in light of that, I wouldn't say radio is still the primary promotional channel, but it is still a very significant promotional channel in South Africa, depending on which SEM, as we refer to it, we're speaking to, and it is still very much the primary promotional channel for some. It is the first point of exposure for a lot of people when it comes to hearing music.
So what are we saying now then? What are we saying in terms of ideally where we want to see a broadcast going? What are we saying we want to see that will work? Because what I'm hearing from everybody here and is the fact that we just need to be able to look at the market space and cater accordingly. So what are we saying we want to see? What are we saying is, what are we forecasting concerning broadcast radio? Broadcast, actually.
I think broadcast is a young man's sport, man, you know. It is. Broadcast is a very young man's sport because I don't care which radio station you represent, but you're going to need to fold to adhere to what the kids are doing. Like you were saying about Hot with the 44 plus old listenership that have got Facebook and so on and so forth. But they see value on having a presence on social media. True. Because it's not really about what they communicate, but it's also good for revenue. The more numbers you've got, the more you can sell that space as an extension of the radio station. So it's a very young man's sport, and I really feel that the people that are running radio stations or are at the fort of making really, really, really impactful decisions on radio stations are either fundis and not radio people, or are very old.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Sam?
I mean, I could 100% agree with that. We were talking about that, actually.
Yeah, backstage we're actually talking about how, unfortunately, the people who are making decisions are Bogreni, and they don't quite understand the direction in which the digital space is playing when it comes to radio. But I would like to see all radio stations integrating, or at least starting. To what degree, I'm not quite sure. But even if you're integrating more Facebook, more podcasting, at least start somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. And just almost unrelated, something with thinking about as to why this is happening. There's also a little known trend that DSPs are in fact recruiting radio program directors and compilers to assist them with their perhaps target campaigns. If you think about it, a target user is pretty much kind of like a target listener of some sort. So it's interesting that they are recruiting from radio to assist them with whether it be the compilation of the playlists or just understanding how to tailor their music, what they promote in particular regions, etc.
Okay, bigger question. Is radio dead?
No.
No.
And we're about to actually take questions from the floor right now. I see everybody's heated.
Yes, radio is dead.
No.
It is not. I beg to differ.
Okay. I do want to take questions right now, and I think we still have the time. We're right on time. Awesome. So we're going to take a couple of questions, and I believe in questions, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me start to the front here.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So my name is Michi Zambia Sweetheart. I am one part of a show called The Breakfast League on Phoenix FM in Zambia, which is one of the biggest private-owned radio stations in Zambia. My question is actually for the Crook. I'm curious. I have a lot of questions, but I would like to hear more details on how you actually got to work on radio beyond your country of origin. Because, for example, in my country, in Zambia, you have, according to the labor laws or something, to work in broadcasting, you have to prove that you cannot find talent within the country to take that position. So it's kind of hard to have people from other countries on broadcasting channels, unless otherwise. There has to be reasons roundabout somewhere. So how did you find yourself on radio?
I think everything is about leverage, man. When you walk into a business meeting, the first thing that you sell is what you don't have. I mean, what you have that other people don't have, I was lucky enough to tap into the Amapiano sound in 2014. and started calling the DJs like from everybody. Like these guys were nobodies. The global superstars that you see now were nobodies, and used to give them money to come to studio because that was the bubbling sound. Every time I'd go to a gig, the warm-up sound used to be amapiano, but the very melodic amapiano, without the log drum, and I'd find that every time that we, people that are on radio or the so-called headliners, start DJing, the party would dip because this sound was organically growing in different corners of South Africa. So I decided to put this thing on radio, had a segment called Amapiano Hour, and that became my thing. So every time I spoke or presented myself to either a Dash radio in LA, the Beat 103.6 FM in London, or Drums Radio, was the fact that I'm the first guy to play Amapiano on radio. And that's what I bring to the table. I think the issue with the current climate of everything, you know, is that because we consume social media and we see a person doing this and is getting 20,000 likes, playing the same songs on their reel, we think that is actually the formula. And then you actually go through your feed and you end up finding 200 things that have got the same song, that look the same way, the people look the same, and they speak alike, you know? And how do you create leverage of that? So that's my thing, is that the difference is actually the difference.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liseli, a.k.a. Lady Light. I just want to ask you guys, radio in South Africa and Botswana, are you guys promoting music from outside your countries? Are you guys playing music from all over the continent, or are you restricted to just playing maybe hits from other countries and your local music? What does it take for artists, let's say from Namibia, Angola, Central African Republic, Sudan, to be playlisted, and how do compilers actually select their music? This is also just in the interest of African unity. How do we get our artists on radio? I know South African radio, you play a lot of South African music, but growing up in Zambia, I listened to a lot of South African music on Zambian radio. I listened to a lot of West African music on Zambian radio. I was introduced to legends like Hugh Masekela, Brenda Fassie, Salif Keita on Zambian radio. So I just want to hear your opinion on that, and how do we do this? How do we grow as artists from our region, especially our region? How do I put my music on Metro, on 5FM, on Hot FM?
For us, it has to do with the regulations. So right now in Botswana, the regulation is the local airplay has to be 55% local, and it's still growing. So whatever broadcaster, whatever radio station, TV, etc., has to make sure that there's a 55-45 ratio. And that's so that we can try and boost the economy back at home when it comes to royalty payments. Do all broadcasters follow that? Not quite, because because then the whole issue of some broadcasters will say it has to do with quality control. That's always the excuse, quality control. But I hear you about, you know, making sure that we are diversifying what we play. I'm also an artist, so I know how difficult it is to get your music on radio stations across the board. So I put my neck on the line and I communicate with, you know, people with interesting sounds, and I talk to our music compilers, and we have certain features that cater for, let's say, we'll say a top 5 of music coming out from Tanzania. And that's how we find a way to playlist music that would not necessarily playlist on our radio station.
Yeah. I would say pretty much the same. I think it has to do with mainly 3 things: regulation and commercial objectives, as well as the format of the station, so to speak. For example, at Star 919, you have, it's in fact a community station, and the regulation states you gotta be at least 70% local. So we're gonna be pushing a whole lot of local talent. Anything outside of that has to be deemed somewhat exceptional. And unfortunately, that's going to see the megastars, international megastars from the United States, Europe, the UK, and of course there are African superstars though featured, your Burna Boys, Davidos, etc. It's unlikely that we will be playlisting mid-tier African artists like an up-and-coming one. Might be hot, but if there isn't much demand for them or traction behind them as yet, it's unlikely you'll hear them. Format as well plays a role. You will hear, but I'll mainly see this in online, that some stations do definitely prioritize what they might call blackness or African sounds, and will therefore make an effort to include, to mine African music and things of the sort. A huge advocate for that on commercial radio right now, in fact, is DJ Sabi. You know, he's been a voice for African music, and he makes a point of advocating for African talent and exposing the listener to not only the megastars, but up-and-coming talent in that regard. And then commercial objectives, of course, being that you want your listenership to grow so that you can the valuation of your airtime can spike, right? So you're going to basically give the people what they want, unfortunately. And what they don't know, they don't want, but perhaps it's more so because they don't know about it, they don't want it. But there are very few people in management and radio today willing to take that chance. It really takes a champion of any particular cause or genre working at a station to see to it that it makes inroads into playlist and mass consciousness, so to speak.
I'd like to just quickly give you a cheat code. So don't directly go to the radio station and submit your music. Find the DJ that does a specialty music show, because those guys have the power to actually playlist music that they like and that speaks to that kind of show. So you're more likely to get your stuff playlisted through them first, and be consistent in giving them music, because sometimes it becomes difficult to put together a DJ Sabi's African Boombox or a Sunday Social that I used to do on YFM and so on and so forth. And you end up leaning to people that are constantly giving you music, and those people actually end up vouching for you in these committee meetings. So I think for you to break into South Africa, look to the people with specialty radio shows. So your Nikki B's, your DJ Sabis, who else? There's something called Sundays on Y or something like that. So they've got something specialty happening. And so look for specialty radio shows, because those guys will play your music in a heartbeat.
That's playing out, how that's playing out in an African context, because you know with radio, there's systems for getting paid, but now there's music podcasts that will play music. So how is that working out? And secondly, I just wanted to find out if you guys have any insights about the podcasting industry in South Africa and the rest of the continent. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the reason why I haven't started podcasting is basically because of music rights. I'm a music guy. I love music radio, and the fact that I'm still barred by what I can put on YouTube and who the owner is and so on and so forth has hindered me from starting the kind of podcast that I want. But that is slowly changing. They're trying to ease the regulations around that, because there's value in your song being listened to by a person that is your fan, or somebody that is creating an entity where your kind of sound is going to live, you know. So yeah, just keep your ear. I mean, just keep your ear on the ground. I think it's going to change, because it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, I have a podcast, but it's about music. So what I do is I have an artist on the podcast, and what I make sure I do is to feed a lot of their content straight direct to wherever you can buy their music. So what I act as a marketing platform on your behalf so that you can get your payments, because I know that it's not really, we're not licensed to play music like that, so that you can get paid as an artist. So that's why my platform, what I do is, I just act as a marketing platform on your behalf, feed your links, then people can directly purchase your music straight to you. That's what I do.
Yeah, and not to add to anything, but for example, indeed, legislation hasn't quite caught up and isn't exactly accommodating podcasters yet. At ASE, we have the Academy of Sound Engineering. We have a podcast platform for students, and it's music podcasts for the most part. However, these are unsigned artists. A lot of them are, in fact, students themselves or peers of these students or up-and-coming unsigned artists. We do so with their permission. We need to get permission beforehand. Are you okay with us playing your music knowing that you will not be getting paid? That is cleared beforehand, and then we go ahead and produce the podcast. But if you are talking about, especially if these are signed artists, be it to major or indies, that can get rather complicated. The waters can get murky. I know with Apple Music Radio, interestingly enough, a cousin of mine gets playlisted there often. They do send a contract where he has to sign acknowledgement that there will be no remuneration for the playlisting of your music, etc. I guess what they're selling is exposure, and they can, because they have an incredibly sizable audience and big platform.
Okay, I think we need to be done. They've been telling me our time is up, unfortunately. I'd like to thank you one more time for joining us on this conversation. We hope that you had a good time with us. We had a good time with you guys. And we'd like to thank Africa Rising Music Conference for having us, and Paradise Music as well. Otherwise, for now, this is us saying cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where would I be without you? The fights, the long nights that we went through, the smiles, the lies, and we both grew. In time, I knew it's always been you, my life, my strength. I used to break through, survive the worst. Now it's me and my boo. No love for the crew, 'cause it's me and you. Can touch this lady as long as I got you.
And if the stars came crashing down and the sun refused to shine, I don't mind, as long as I have you. And if the planets were to collide and time stood perfectly still, I don't mind, as long as I have you. Never thought that I could find a love like this. It burns from deep within, so bright, so pure and fiery, so sublime, overflowing from my heart. As long as I have you, as long as I have you, and if the birds refuse to sing and the winter replace spring, I don't mind, as long as I have you, as long as I have you. And if the rainbow is black and white and the flowers don't smell right, I don't mind, as long as I have you. Never thought that I could find a love like this. It burns from deep within, so bright. Burns from deep within, so bright. Pure and fiery, so pure and fiery, so sublime, overflowing from my heart. As long as I have you.
this is the story of a lover and a friend, and I hope this fairy tale will never end. It's getting harder to pretend, cause I see you when I can, and my friends don't understand, cause they don't see you as my man. Your heart is where I am, always were my biggest fan, from the sweat that's in my hand to the song that we keep playing. Damn, can't even finish what I'm saying. It's for you that I keep praying, but for us that I keep planning, cause it's me and you. We're never more than two, cause if I am
Alrighty, we're about to have our next panel go live. Our next panel is about to go live, y'all. All right, y'all. How's everybody doing? Are you good? No? You're not good? It's hard, I know, it's hard. All right, y'all. We're about to have our next panel, so I ask that everybody please get seated and ready. How y'all doing? Come on, hey, what's up? I know it's kind of hot. We're trying to get the air conditioning fixed, yo. All right, so the next panel is titled Going International and Staying Independent. And I think this is a very interesting panel discussion and conversation, because I think people often think that you need to be signed to a major to go international, right? So here you will have conversations with real people who have crossed borders and done tours overseas. And, you know, obviously you're here because you want to know how to make that possible, right? So stay tuned. Can I please have my panelists on the stage? All right. Come on, y'all. Give them a round of applause.
One, two.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Nope. You can hear me? Oh, that's weird. I can't hear myself. But anyway, thanks for being here, guys. My name is Sandiso Ngubane, also known as Mixed Blouse. And this panel is called Going International and Staying Independent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each one of my panelists to introduce themselves. And then we'll each tell our story about how we're going about that. And then we can have a chat afterwards. So like I said, my name is Sandiso, or Mixed Blouse, and I'm going to hand it over to Aza to introduce himself.
How's it, everyone? I am Azakiwe Chezile, a.k.a. Deep Aztec, and label owner, artist, producer, live performer. And yeah, I mean, I started like at a young age as a DJ, and I then progressed, ended up producing, and I haven't stopped since then. And now I'm releasing on esteemed labels such as Nervous Records, Connoisseur Records, Human by Default, you know, like all these big labels that I had dreamt of releasing on, and suddenly...
Hold up, I'm gonna ask you to tell more of that story as we go along. Let Jacinda introduce himself as well, please.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jacinda. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, musician, visual artist, filmmaker, events organizer. I co-founded an events agency called Ebumnandini, which organizes events between Joburg and Cape Town, mostly book artists within the underground and alternative music scene. As a musician, I'm part of a band called Stiff Bop. Stiff Bop, we've performed all over the country at different festivals, performed in Berlin. I was once part of the Rebel.
That's good.
Okay. He spoke for so long, I was like, what am I supposed to say?
We'll come back to it, I promise. We'll come back to it, I promise. I think for now, guys, let's just tell the people who we are and what we do, and then we'll speak about the rest as we go along.
I'm going to try. Okay, I'm going to try my best.
Miss Rose Barnaker.
I'm Rose Barnaker. I'm a music producer, label owner, DJ, live performer, based in Cape Town. I've played overseas, but I'm going to keep it short, so that is all I've done so far. Okay, thank you.
Got you. Kolile, please tell the people who you are.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kolisa Chomela.
Oh, sorry, Kolisa.
Yeah.
Hadi, boss.
I'm one half of Glee and Code Kid. I go by Sound of Glee, by artist name, and I'm the co-founder of Globalize Yourself Stereo, online media brand, tralala.
All right, Likona.
Hello, everyone. I'm Likona Kamane. I'm a musician and composer, and I also run a studio called Lilies, where we do anything from radio to running a record label and doing events and stuff.
Perfect. So everyone is basically a multi-potentialite out here. You gotta do a few things to make it work. Yeah, basically, I'm also an artist. I make music and I perform music. And on the subject of just going international as an independent artist, I think I don't have to tell you guys just how hard it is to be an independent artist. Whether you're trying to crack it globally or locally, it's super hard. But we carry on, because this is what we love. For me, what happened is basically, I started making music around 2016, 2017. It was very messy. Like, my shit wasn't even mixed or anything. I didn't know that I was supposed to mix my shit. Like I was just throwing stuff on SoundCloud, and luckily people were picking it up, I remember my first gig, I think it was late 2016, was at Kitchener's, because they heard my stuff on SoundCloud and they were like, yo, come through. And what was so weird about that unmixed music is that it got me a gig in Berlin, simply because I guess people that I know were sharing stuff. And it was very strange. Like, you've only performed at Kitchener's and suddenly you have to go to perform in Berlin. It was also very scary. But I took that opportunity and I told myself, there's no way I am going all the way to Berlin for one gig. So what I did is I asked the promoter who had booked me to basically connect me with other promoters in Berlin. He couldn't connect me with people in Berlin because per contract you can't perform in the same city for a period of about 2 to 3 weeks. Contractually, that's just what they require from you. So he connected me with promoters in other cities like Nuremberg, Leipzig. So basically, I turned one gig into a tour simply by just talking to people and asking questions. And what I found really is that it was easier connecting with people and getting work in Europe than it's been in South Africa. That was a huge revelation for me. For some reason, people are just very open in the places that I've been. I've had 3 tours in Europe now. And in the places I've been, I've generally found that people are interested in what's happening in South Africa, first of all. And that way, you're able to connect with people based on mutual interest as well, because they are really interested in our culture. So that's something that you basically have to take advantage of and make it work. I'm going on my 4th tour this June. And it's really just been about that. It's like creating communities overseas, going out, talking to people, like taking time to get to know the scene in each city that you're in as well, is something that I've really found works for me. So Azal, why don't you tell me what works for you?
What works for me is what works for me. It wouldn't necessarily have to work for the next person, but
100%.
What I'm going to say is where I am today, I don't know how to even start explaining. To me, it feels like far-fetched because every time and every day I wake up or every morning, I just have to pinch myself to make sure that I am, still living, because everything that has happened in my career or journey, I would say, has been mind-blowing. Today, I'm now working with my idols, artists from abroad that I looked up to, and I'm now working with them. And how it all began was I just stuck to my guns. The thing I had in my head was like, I want to go global from the get-go. And my friends would laugh at me. They even dubbed me Black Coffee Wannabe. So every time, I'd be actually entering the room, they'd be like, hey, nango coffee. And then everyone bursts out laughing. And obviously, those things, they kind of hurt.
It seems far-fetched.
I know, and it was really hurtful, to be honest. I'm like, gents, come on, you can't do this to me. But then, I had to soldier through, put my head down, keep on grafting and making sure that every opportunity I get does work in my favor or for me. And yeah, pretty much that's what I've been doing. And one thing I've also realized by doing what I'm doing is that no one really teaches how to convert your opportunity so that you can, get more opportunities.
It's something that you have to learn yourself.
Exactly, it's something that you have to learn yourself. But I also believe that us as artists, we also learn from our favorite musicians, looking the way how they
100%.
move. In order for you to be able to navigate, to sort of get your own blueprint, you got to look at someone else's and then you find what works for yourself and not just for everyone else. But pretty much that's what got me here.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about observing other people's journeys, for me, what's been really strange is that I can't think of anyone and be like, hey, I identify with that kind of journey. It's been very weird. So for you, how initially, because you said you wanted to go global from jump, how did you think you were gonna get there, and how did that differ from the actual experience?
To be honest, I thought there would be this one person from the States or Berlin coming to handpick me and say, hey, you coming with me? Hey, you coming here with me? I'm here to save you. But I thought, it would happen like that. I mean, we all had those ideas when we all started, but when reality.
So basically, what do they call it? You basically thought you were gonna get discovered.
Yeah.
Getting scouted.
Scouted.
Yeah, I was
gonna be scouted, and then I realized, I just have to start creating opportunities, going out more, and being hopeful. I mean, my debut release was in 2015, but I had been making music for quite a long time, and it got picked up by what's this guy's name again? Tim White from House Africa. And at that time, I was not signed, but I was working with a record label from the UK by the name Turnlift Recordings, which I now ended up running today. So I'm now running the label, and that's the same label that I got discovered by Tim White. And he thought it was from the UK, and they licensed my debut release for the House Africa was it All-Star Deep House All-Star compilation, where they had guys like Hali and Muscle and all the other guys that I grew up idolizing. And then that's when it clicked. I was like, hey, listen, you're actually here. Stop looking elsewhere. Keep on doing your shit. Stick to your guns. Keep on moving. Yeah. And things started gradually happening by me believing in what I was capable of doing 100%. And by looking what I had already achieved, which was not even on my bucket list to be on a compilation released under House Africa. Yeah. It's my first release ever. And I basically sat on it for 3 years.
Hey, this guy likes sitting on music. What the hell, bro?
Less is more.
Can I tell you, this man remixed a song for me. How many years ago, Azza?
I think it's nearly 4 now.
Come now. Put the track out, bruh.
I will. It's coming.
Jacinda, Stiff Pup, I think you guys were on a New York Times list or something like that. How does that happen? New York Times. Come on, man.
Yeah, I guess. So when we released that project, Tough Times, that was in 2021, and we actually released that project with a label in the UK called Koch International. And so that was our first time actually putting out a project with a label. Usually we just do everything ourselves.
Right.
But we had been speaking to the person who runs the label. His name is Joe. We had been speaking to him for a couple of years, and
were you speaking to him specifically about putting you guys on?
Not necessarily. He used to come to South Africa now and then because he was really he works for Boiler Room.
Yeah.
So when Boiler Room would come to the country to do stuff, he would always try and see what's happening in the country, who's doing cool stuff or whatever. So he just found out about us.
Did he not say something like, he found out about you guys online and heard you were playing at Kitchener's, and he came to Kitchener's. Yeah? You got scouted.
See, it does work.
I don't know if I got scouted. I think what was happening is it wasn't at Kitchener's. So what was happening is, there used to be a place called Testament Bar.
Oh yes, that was lit, by the way.
I miss Testament Bar.
Me too.
But there used to be a place called Testament Bar in Bram, and we were doing like a tour as well, and so we were going to perform at Testament Bar, and I think he heard about that. He saw the flyer or whatever, whilst he was also in South Africa. But we didn't know him at the time, so he didn't like tell us or anything that he was going to be there. We actually heard from a friend of ours, fellow musician Nonku Piri. She was telling us, yo, there's this guy from the UK, and he wants to come to your show, but like we won't be able to make it, so can you make sure that he can come see you guys? So that's what happened. So I didn't know who he was, and we were just like, it's probably not going to be a packed show. He'll get it. So we were like, he's not going to, it's not going to be that crazy. It's not like, so it's not like that. So yeah, he came through whilst we were performing. And like I expected, it wasn't a crazy show. So we literally, we saw him in the crowd.
When you say it wasn't a crazy show, what was it like 2 people in the audience or some shit like that?
It wasn't packed. Like Testament Bar, like, it was one of those places where it's like, if you know, you know. But it's like, I don't even know about people performing at Testament Bar. We just were random like that. We perform anyway. So after our show,
I think that's part of the journey, like just performing anywhere, like.
Yeah.
Because I think the idea is always that, I don't know, people are gonna hear your music, now you're gonna be playing to 20,000 people, and it just really doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really think that every single show is gonna be like on the main stage of Coachella. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you're gonna perform on a coffee table in front of 5 people.
Right, or on a chair,
Yeah.
But the Bankibezi stool, dog. That was crazy. That was crazy.
But I mean, in this case, it's not really about how many people you're performing in front of. There was this one specific person who saw us perform. Yeah, and that's all that we needed. We just needed this one guy. So he happened to come through. And he saw us after the show, and he was like, man, I love you guys. You guys are great. You guys don't care. You guys, whether it's 5 people, 10 people, you guys don't care. You just perform. And he was like saying all of this stuff. And I was like, glad you like it, man, because you know what I mean? So, yeah, it was through working with him that, because going back to your question about the New York Times. Yeah, it was through working with him that now we started getting extra support, and him being overseas, he had more connections and was able to tell more people about us. All of a sudden, we were on the New York Times, we were in The Face, High Snobiety, The Fader, like all sorts of things. So
amazing. Well done. Rose Barnica,
yes.
What Eastern European country were you in again?
Oh, what, recent?
Yeah.
Oh, Croatia.
Croatia.
Yeah, I played Lighthouse, Croatia, both as and I, because people believe that they can only book us together because we're getting married, so,
Love that.
when they book the one, they book the other. But yeah, I mean, that was also just through playing and making sure that every time you play, you treat it like a flippin' audition. Like it's, because like you're saying, like you never know who's in the crowd. And like, I think that is how I've received a lot of opportunities, is just by, a lot of people tune me, they always say, Rose Barnica, whenever you play, you can see that you're at a job. And I'm like, yeah, because it's a job. Like I'm getting paid, like what? And I'm super competitive, so it's, it goes hand in hand. But like, that is how I got recognized, and also just through like not really giving a shit and not waiting for anyone, even though I knew that those opportunities were waiting for me probably in the audience. I didn't wait for those opportunities. I wasn't waiting for anyone to
I remember I think it was like 2016 or something, or 17.
Yeah.
and you and I performed at this other place somewhere here in Joburg, and it was literally like 5 people.
Love it.
People, we hated it, but it was like, I'm at
you know,
work.
I mean, like, because of my sound and like living in South Africa and it being like a global sound and not necessarily a South African kind of sound, I'm very used to emptying floors. Like, I got joy out of emptying a floor, and then, but what was so beautiful about it was like you could empty a floor and you'd just see like everyone leave, and as soon as you can bring people back in, and if you have a breathing floor, like to me, I think that there's nothing more empowering than that feeling, you know.
100%.
But yeah, I mean, I've played, you know, I mean, I play like techno and breaks and stuff, and I've played at like a hip hop party. Okay. And like also when I started, like I only played live, I never DJ'd, so it was always my own music where I only started producing in 2016, 2017, so I didn't know what I was making. And like, yeah, people looking at you like, what are these drums, man? Like, what are they? Why are you playing music so fast? Like, you know, now everything's changed a bit, like music sped up, so my music's a bit more accepted, but yeah, it's tough.
Amazing. Oli, just maybe tell us a little bit more about the business and exactly like which part you play in the value chain.
Every single part.
All right.
Of the value chain. That's part of the tragedy or the experience of being independent, is that you have to figure everything out yourself. So in my particular case, I came in through the DJing kind of line. And 10 years ago, we bumped into a lady from Austria.
Lady from Austria.
Yes, she's an executive at one of these energy brands. I don't want to give those kind of shout outs. And they needed content that kind of reflected some kind of avant-garde feeling in the African SA scene. And we just happened to be the guys that had access to her in that way. So
sorry, how did the access happen?
Like Cape Town vibes. I've lived in Cape Town for like 15 years, so you bump into literally anybody. You could bump into a billionaire in Cape Town.
That's right.
At a burger joint, you know what I mean? Anything's possible in Cape Town. So that was one of those Cape Town stories.
So this is very interesting because I guess all of us have a Cape Town experience.
True that.
The Cape Town music experience I find is very different in Joburg.
And you have an easier or a more direct line between Cape Town and the EU than you do than Joburg and the EU, actually. Because a lot of the people who work at these media houses and these record companies go there a lot for summer. So they're always there, they're always going to these parties, these little rooftop things we're doing. So building relationships, I mean, to create channels for the EU are much easier coming straight from Cape Town. You could have 0 gigs in Joburg and be playing in Berlin and Switzerland and whatever.
100%.
It's how it works, honestly. You know what I mean? So that was my journey. It was coming from the DJing thing and content production and having to travel around the world, covering music festivals and interacting with DJs and journalists and curators, but you're also like the DJ, journalist, curator for your thing. So you get how...
You're doing everything.
Yeah, it's like wild.
The PR, it's you, everything.
You have to learn everything, and especially in the beginning.
Exhausting.
Like when you have to figure out things like how do you actually structure a budget, how do you work with the resources that you've been allocated. It took us years to figure it out. You know, going to shit with SARS. Things get crazy, man. You know what I mean? But it's all part of the learning process, and you have to, once you've crossed those parts, you're obviously not going back.
That's right. Now, Austrian lady does what?
She's a media executive.
Yeah, but what does she do for your vibe now?
Oh, no, we're good. We're good. She still comes to SA. We're good. Okay. We're good. 10 years later, we're still
She's
fresh.
hooking you up with things.
I guess I'm independent now. I mean, she left the corporation.
Okay.
And the corporation itself kind of went sour in our entire music portfolio.
Right.
But I was lucky enough to be able to carry on owning the brand because the brand was kind of co-produced or co-inceptualized by us and them.
Right.
And you know 99% of the time, when those contracts come to an end, you don't keep nothing. In this particular case, we were fortunate enough to keep the brand and the entirety of our archive because we were like 600 episodes deep already by then. Right. So that's enabled me to then build my business on top of that.
Amazing. Amazing. Likona,
Yes.
Lilies, what's popping?
Lilies. It was literally a project that I wanted to start when I was in first year living in Cape Town. I was making friends with a lot of people who were making music, but also wanted to kind of like share, you know, like what inspired them, like the music they were listening to as well. And I thought, you know, I was looking at platforms like NTS Radio and Worldwide FM, and I was like, it would be really cool to have some sort of an online platform where we can just share what we do in this like very free way. And yeah, 5 years later, we're still doing that, but obviously, you know, we're trying to maintain our independence within that and trying to stay true to how we were when we were in first year, just recording mixes in our bedrooms. But, you know, now there's people from all over the world who are looking this way. And yeah, it's this like jump in between, you know, wanting to stay as you are, but also want to reach out to like more people around the world.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a really interesting ride so far. We've been able to connect with people all over the world purely because of this like online platform that we've built.
What do you think attracts them to your platform?
I think the fact that we've stayed as we are and we haven't really tried to change our image when they start looking this way. I think there is this like a bit of pressure when people from all over the world come and look at you and say, hey, we love what you're doing. And you know that you've been watching them for years and you know kind of like what they like. And to try and remember that like, oh, they're coming to me for me.
Yeah, so you feel like sometimes you want to impress rather than just keep your authenticity.
Yeah, but it's more just like a mental thing, you know, where it's just like, I just have to remind myself that they came here because of what I'm doing, not because of the fact that I'm doing it like other people, you know?
Yeah. You know, oftentimes when you put up a, like a poster or you are going on tour in Europe, so you're putting shit up on the gram or social media in general, I think probably the assumption that a lot of people have is that you're going out there to make a lot of money. Because I think most people, when they hear you're touring internationally, what they're used to is what they see on TV, right? Or what big stars do. And the reality is that it's just not like that. You're not making a lot of money. I slept on people's couches in Germany. I slept on people's couches in Switzerland just to make shit happen. So it's the money reality.
Yeah.
What's your experience?
I think people must understand that like when you're signed to a big label, right, they give you budget. They give you almost a loan. It's essentially a loan because you will always owe that money back to them. But they give those artists these huge loans to go and do these massive tours. Now, when you're independent, we are like scraping together the coins and, you know, we get our gig fees and we like, but what about our visa? What about our visa fee? Oh, well, you know, we can't really give you this later. Okay, cool, so I'll go on a tourist visa, but then, you know, like, it's illegal, so you better pay me cash, but then what if the exchange rate changes? So, like, what I've quoted you is going to change, and it's going to drop, it's going to, you know, like, that's the thing of, like, being independent. And, I mean, personally, like, I don't have a manager, I don't have an agent, like, so, like, dealing with how
you're doing the negotiations yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes sometimes you get excited. So you're like, yo, I've got this gig.
Right.
Yeah,
I made that
yourself
mistake.
Yes.
Like, next thing, so I didn't have a DJ in Leipzig. I was just like, I'm just going to find a local kid, you know?
No, and then you find out the locals' DJ fees.
That's right. But then also, like at this one gig, so now they book a hotel room for me, and then they book a double bed. So now I'm supposed to sleep with a stranger I just met tonight. You know, I just needed this person to come DJ for me. Now I'm supposed to share a bed with them. And you just have to be able to work those spaces. Like, it's
navigating it is hectic.
Navigate it.
Yeah. And no one teaches you.
You know.
I just want to say something.
Maybe we can just party the whole night.
My first experience going to Europe, I literally got my traveling insurance mid-air. Thank God to my fiance and my mother who made everything happen. And it was so crazy. I literally hit the ground at Schiphol in Amsterdam, and I switched my phone on. I'm about to go through passport control or border control, and it just happened that my traveling insurance was emailed to me. I opened my phone, connect to the Wi-Fi. Here's everything, and I'm about to be grilled. And mind you, I lied and I said I'm a fashion buyer. And at that time, I had no job, I had nothing, So I basically only have like 20 euros in my pocket. And I'm going to Berlin. I've got like a 10-hour layover in Schiphol. And this is so crazy. But luckily, I had a friend that was on the same flight with me. And we ended up like exploring Amsterdam for like a few hours. Then we came back to the airport. And then I landed in Berlin. It's now midnight. And I only have 20 euros, remember. Can't even speak Deutsch for shit. And I'm hoping and praying that this Uber driver can understand English. And first thing, the guy says, me, no English, my brother. And I'm like, oh, there goes my plan. How do I get to my friend's apartment? So I just hopped onto the Uber, and as I was about to get off, I was like, listen, don't be dumb. Just get out, go to the boot, get your luggage, and quickly go to the driver's side and just, just give him the cash and be like, thank you, thank you. And the only word I actually knew how, what to say was danke. And there was, so this is me, I'm like, danke, danke, danke. Yeah. I don't want this guy to start calling me back to say, hey, where's your 2 euros that you short with,
Yeah, crazy experiences. I mean, I think the one thing about being able to cross over to play in other countries really is about creating community, When you have to sleep next to a stranger, that's what you're gonna do. You just have to be laser focused on what you want to do. But so far we've spoken about creating those communities by being physically there. I'm more curious about getting there. So these communities that we forge online, and I think maybe Jacinda, Koli, and Likona maybe have some insight into that. I'll start with you, Jacinda.
About creating communities.
Online, because I mean you have to, in order to reach those people, it has to go through somewhere, right? And that's the channel we have.
Yeah.
Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah.
Internet.
I mean, that is how I meet people most of the time in terms of the music community. It's really tough when you're doing something that's really weird and niche because then it's how do you find your community? But I think that when you put your work online, other people can kind of resonate with that or relate to that. They might come across it, and then that's how you guys will connect. You might see that they're doing something that's also interesting to you, So I guess the way that I just started out is I just was doing the work, just do the work and put it out there. And, eventually I started connecting with people, created Ebum Nandini where, we kind of felt like there weren't enough platforms for people who were doing weird things.
Platforms as in the live scene.
Yeah. There weren't enough platforms to recognize those people and actually give them an opportunity to perform and be seen. So we decided, okay, well, we can just throw our own gigs, and then invite other artists to come perform with us. And then, we can create our own community around ourselves. And everyone else can come to us instead of us going to them. So we created our community through doing that, and the agency or the event brand itself began to get its own international recognition, and so that led to even more opportunities to connect to people all over the world. Now I think just from there, you just meet more people. People come to the parties, and then you meet them, you connect with them, and
Right.
From the DJ kind of perspective, I think when you put stuff out on platforms like Mixcloud, you get a clear view in terms of the people that are into the sound, geographically, by city. And if your stuff happens to be a little bit off the center and a little bit experimental, more than often it's always going to be global north for some strange reason, And I guess from that premise, that's when you can get access to, like, you can start talking to the people directly in terms of what's happening, what are the opportunities in your cities, and you start building on top of that. But it's a piece by piece by piece mission. Because especially if you're doing something that's, I mean, I thought I was a deep house guy, but I'm actually experimental electronic guy by statistically speaking, you know? It's
In
one
terms
thing to
of the
think you're
people
one
that
thing,
you
it's
can
another
see are
thing for it
interested,
to be
yeah.
another, you know what I mean? So it's also figuring that out, because like if you're an artist or a producer and you check out Spotify, you check out kind of the radio playlists that kind of embody your sound. If you're non-traditional in the South African sense, you're going to be linked up with Chinese guys from Indonesia, guys from like in the same playlist as your name. You're like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even listen to these guys. Yeah, how did I get here? You know. But that's the nature of the thing when it's out there in the internet, is that you kind of get matched with similar people around the world.
Right. And I think you learned something about yourself in that as well,
Word,
right?
yeah.
Because you were saying you thought you were a deep house guy.
No, I'm not.
Turns out not.
No,
I've also been put in so many different genres. Like, I don't even know what my genre is anymore. I'm just like, okay, y'all define it. Like, it's cool. Likona, tell me about connecting with people online through Lilies.
I'll answer really quickly because I think we have questions.
Yeah. Right.
But like, I think for me, what I was gonna say, it's been really interesting because from the get-go, we did start as like this online platform. So quite naturally, your work exists everywhere around the world. And so we were able to connect with people from Palestine to Greece to the UK purely because, you know, our work was being seen in the same places as theirs were. You know, platforms like Mixcloud, super important because that's how your work can travel, and that's how people can start to really connect with what you do. And yeah, I'll keep it short.
Amazing. Just to make one final point, I think the thing about online is that you are already global. So what you do in the physical world, I think, is something that must reflect that. Like, just by putting music out there, you are already there. Are there any questions from the audience?
Right.
Is there a roving mic, or should I get up and just... All right.
Cool. Hey guys, thanks. That was really great. So I have a question with regards to so we're talking about going international and staying independent, and often I have the experience that a lot of executives and artists within the African ecosystem are signing deals that are just not allowing them to develop themselves offshore because of the frameworks of those agreements. So yeah, I thought maybe you had something to share with that. How are these agreements that you're signing locally impacting your development offshore?
I think, I mean, I have a short answer to it, is I think that there's a huge lack of education in Africa about how these agreements work. Yeah. Personally, like, that's how I'm basing my label is, you know, if you want to release with me, the whole point of it is an educational experience. It's not necessarily that I want to keep your music forever. It's more that I want you to have an experience where you feel fulfilled after dealing with me, and you can learn how these contracts work, and you can learn how owning your masters is such an important element of, you know, making music. But yeah, that's I think is what is missing in Africa, is there is no music education on the business side. And I think as, I mean, because you found a way to kind of make your deals, you know, with these huge labels like Nervous Records and stuff, really benefit you, you know.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that I made the contracts or whatever we agreed upon to like work for me. It's just that I know what I want, and like I said again, opportunities is something that is never taught how to handle or how to, you know, expand, like make it grow even further. And yeah, so for me, how it worked, or how it's still working for me, I've got a manager that's based in Europe, and I'm part of the same agency as one of the techno originators, Juan Atkins, guys like DeMarcus Lewis, Reggie McGlaw from Indie, the band that sang that song Last Night a DJ Saved My Life. And yeah, so pretty much I'm surrounded by these people, and the way how they move and the intensity of work that they put in, you can immediately see that, you gotta up your game. You can't just, do shit willy-nilly. And now suddenly your whole perspective is now, changed because you're working with professionals and alongside professionals. Like our own life, for me, when I first got a manager, it was a back and forth for 2 years. And I was like, I'm gonna leave this guy, screw him. Because now suddenly he's like telling me what to do. Because obviously he knows the bigger picture. He's been doing this like as a full-time job. And here I am trying to, just trying to make it. And not understanding the nitty-gritties and things that go behind the actual contracts, and you can't just say yes to stuff that you don't know. We've even seen with our local national treasures, like the people we looked up to from back in the days, they got schmoozed, and they got schmoozed heavily by these labels, by the majors, because again, we never had music education or music business education around these kind of topics, like how do you, roll out your music. What do you guys need from me, for how long will you guys be owning my masters for, and how long would it take for me to retain or reclaim the ownership of my masters and whatnot? People tend to get excited, but by this idea and by this conventional way of making it, as Sandy was saying, being seen, posting about your tour, but no one will actually ever come up to you and say, hey, bro, hey, dude, how did you actually get to do this? Are you actually eating from this? Or are you just putting a facade out there to be seen as if you're living, you're doing the things? But meanwhile, no one knows, or no one is with you when you're crying alone at night. Like you were playing a show abroad, or like you got booked for Coachella. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to translate you having a full floor. No, it doesn't. You can be booked at Coachella, and you can literally have 10 people dancing in front of you. And you got one of the big headlining acts performing right after you, and you literally see how the crowd gradually fills up. So yeah, it is really tough. And one thing I would say, to guys like Paradise, again, what Sunny was saying and what everyone on the panel here was saying about Cape Town, how we get to meet these people, to get to form these relationships and nurture them and see where it takes you.
Yeah, that's right. Does that answer your question? Another question at the front here.
Afternoon, guys. My name is Tuso Wasibini, singer-songwriter and independent recording artist. My question is more around the mind shift that I think needs to happen in the headspace of an independent artist to kind of move away from wanting, the need to be known and celebrated and go big in your own country first before you can actually go internationally. So I don't know if that's something that you guys kind of had to kind of navigate in your journey, and how do you actually get that mind shift to say, it's okay, I'm not big in my country, but Berlin wants to hear my work. And also when you do make those moves, I remember one conference I attended, the advice was always make sure that you register some sort of media house or like a record label so you can trade as the record label instead of yourself. Is that an essential? Is that a thing?
What I'm going to say is it's important to start doing things properly from the get-go, because that then, puts you ahead or sets you apart from everyone that's just trying to do it. And literally, no one really knows the blueprint. No one's perfect. Everyone's a fraud. And everyone thinks they know what they're doing, but no one's jack shit. So my thing is, follow your intuition, follow your gut feeling, do your thing, and make sure you're doing things right from the get-go. And obviously, like you're saying, you don't necessarily have to be big here. I'm not.
But sometimes you don't know what the right way to do it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's a lot that I didn't know. I've been performing for 6 years. Only 2 years ago did I register a business. Only recently did I start invoicing people through my company rather than me personally. So I think as you learn, you grow. But like in terms of making it in South Africa before going international, I just find that, the chances that you're gonna blow up anywhere are really slim. Like it happens, but you just gotta keep doing what you're doing, and where people want you, just go there. Like for me, especially I think for most of us here, we make music that can be considered alternative. So the chances that people are gonna want your sound overseas more than they will here are greater. But over the last 6 years, in terms of my own traction back home, I'm starting to see it only now. Like 6 years later, am I only starting to see traction for myself locally? And the potential to actually turn this into my only career, because I do so many things and it's so exhausting just to keep alive.
I want to add like
Good
one,
luck.
I want to add one thing. Like it's like even if you feel like you can only make it there, like if your sound is only for outside South Africa, like we have like a burgeoning scene, you know, where it's a young scene in most genres in South Africa, and we have the opportunity to kind of practice in a sense, you know, and gain our skills and hone them in, at least in a performance style. Because once you're overseas, you are like, I mean, if you think it's saturated here, overseas it is way worse. Like you have to really shine to be recognized overseas. I mean, one thing that is very apparent when you're walking through like the streets of Berlin, for instance, everyone looks down. You know, South Africa, everyone's looking up, greeting each other. Like, we're recognizing people, we're seeing people, we have good vibes. That is not what it's like overseas. And we have the opportunity here to build ourselves so that when we do go there, we are, like, you can't take your eyes off us. And I think that that's something that everyone in South Africa needs to recognize is, you know, we have these opportunities to be really great. And yeah.
And find your people here. Like, you may not feel as if you're gonna get recognized super big, but the people that you can keep close to you that are here are gonna be the ones that will take you further. So just look for the people around you.
Yeah. Anyone else wanna add something to that? No?
Yeah. I'd say just foundationally, things like trademarking your name, your artist name, and also registering things. Like, even if you don't have cash, ask parents, friends, whoever, but like owning your actual name is important. The first shot. And then the second shot is setting up some kind of business structures that can receive whatever energy, financial, whatever that you do, be it a business or whatever. It's super important. So if you're gonna ask for help from anybody, ask for help to register the trademark of your artist name and your business entity, because everything starts there.
Okay, amazing. One more question? One more question, and then we're done. Sorry.
Yeah, just to SJ's point earlier, I'm from Mama Dance Music Library, and we've got a kind of a different angle on this because we're looking for independent artists here who are not signed to big publishing deals that then preclude them from releasing their music worldwide for film, TV, and media, which is also kind of going international in a more anonymous way. So I just wanted to reiterate, you know, watch those contracts that you sign that preclude you from other opportunities. You know, things like writing for film and picture on libraries is another income stream, and it's also very useful sideline income. And you can retain your artist's career, and you are independent, but you've got a few different income streams. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We're out of time. Yeah, thank you.
Round of applause, please. I just wanted to give a quick, very big thank you for Rose Barnaker and Deep Aztec for curating this panel and connecting us with such powerhouses who are doing so incredibly well offshore. I'm super grateful to have all of you here. And Rose, Bianca, and Deep Aztec are performing tonight, so please don't miss it. They're going to be rocking out on the main stage. So thank you again. Thank you so much for all our panelists. We really appreciate your round of applause. Get your mics, please.
Ain't having none of that 'cause I know better.
Gray clouds be forming, ready to take you away. Cover the mind's eye, and I feel each day. Wanting to feel the heat of light. The cold external holds on tight. Tell me, do you feel it? Which way do you wanna fly? Fly. Where do you wanna fly? Fly. Where do you wanna fly? Wanna fly.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Good morning, afternoon. How are you guys? Is everyone well this afternoon? Come on, a little bit of energy, please. Is everybody good? Woo! Free shots. I'm kidding. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Thank you so much for everybody for joining us today. My name is Sport Jaya, otherwise known as Jaya. I am an entertainment specialist, and I'm here to moderate a very interesting conversation called Navigating Representation. I'm here with my 4 co-panelists, and I'll let them introduce themselves because you know what? They're just, they've got that. So if you would begin, please. State your name.
Hi, everybody. I am Lelo Meslani, also known as Lelo What's Good. And I am a DJ, a writer, a producer, and a cultural curator. I do events through VNJ Ball, also known as Vogue Nice Josie.
Meow.
Am I live? Yes, I'm live. Hi, everybody. I'm sure y'all know me by now. But my name is Namakau, better known as Namakau Star, and I'm an alternative R&B and hip-hop artist and speaker and culture curator. And yeah, I love music, I love people, and more recently, I like to talk.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Megatronic. I'm from the UK, from London, East London. Some of you watched the show Top Boy. That's where I'm from. I'm many things. I'm a DJ, I'm a producer, I'm an artist manager. I also run a festival called FemFest, which is based in Dubai. And yeah, I just basically started music 20 years ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. I'm a bit older than I look. And yeah, I think I just discovered that you pretty much have to learn every part of it. So hence that I've got many professions.
Hey everyone, I'm AKA Kels. Hey. I'm from the UK, but currently based in Berlin, Germany. I am an alternative R&B, vocal house, soulful vocalist. Yeah, I'm a queer non-binary artist. That's a big part of my identity as a musician. My pronouns are they, them. But I also am learning that it's not as, there's no pronouns in a lot of African languages. So that's something I'm getting my head around. But yeah, I'm a songwriter, budding producer. I'm currently working on songs for my upcoming album. So yeah, and I'm just excited to be here with all these amazing people.
Woo! Yay! Okay, that's so great. Thank you for everybody for making it. Thank you to everybody here for being here. I think my first point of discussion is with regards to the idea of representation in and of itself, right? In order to be in a position where you can be here and say you've navigated your way, it's that point of recognizing yourself and understanding yourself to be what you are and identifying yourself, and then taking whatever that identity is and integrating it within the context of your practice. What is that process like for each and every single one of you? Maybe I'll start with you, Kels. Like, what is it like reckoning your identity and your art? Because what is it like? Let me leave it there.
Yeah, for me, so I've always sung my whole life, but I only actually started pursuing music as a career in 2020. So to be here now, 3 years later, is,
Steroids.
But definitely, as I said, my queerness is a big part of my music. So when I started, I identified as a cisgendered person, and now I can feel the change through my music, that I feel more vulnerable, more free to be honest with myself. And I think a big part of that was also accepting my voice for what it is, which was something I really struggled with, because I always felt like I had to be like Erykah Badu or Jill Scott, or they're all my idols. But I was like, I want to be like them, but I'm never going to be like them because I'm AKA Kels, you know? And so then that also then made me change the way that I listen to music, who I'm listening to. So now I definitely vibe more with Sade, more Sheba, just more, I don't know, more chill kind of vocals, but still very powerful. And that for me is still an ongoing journey. But where I'm at right now, I'm feeling good to be able to be here after such a short amount of time. Yeah.
Can I pivot to you, Lelo? I mean, Vogue Nights Joyce is really based on identity, what the foundations of identity. What was that like, integrating something so socio-political with something that's just a party, baby?
So I think the thing with V&J, I was deeply inspired by the ballroom movement that was currently happening, like whether it was in New York or London, or like, wherever it was across the world, but we didn't have something that was similar to that, but also spoke through our experience. And I really made it a point to include people who saw themselves with other people and bring them together. And yeah, just like, at first I didn't know what I was doing. You were actually at the first event.
I was, this footage.
You're at the first one, it was about 5 years ago. And I think it's so important because we've actually never had spaces like that could really just celebrate identity, and no matter what. And I think that queerness through an African lens has always been so not spoken about, or it's always been like shunned away, or the hate crimes are really hectic as well. But for us to create spaces like that on a platform that when we can like just, hey, I see you, you're beautiful, let's get a drink.
Really?
Exactly. And yeah, and like looking back now, like 5 years ago, like where it was, the energy versus now is still the same. It's just that more people now are finding their freedom through the dance floor or on the runway and expressing themselves, through these pillars of art, music, dance, and fashion, and and just meeting other people that are like-minded through community. Yeah.
When I started rapping, one of the opening lyrics of my project, which was called Queernomics, was that my sexuality will get me views, but my talent will get me places, right? And I always felt like that was an important tenet with which I engaged as an artist. But however, because of the fact that I willingly put my identity as a part of my experience, some people use that as an opportunity to use that against me. So I wanted to know, Meg, for you, what has that been like with whatever way that you represented, reconciling your craft and making sure that my craft stands out, even though my identity is as loud as Jennifer Hudson?
I'll be honest, I've always kind of been rebellious to the norm, like from when I was very young. Like, my career started in the noughties, so I'm sure there's some people here that were born when I was on stage, like sort of stuff. And my first experience was that I really had a big love for like indie electro music, which was very much dominated by white people, white males. So I spent this long time like doing all of this like sort of touring, but not people didn't know what I looked like because all the artwork at the time never featured my face. And then when it did come to light, it was really interesting, the sort of reviews that came on the back of that. And I think for me, whenever I encounter these situations, actually, I rise to them even more, because I think there's something about it's the timing of when you drop your identity is very important. It shouldn't be something that's forced upon you to do, and it shouldn't be something that you are doing in such a way because you want to be seen. It should be just a natural progression into who you are. And what I've noticed any time that I've done it that way, like everything I've put my hand to has been successful because I've represented myself exactly how I want, and I've dropped my representation when I feel like it, not when somebody's like asking, well, who did this? It's you know, so I think, and I've had a lot of different faces, like, you know, I'm 43 now, and
vampire.
Yeah. And I've developed from like being an indie, like electro guitar playing, to like then doing like sort of soulful house, to now like making Broken Brock. And now I'm a manager, you know, now I have a festival. And I think people try and always stop with the fact that you can only change once. That's not true. You keep on evolving all the time, and every time you do, every new version is different and sometimes even stronger. Sometimes you make mistakes. There's one or two versions of me that I would quite happily like hide away if I could take off Facebook forever. But I mean, you shouldn't be scared, and like it doesn't matter whether you're doing something that's safe. There's always going to be somebody that has something to say, and the thing that will give you success is if you represent yourself the way that you should be, you know.
Yeah, no, I think that's, I can resonate with that. I'm in the midst of a transition myself. Of course, I'm predominantly known as Jaya, but now I'm going by Sport Jaya because I'm like, you know what? I'm the Don Fada now. You know, it's a new era. But I know Namakal Star, everyone in Joburg knew her initially as like Indie Ray, and then Twaka Rakata. Baby girl's like, no, I'm Namakal Star, I'm moving to Cape Town, dominating Cape Town, I'm in Germany, I'm back in Joburg. For you, and navigating what Meg speaks on, you know, you have successfully done that. What were the key tenets for you that allowed you to make that transition, if not seamless, at least easier on the bumps?
Yeah, I think I had to basically surrender to it because, you know, I think there's always going to be that tug of war when you're about to evolve or you're going to take something on that you've never done before, and it's not common ground. You're not sure how it will be. But for me, surrendering to my fluidness has been so awesome because I don't have to be rigid. Like, I don't have to be put in a box. I'm such a fluid person, even in the midst of my family, how I navigate like family matters. Like, sometimes I have to be hyper masculine and strong, and sometimes I'm learning now that I'm also allowed to be vulnerable. And I've taken that into my music. I've taken that into my brand, where I represent so many things. And even in my writing, I never used to notice that in my music. But my writing is fluid. It's so fluid. And having that like aha moment, reflecting on my music, even as Indie Ray, I realized that I can open myself up to continuously evolve and be reborn again and again and again, and figure out who I am in this world where we actually now have the language to contextualize what we might be if we're not identifying as male, female, you get me? So, yeah.
You know, I wonder, Kels, like, with regards to representation, it of course isn't something that you can just, I mean, you represent yourself, right, fair, but then there's always that fear of how you'll be received, and that's a natural part of it, you know. Talk to me about how you have grappled with fear and how you grapple with fear now and how you overcome it, and if not, how do you plan on doing so? This is therapy, let's go.
Oh my God. This whole theme of like transformation, talking about therapy is something that I'm going through now. I had a huge breakthrough in April with my therapist about opening wounds, cutting away the flesh, and like letting it heal. Especially in Berlin, there's not so many people that look like me, especially as a fat, dark-skinned black person making music in Berlin. And with that, it's really great. You know, like I have created a platform for myself in Berlin. People know me, but then that means I don't really have so many people to lean on to understand the pressure. And that's something I'm really struggling with still. I'm really learning to accept what is for me, and I'm here for a reason. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't meant to be, you know, like, and I really have to remind myself about that every single day, even when I don't want to. I'm like, when I watch some people perform, I'm like, I need to do better. Like, this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing. But then I'm like, babes, you wouldn't be here otherwise, you know? Like, I've put in a lot of work and a lot of time, a lot of tears, a lot of pain, you know, to be here. And now I'm reaping the rewards. Fear also is something that is there. It's always in the back of my mind, like knocking on the door, saying like, this ain't gonna work out. But then I continue to prove to myself, I got flown out to South Africa, baby. Like, what the, like, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't light work. It isn't anything to be not taken seriously, you know? And I think it's also just realizing that for me, it's always gonna be there, but just finding ways to, I don't know, just like little tips. Like now I have posters in my house of my shows, of me, which I never would have done before. And it's like, I've got pictures and I've got my merch in my house. And it's like, this isn't just everyday stuff. This is an investment into where I want to go and where I'm going. So, yeah, I think it's always evolving and it's a journey.
Yeah, I know, I completely resonate with that because, like, I know for a fact that, like, part of the biggest problems that I've experienced with regards to fear is reception and how everything and everyone is going to accept and understand the way that I am. And I kind of reached a resolution in which I was like, you know, it's okay, sweetie. You represent those who feel represented by you. Because ultimately, you can't represent everyone. You can just best represent yourself, right? But then, like, in a situation like yours, Lelo, like, you are in a situation where V&J is like now, like, a huge entity that I'm sure I'm recognized to be beyond you. So many expectations from people of what it should be, what it could be, where it could go. How do you manage that expectation as a queer person in a position of power who has built their way up to where they've been and where they are right now?
I mean, to be quite honest, it really has been hard. And the reason why I started it, first and foremost, was because I wanted to hear the music that I wanted to hear on the dance floor, right? And I wanted to, you know, experience something that is sort of like different from what's going on in Johannesburg. And the thing about it, it really has been hard to sort of like pace myself. But the reason why Vogue Nights is where it is now is because I've made it sustainable in a way. Like, I don't want to burn myself out while I have so many other things going on, right? And I think having like support structures, such as a team, people within the community as well, when an event doesn't happen for 2-3 months, they would understand why, you know? And we've made it a point that whenever it happens, it becomes like, oh my gosh, this is the best party of the year. And people are anticipating for it to happen. And sometimes you gotta know when to give more than usual, and sometimes you need to know when to like take back. But I think that, yeah, like, I think just being sustainable more than anything has been like really helpful with all of that.
Yeah. And on the point of sustenance, Meg, like, of course, you've had a longevitous career now, and you've been able to understand ways in which you can consistently grow and, like you say, metamorphose yourself into whatever you need to be. Talk to me about representing, or rather navigating representation and time. I mean, time is so abstract, but like, there's always feels like there's this rush that like, oh no, if I don't do it now, I'm gonna miss out. Or, oh shit, I've missed out. You know, what's your relationship with time?
I mean, you know, there's like that saying where people always always accusing black people of being late. And I reckon that's why we look younger. So I just took that theory always on board with everything I do. Like, who am I rushing for? Like, I'll make this when I'm going to make it, you know? And I just, like, so basically I now have a festival called FemFest, which is based in Dubai. And it's basically all about empowering female identifying artists. And when we first started it, which it started in 2019, we did concentrate on it being the month of International Women's Month, which is in March. And then like last year, I was just like, I'm tired. I don't want to do it in March, so I'm going to move it to October. And I think what you need to do is like be honest with yourself. If you are creating something amazing, it's better if you create it amazing every time than create something like just out of the fact that you've given yourself this deadline. Like deadlines, they're there to keep some structure, but also you have to admit when you're not going to meet that deadline and be like, okay, how can I renegotiate this for another time? You know, because you do have a long life. And this need to, like, you have to get signed, you need to do this, and by 40, the record industry is going to blow you off. Then if that's the case, create your own industry, make your own label, put out your own music. If there's somebody that's telling you that because you are getting old, that your voice and your ability to write music gets stale, that's absolute nonsense. So don't put this pressure on yourself that you have to meet all these targets by the time you're a certain age. That's crazy. As I told you guys earlier, I'm an old woman in sort of media creative terms, but I'm living the best young girl life, whatever. You know what I mean?
Twilight, baby.
Honestly, it's because I am simply doing everything at my pace. And I'm doing it well, I'm executing it well, I'm dressing well, I'm smelling well, I'm creating great music, so that's what you need to remember. This is for you, so do it your way.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, I can attest to that. So I released a song last year, but then ever since people have been, the EP's done, right? And I keep telling everyone this. And I think that I want to do it in the time that feels right, when it's right for me. I never want to rush myself, because then I would have set my expectations for something so high, and then I become disappointed. And then that leaves me hating the music that I made, you know? So I completely agree with you on it will happen when it happens, you know? Yeah.
Rushing creates stress, stress creates having a therapist, unhealthy decisions. I'm telling you, all of these things, just take your time, breathe in and breathe out, and just start again. If you need help, ask somebody. There's no shame in actually accepting that you cannot do everything. We're human. And yeah, if we get hangovers, we have pain.
Yeah, I would like to tap into that as well, because I always used to feel like everything had to happen at a certain time. And I think as women, we get told, oh, your body clock, time is running out. And there's always especially in the music industry, it's you have to be young. They're looking for the next hot, young, fresh, popping thing. And that kind of created this fear in my mind that, oh my gosh, I still need to blow. Am I doing enough? That creates so much pressure. And now I've realized, to add to Megatronic's point, is that I will take my time. I will build my empire in the way that I choose, brick by brick. You know what I mean? Take my time, make something beautiful. I apply that in my music as well. I need space to create. I also need space to put my toes on the grass. I can't always be in the studio locked in. You know what I mean? I need time to learn. I started my music production journey last year. And it took me so long to start because I was so much in my head about it. But then I took the leap of faith and started, and I've come so far in that journey. And I always tell myself, I'm gonna do the things for myself that my parents couldn't do for me. I wanna give myself that grace, that love, so that I can best represent and have my story straight, and tell my narrative I want my narrative to be clear. I want people to understand, you know, my journey and my message. And I repeat it to myself again and again and again. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, they want to clap, girl. Clap! I just want to open up the floor for questions. Okay, I was going to say after the next round. But you know what? I want to ask one last thing, and then everybody else starts simmering. After that, I'll be within the crowd there with the mark. Vibes? Vibes. So, I want to speak about the not so pretty sides, right? So it's like, so for instance, I came into the industry as a musician, as a rapper, Queenomics, dope, whatever. Then I wanted to pivot, and I have pivoted into football, specifically, you know. And when I went into my football career, I actually worked under an alias called Football Femme in the background and not being seen, because I realized that, like, you know, in hip hop, I actually dealt with a lot of, excuse my language, shit, you know, because of my sexuality. That, you know what, I'm proud I did it, but you know what, let me do the other way around. And I'm doing the other way around now, and somehow it always just sneaks back in, and it's like, oh girl, you're too gay to get by, child. They know, just, you know. So what are the other sides of representations that aren't so pretty that no one wants to talk about? Anyone? While they think, or do you think you got an answer?
Yeah, you know, I think the ugly part of representation is not being represented, firstly, and feeling like you have to, you know, when there's a table, you have to force yourself to have a seat at the table, and then you have to basically always start again and create your own table because people don't want to let you in. That's how it feels, but it also gives you the opportunity, I guess, to expand. So for me, I've always felt, personally, I always used to feel rather sidelined because I have a different narrative, you know. My vibe is love and light, you know, and I'm here to spread the good message of love more than anything. And I always felt like if I don't act in a certain way or behave in a certain way, like I will never get a deal, you know what I mean? I'm not packageable or palatable. And that's why I had to kind of recreate myself and relearn my story to say, actually, I am who I am, and like if it's not palatable to you, it's not for you, and that's okay. I don't have to just force myself to be in spaces that don't want me.
Mine's the opposite, actually. Mine in Europe, like we're like the flavor now, and black queer women. They're like, oh, we need you guys on the lineups. We've had too many white guys. People have noticed. So now it's like, now I'm getting booked for like so much stuff, but I'm like, hold on a minute. I'm opening a festival at 12 at noon. Like, no one's here. Like, there's me thinking, I've done it. And my name's there. It's very small down at the bottom, but it's there. And yeah, so that's the other thing that I'm dealing with. And it started to happen like 10 years ago when there was this like wave of like, a lot of stuff was changing in Europe. People were handing people out. And then COVID came, and that really was like cancel culture in the biggest way across America and Europe. And then all of a sudden, all these lineups started to change. And I think the first tier, a lot of people were just saying yes because they were dying to get on these lineups. And then we all started to get like wise. And we was like, hold on a minute, I don't want to be on this lineup and open when I'm just as good as that person that's playing fifth or sixth or whatever. So I just took myself completely out of that. And like what you're saying, then I started to create my own spaces. And then now what's happened from that creation, now I've been fed back in my rightful place.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. I want to add on to that. I almost forgot what I was going to say. But yes, I think that's the downside of representation in a way. When people just don't respect you, like there's no intention behind like the booking, for example. So they're just putting you on lineups for the sake of having you there so that they can have, you know, a good, peace of mind, and that, oh, guys, we're booking queer people, we're booking women, we're booking trans people, but there's no intention behind all of the stuff that they're doing. And so for me, I think that is the downside of that kind of representation.
Yeah, listening to you all, I'm like, oh God, there's like so much, like I think I've put myself into a little bubble, but I've had like 2 experiences that in Berlin, like the main comparison is that I'm always Lizzo, like because I'm fat and I'm black and I'm like, you're Lizzo, and I get it called in like clubs and stuff. And I'm like, that's crazy, like it's so insulting, and it like really annoys me because it really kind of takes away from what she's doing, also me. Like, whether you don't know if I'm an artist, and some people don't even know, they just call it me, and then they find out and they say this. But then the other experiences where, again, this lack of care with the choice for the lineup. I was put on a show with another musician, Ivu, and we were the title of the event was like Resistance. And all of the people that attended were white, and then me and Eva, were both black, were the artists. So we're like talking, and she's got this song saying like racism kills, and then all these white people are like, oh my God, that was so amazing, but not realizing, like not realizing what exactly what we're talking about and what we're sharing. And then the organizer, like, that was so beautiful. And I'm like, do you really get like the issue here? Like, do you realize how problematic it is just to put like the now buzzwords of groups of people on a lineup without realizing the effects of what that can be on the performer? But I've also been at events where the front of the stage, which I really like, is that the front of the stage is only for black and POC people. So no white people are allowed at the front of the stage, which I was like, this is amazing, because white people take up so much space so easily. So to be able to be in a space where they're like, no, this is reserved for this group of people, I really liked that as well. So, no, this is in Frankfurt, not in Berlin. It's not there yet.
Hi everyone, I'm Nell Summers. Sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Nell Summers. Hi, I'm an artist, independent artist. And I had a question for Megatronic, right? You were talking about doing things at your own time, and like as a independent artist, how do you know the difference between I'm doing it in my own time and I'm procrastinating? How does one split
That's
the
a thin
two?
line.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like if you're making songs, the average time you should take to make a song is a month, I reckon. If it does take longer than a month and you're struggling with it, I would put that song to the side and start something else. It doesn't mean that the song is not good. It just means it might not be good right now. And like I've regurgitated tracks that I made 4 years ago. So it's just. It's about not getting stuck in things. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, if something's not working, let it go. You can return to it, but just like realize that you are wasting time. Like, you do have time, but in the same breath, don't dedicate so much into one area. There's more to being an artist than just doing music, actually. And I think a lot of people don't know that. They just think, oh, if I make tracks and people hear it, that's it. It's not. It's actually showing up and being in spaces like this and listening to what people have got to say and learning from it and then creating an identity around you being an artist, because that's what's going to make you fly. I mean, as you can see, like everybody up here has a very like strong representation of themselves, and that's probably what's been the most like pinnacle point of our careers, is that we've been honest about who we are more than anything. And I'm pretty much sure that we all come from family backgrounds where going home saying, yo, I'm queer, wasn't the easiest conversations, so, and then, also, I want to do music, not be a lawyer, or have kids. It's just like, just wham, 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 it's like, did you just make a house beat like, that's how it felt when it was, every time I said these things hitting my mum's face, But she has respect for me because I took my time to be who I wanted to be. And just, when your time happens, it happens, so. But don't spend longer than a month, okay? Just let it go.
Yeah, don't keep the music in the vault forever. Release it, put it out.
Also experiment as well, I think. I'm on this, sorry, but I'm on this journey of like now getting into more house music, more danceable music, and which I thought I was going to be like always like soul and R&B. But I'm like, just put out whatever you want to do, man, and like just see what works. And if it don't, do something else.
One more thing. Even if you don't think it's finished, let someone else listen to it. Because most times you're just overthinking and your song's done, to be honest. Anyway, all right, sorry, bruv.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Bo Art. I'm a music producer. So my question is for Namakau, actually. One of my favorite projects from you was when you were Indie Ray. I think the last project is Indie Ray. And it got a great reception. People loved it. You were, you know, building traction. So it's not like, you know, things were not happening. So for me, the change really came as a surprise. And I just want to know in terms of the numbers, did you see the difference in the numbers when you went from Namakau and basically in the way, what was the difference in there? And basically, did that do anything to you mentally? And how did you handle that?
Yeah, I think my experience as Indie Ray was more like an iteration of myself to be bold enough to do music. Like I never really had the courage, and I created this person to test the theory that I could do music, and that was Indie Ray, right? And I did it, but also with hindsight, I can say the EP didn't do well for me. Like I did get traction. I was doing a lot of shows, but I didn't have the strategy, you know, I didn't have the knowledge. It was a test run, you know. And because I am hard on myself, I think I also stopped resonating with the project because I wanted it to do so well. You know, I used to send like demos to record labels, and you know, I was also picking up the copywriting, so I was also learning a lot about marketing. So I did all these things, and at some point, I just wasn't resonating with that identity of the music that I was making, because I do feel like at that time I was trying to navigate how to get signed, I guess, and be palatable. So my rebirth came from a place of courage, and I always describe it as a return to myself, where I was like, I actually want to create music differently. The pandemic also gave me time to write and get back to my pen and get back to myself. And I just had a rebirth, honestly. And at some point I thought I was going crazy. Like I was having an ego death, and I was like, who am I? You know, and then I found out that this is me. Like, you know, Namakau Star is, I actually had a dream, but I'm not gonna get into spirituality now. But yeah, and I became Namakau, and Namakau was born from that moment.
Hello, everybody. Name Clark Kent, Super DJ. The question actually goes from something that Namakau mentioned earlier, but it goes to everybody on the panel. In terms of fear of whether getting signed and you wanting to blow at a certain period of time, how then do you overcome that fear of whether you're gonna blow, and what does blow look like to you as an artist, and with the niche of the listeners or the crowd that you have, what does blow look like, and what is the timeline that you have as to this is when I'll blow and this is what I'll look like when I blow?
Yeah, for me, there's no timeline. It's a journey. There's no destination. Like, every time you put out music, more people hear it. Every time you create, you evolve. You know, there's no timeline. You just need to put in the work to push the product off the shelf. When I was in Berlin, I was literally just pushing. I would go busking, I would sing on the streets. So every time you do it, you get better and you reach more people, and more people resonate with it, and word gets out. It's just a natural progression, you know what I mean? You never know when that like big moment will come, but always act like it's on the way, you know what I mean? You just move accordingly.
Yeah, oh, you got me off. I forgot what I was going to say now. Yeah, like, for me, like, blowing, for one, I had to realize what I wanted. I didn't know what I wanted. I was like, yeah, I want to do music. Let's see what's going to happen. And then I was like, actually, I want to be on the biggest stages. I want to be in front of the biggest audiences, which I realized I was thinking very small. And for example, like when I had my first show, I remember that I put myself in like this invisible box and I just couldn't move outside of it. Like I was so scared because I was like, no one's gonna like the music. And then last week I played at like this huge jazz festival in Berlin. And then to see like all these people come out to see me, I was like, okay, like you've got it. Like you've got to believe in yourself, you know. So that just, and I also agree that there is no timeline because that's something I'm also like, oh, I want to get a label this year. I want to drop an album next year. But it's like, let's just drop some music first, and then we'll see what comes after this, and just like going with the flow. Yeah.
I mean, I'll keep it short, but I think sometimes you just have to wing it.
I was just gonna say exactly the same thing.
You just have to wing it, and once you realize that, oh damn, I'm here, and then you just work hard to maintain it, and you keep working, and then you wing it again. And that's just how you keep going.
Yeah, I can't tell you the amount of gigs that I've done and I've turned up and I've been like, oh shit, that's a lot of people. But I've got on and like halfway through, I'll turn up and be like, because I know I'm killing it. And you got to kind of step to yourself like that. It's like you're actually stepping to yourself. Like there's always going to be this part of you that's scared, and you got to be like, shut up, come on. You know, and when you blag it like that, it's fun, isn't it?
Also, I'd say always, for me, even like in the performance space, like if one person's in the room, I'm gonna kill it. If it's 100,000 people, I'm still gonna kill it. So like you have to move with that energy. Like you have to just be intentional and let it happen, you know, just surrender to that, like it will come.
Yeah, no, I can also resonate as we close. My father is a pastor, and we had a congregation, but a congregation, they had a tendency to be absent at church. And my father always say, no mas babili, no mas touch, which means even if there's two of us, even if there's three of us, we're going to praise God. One day it was just me and my family there. And we went so back. We went so back. I took that mentality and I applied it to every single gig that I did. And I understood that like it doesn't matter who's in the room, I'm in the room. And because I'm in the room, I need to navigate my representation in a way that resonates with me, that shows myself and my craft self-respect, and ultimately the people who have paid money to see me, to see a good fucking show. So on that note, thank you everybody. Represent yourself.
I want to get a picture of them all before they all leave.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and thank you to our very special panelists today. Woo! I'd like to let you know what's happening next. We have, in a couple of moments, another panel here, or actually in half an hour, which is about the electronic music space and creating community. But we also have downstairs at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. downstairs in the breakfast area, the Thorn restaurant, meet Berlin and Zambia. Yesterday, our networking session was oversubscribed. So if you want to have a speed dating networking session with the Zambians or the Berlin delegates who are working across all different divisions, label, booking, agents, festivals, publishers, please go downstairs. The first people that will be arriving will be getting mimosas, but we don't have a free flow, so get there early. 2 p.m. it starts. Thank you.
seems to be you. Feels like it knows you. Don't confuse your way. The hurdle you put in front of me, in front of me. Get out, leave. Get out, leave. Think outside this world. Get out, leave. Running away to a place called home only belongs to me. No buses or trains here to slow me down. My mind keeps pulling me back. I don't wanna face the spirit. Trying their best to guide me in the right way. I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna tumble. I don't wanna break down, break down. I just wanna live, live, live. I just wanna live. Every fight that is faced to be is crucial to have to decide. Hands out in front, trying to push away. Protects me from all the pain. My existence is not your vision. I'm only here to abide by the rules I choose. I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna tumble. I don't wanna break down, break down. I just wanna live, live, live. I just wanna live. I just wanna live. I just wanna live. Why is it so difficult? Na 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 na. Just me. Na 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 na. I just wanna. I just wanna live. Shaking away what you wanna feel today. Wanting to know whose time to go. Running away, running to hide away, to feel nothing. Always having to choose you is so tough, tough. You don't give me an abundance, now the tools for me. Something that I knew and I thought I couldn't see. But looking at you shows me I can be. Yes, the struggles are real, but we no longer flee. Stand stronger each day and each way that we come, and we're building this together. The mind is a wild thing that can trick you. It's something that will tell you that you can't do. Don't believe it. Don't let it take you over. You're stronger than you know. You are great. This is for you. This is for me. We need these moments to be still. Be still. You're building, you're growing, and molding to the version to create. What is the space? What is this space? Name the space. The blank space between my ears is a parking space for bad thoughts. I try to keep it busy, but the void takes over and begins again. This is something I hardly say well, because you know life gets in the way. The blank space, blank space. This is something I hardly say well, because you know it's in the way. The blank space, blank space. Feel the noise, feel the space. The silence is deafening. How do you cope? The blank space between my ears is a parking space for bad thoughts. I try to keep it busy, but the void takes over and begins again. This is something I hardly say well, because you know life gets in the way. The blank space, blank space. This is something I hardly say well, because you know gets in the way. The blank space, blank space. We always feel things. We always know. Welcome to the drama series, a listening experience that will force you to see what you may have been hiding from. Sooner or later, it will come out in ways so unexpected. It's coming for you. So don't hide or scream. It's only your mind wanting to be free. Sure know why. Something about you pulled me in, so now I won't say goodbye. The sun is shining, I see you on the street. I glance at you and you glance right back at me. Can we go somewhere and have a little talk? Cause there's something about you. I didn't know what I would say, cause I'm really shy, but yeah, all that I know is that there is some kind of vibe. Let me see one more time. Something about you makes me wanna stay. You drawed me in, and I'm here. Every day is the same, only the same with you. The day that I met you, everything began to bloom. I can't imagine life without you, but I still can. Eternity of time will never break the love we have. Taking the leap of faith when standing on the outside feels like the toughest thing to do, but fear has to hide. Taking the leap of faith when standing on the outside feels like the toughest thing to do, but fear has to hide.
Testing 1, 2.
One, two.
Hey folks, this is AKA Kels with my boy Rafa, sending you fucks us up. Enjoy the ride. Let's go. Here we go again. Groundhog Day becomes a new procedure, hoping something to happen, so we can't just feel something at all. Your body wants to quit, fighting your brain just to stay together, cause that's the only sensation that your body craves and can handle. We are the way we are, we have to deal with shit and it fucks us up. It fucks us up. But the way we are doesn't mean we have to deal with it. Deal with it. This trip is a ride that we can't get off, and our told the controller, hoping something to happen, so we can just get back to normal. Your head is a mess, cause you see all the things that you could be doing. Now that you know what you've been missing, you can appreciate it all. We are the way we are, we have to deal with shit and it fucks us up. It fucks us up. But the way we are doesn't mean we have to deal with it. Deal with it. No more, no more. Yay. We are the way we are. We have to deal with shit. But no more, but no more, but no more. We are the way we are. We have to deal with shit and it fucks us up. It fucks us up. But the way we are doesn't mean we have to deal with it. Deal with it. No, 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 no. Don't deal with it no more. Gray clouds be forming, ready to take you away. Cover the mind's eye, and I feel each day, wanting to feel the heat of light. The cold external holds on tight. Tell me, do you feel it? Which way do you wanna fly? Fly, fly. Where do you wanna fly? Fly, fly. Where do you wanna fly? Wanna fly, wanna float everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Take me on a trip and I wanna go now. Someone searching for the new town. Too tight to fill in what you need and always begging to be free. Fighting for the life that you thought you had. Now it's time to hit the rewind. Begin again, release the scene, cause now it's time for you to be free. Free. Now's the time to be free. Yellow bit rising. Welcome to the new day. Heart feels wide open. Searching for the times that you now deserve. Hard days are over. Enjoy it now and play around, my dear. What is out there we don't know. Fly, fly. Where do you wanna fly? Fly, fly. Where do you wanna fly?
Are you enjoying this flight with Galactic Airlines? Euphoria, full-body sensation. So don't be scared. Thank you for choosing to fly with us. Now get prepared for a gentle landing.
Intergalactic, time to get fantastic. That's nice to feel the vibe and that's it for the tide coming back next bit. Really, really think I gotta dig, fuck this. Wanting to know what is beyond. Feeling alone since I've been gone. Floating high across the sky, it's time to be free. Fantastic, feel the vibe coming back next bit. Fantastic. Welcome to the drama series, a listening experience that will force you to see what you may have been hiding from. Sooner or later, it will come out in ways so unexpected. It's coming for you, so don't hide or scream. It's only your mind wanting to be free.
and then we will get into a conversation with our esteemed guests. Let's go.
Hey guys, my name is SJ Sarah Jane, and I am part of the Africa Rising Music Conference team. I live here in Berlin, and one of the initiatives that was born out of ARMC is the Building Bridges initiative. And this is an initiative whereby Sampra and Paradise Worldwide collided. And today we have 3 wonderful young music executives and artists here in Berlin for 3 months. And we're starting a movement, something that we're hoping to create on a yearly basis. We believe that building bridges is we see it as one of our key pillars. I believe that by doing this initiative, we're bringing back valuable knowledge and skills, and through these ladies, those skills and that knowledge and that opportunity will be spread towards other artists within our African ecosystem. So we are looking for like-minded partners, we're looking for allies, and we're super proud of this initiative. The sustainable aspect of this initiative is up to you, it's up to us, and we welcome you to join us.
Hi, my name is Namakau, better known as Namakau Star, and I'm an alternative R&B and hip-hop artist from South Africa with Zambian heritage. So it's very interesting to me how far I've come on my music journey, and I have to give it to the people who have created space for a woman like me to come and occupy space in Europe. Currently in Germany, and coming this far means that I have the opportunity to tap in to the music market share, learn and upskill. And I have to say, like, if it weren't for Paradise as well as Sampra, like, this connection for me to come this far away from home and create something sustainable wouldn't be possible. So it's important for initiatives such as the Building Bridges music internship to keep going, because it basically is a tangible means for people to firstly have access to new information that will impact South Africans and Africans in a broader context through the exchange. So having the tools to learn, having the people who are patient with you to teach you, all comes together through this exchange. And it takes time, it takes resources, but the platform means that people have that time and the resources to expand their knowledge and upskill. Super grateful for the people who have put me in a position to take my music career further and also become not just a musician, but a music professional.
It's so windy. Hello, my name is Martha Bitlhari Mangwani, also known as DJ La Vita, and I am one of the recipients of the Building Bridges program by Sampra and Paradise. I am here because of Africa Rising Music Conference. I come from a village called Surman in Hammanskraal, South Africa, and believe it or not, 2022, I attended my first Africa Rising Music Conference in hopes of finding a platform to build myself as an independent artist, to build myself, to grow as an artist. And I actually found the elements that have brought me here, not only to build myself, but to also build the community around me as a Black female artist, as a Black young female artist. So kudos to the Building Bridges program, and it's not a one-day thing. It's going to be a continuous thing that we need to apply in our lives. We need to apply in the program. We need to apply in the platform for African artists in terms of music business, in terms of understanding the contracts, in terms of understanding the culture, to create a sustainability not only for Africa, but for the European market to understand each other and to actually build bridges.
I am ready. Hello, Dumelang. My name is Sharon Ramshaba. I am from South Africa and currently in Germany on a 3-month exciting internship of building bridges. I think that me being here is actually a good thing and a sign that anything is possible for any African child. You know, it's not every day that you wake up and you be in Berlin. It's through opportunities like this, through initiatives like Sampra and Paradise that collaborated on bringing young executives to experience the music and the culture. My time here, I've actually went to a couple of conferences, I've went to a couple of events. I got to learn about the German music, you know, and I noticed one thing, that the Germans are so into electronic house music of some sort, which is something I didn't know. It was new to me, and it was so exciting to see. It was so exciting to see that when you're at this event, people are so lovely, people are so nice, they're all having fun, which is also part of what we are doing at ARMC. We want people to learn at the same time having fun doing it. Africa Rising Music Conference, which is a women-led conference that's going to be held in May. It's all about amplifying women voices. It's all about building bridges. It's also all about equipping this young executive with skills. You know, we're going to have panel discussions where they're going to be breaking down issues of the music industry. So I believe this is a good opportunity and a great opportunity for anyone and everyone who wants to be in the music industry and they do not really have the direction of how to get into, or they're already into the music industry, but they don't really know the depth of it.
Cool. So yeah, give it up for the recipients. So I thought we could start with that video just to show a little bit about what really is possible and what, you know, us as executives within the industry who are working with, you know, brands or organizations should be aiming towards in order to create real change. And so today we have, of course, Foster on the panel who has been doing that for many years with the Bridges for Music organization. So I wanted to ask you, Foster, firstly, a quick intro, and then a little bit about your journey in, and you know, to developing Bridges for Music to what it is today.
Sure, yeah. My name is Foster, and I'm one of the co-founders of Bridges for Music. And Bridges for Music was basically formed 10 years ago, and Bridges for Music is, we're actually celebrating 10 years. So Bridges for Music is a non-profit organization, as I mentioned, which was formed 10 years ago with an intention of creating a community to kind of like change the environment of the music industry. Not the music industry only, but the entire creative industry. And the whole purpose of Bridges for Music was to try and bring all together these different role players within the electronic music scene to come together and to kind of like be the leading change makers, you know, for the next generational creatives. And we've done this through hosting workshops at the very first time in Langa, which is where our academy actually is based back in 2013. And we kind of like used to bring down big names such as Skrillex, Richie Houghton, Black Coffee, and to come and basically through workshops and share their life journeys, and which would then inspire the youth coming from the disadvantaged communities. And not only have we managed to kind of like bring, DJs or world producers, but we were also fortunate, you know, to kind of like bring one of the leading brands within the electronic music scene, which is Pioneer DJ. And Pioneer DJ, as one of, you know, our main supporters, has kind of like played a huge role for us to be able to activate the change within our community. And one of our biggest initiatives that we were able to achieve in the past 10 years is actually building our own academy, which is now in Langa, and so far has received close to 500 recipients that have gone through our program. Also with a wonderful policy of a 50-50 gender when it comes to our recruitment policy. Hence, we know that this industry is kind of like male-dominated.
Brilliant, thank you, Foster. So real grassroots approach there, giving opportunity and access to individuals that are not usually gaining access to equipment and skills. What I love about it is you're not only teaching music, but you're also teaching a lot about how to manage under stress, you've got yoga workshops, right, and so on. I'd love to get into that a bit later. So, Talini, I'm going to move to you, because we've gone from grassroots, and now we're going to a little bit top-tier executive communities within the space that are really pioneering their way. These are all organizations that are part of AFEM. Tell us a little bit about what is AFEM. Well, first, an intro, please, and then what is AFEM?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Thilini. I am a DJ producer, and I freelance in the music industry. And one of my main clients is AFEM, the Association for Electronic Music. AFEM is a global trade body, so it's a members organization. It's made up of now, I think, 280 members across 27 countries, and that ranges from small independent labels, artists, all the way up to your Beatports and SoundClouds and Paradise and Pioneer, who we have here. So it's really looking at the electronic music ecosystem as a whole. We have everything from rights holders to the live sector to media and tech and really just everyone. And what we really try to do is we're driven by what our membership wants. So what we do is kind of multifaceted. One of these arms is networking. Business to business, we provide platforms and opportunities for competitors, for collaborators to talk to each other in a variety of settings in ways that a lot of competitors usually wouldn't get in a room and be able to discuss some of the industry's problems in the way that we allow them to. Education is another big one, so that's also at conferences, producing content at wonderful conferences like this, but also online. We do online sessions and we create best practices guides and other guides for the industry. And then advocacy. So we also have working groups. We have green, we have health, we have emerging technology, diversity and inclusion. We have 9 working groups. And what we do is all of our members are invited to get involved in these groups where we really zero in on some of the issues that this industry have, and we work on tangible solutions, tangible outcomes to some of the issues that we're all facing.
Such important conversations that go on during those. I've joined quite a few of those online sessions, especially over COVID. And you're building network, but you're also tapping into, information from the source, which is really, really interesting and forward thinking. So Martha, I wanted to move over to you because you've had some time now in Europe. You've worked extensively within the Afro scene, Afro house, Afro tech space within the African market. Tell us a little bit about your experience offshore and how communities working back over that side, and how we're working, what are the similarities, obstacles, and so on.
Okay, firstly, South Africa is talented, the European market really feeds off the Afro space, and that's something that they can never take from us, I remember I was speaking at WISE conference, and our conversation was, if we are gonna build bridges, they should learn to be open-minded, into integrating the cultures. Definitely there is space for us. There is space. I think one of the challenges, as most of the organization mentioned, are resources, and it's platforms like this that enable us to export our music and also integrate our music. And I was also talking about the culture of how Mapiano grew in the space of less than 5 years. And believe it or not, Anchor Waffles, we're learning about the IMS report that it's the fastest growing genre in history. And that is beautiful. Yeah.
Thanks, Martha. And so we talk about the IMS report, so the International Music Summit, that's a conference that happens in Ibiza every year. And that's just sort of one thing that, you know, we've been digging into when being overseas and working within the office over there, is connecting and developing an understanding for our young executives of what are these organizations, conferences available out there, how are we gaining access to them, because this is a very important topic, you know, building bridges, bridges for music, so many buildings. Bridges for Music is specifically working with these organizations like ADE, Amsterdam Dance Event, the International Music Summit. Can you tell us a little bit more about, you know, if we have executives, and maybe Thelini, this is for you, you know, executives that are wanting to travel, of course, access is such, not only, we don't only have mobility issues, you know, traveling from South Africa all the way into Europe, but then it's gaining access. So how can AFEM assist with access to these organizations?
So, I mean, we try and provide access in a number of different ways, and this is why, while the conferences are amazing, this is where the online stuff really helps, because we are across 27 countries, and of course not everyone can come to ADE, not everyone can come to IMS. And this is one of the big challenges of being a global organization, is how can you get everyone to connect when you're all over the world? And this is where our online sessions really, really are important. All of our working groups meet online at least 4 times a year, and there's an ongoing conversation between them. And so the initiatives can keep rolling no matter where you are, and you can always find a way to connect with people. We are actually launching a new community space online, which will hopefully be coming in the next few months. We're starting to beta test it soon, which is going to make it so much easier for people to connect with each other, where you can look it up in the member directory. I want to speak to label managers in Amsterdam, and you can find who the other members are and you can contact them directly. So I'm really excited about this, because I think it's going to be, game changer.
Exciting, and we hope to put that in our newsletter and share all that information with the rest of the people here, so that we can follow up on that. Foster, I want to go back to you. You are working within the community in Langa. Are there any Johannesburg plans?
Yes, in the past 2 years, we've actually working hard, you know, to try and spread our reach, you know. So we've been trying to get a second campus and here in Johannesburg. So we've been working quite closely with brands such as Nando's, as much as I mentioned Pioneer, to kind of like open our second campus at Cornhill. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to mention that, with Flame Studio as well. But it's been a struggle, but it's a work in progress. I mean, not only Johannesburg, but one of our main goals is to make sure that we've got a Bridges Academy, you know, in almost all townships or disadvantaged communities. Because as you mentioned earlier on, you know, that we are using music as a tool, but also not forgetting that, you know, guys, potential artists or creatives coming from disadvantaged communities are facing more challenges just than resources. You know, there's challenges such as trauma, you know, abuse and so forth. Hence, in our curriculum, we've added mindfulness, you know, to try and make sure that a potential creative is able to get the necessary resources to deal with those challenges, in order for them to be open-minded, you know, to gain more knowledge, or even as a creative to be able to express, you know, their creativity. And then one of another most important aspects that we've included in our curriculum is entrepreneurship. Because as much as we know, you might have talent, but it doesn't end there, you know. You need to understand how business works. And connecting, networking, you know. We've also had grants in the past, you know, allowing some of our guys, you know, alumni to actually experience the world outside South Africa. And I'm sure Lavita would share that after the 3 months that they've gone, to Germany, when you come back with a lot of knowledge that you can share with your peers around, and just creating those networks, building bridges.
Well, that's super inspiring, and I mean, I for one have been many, many times to the Bridges Academy, and it's every time I walk out there with new vision and new inspiration. You mentioned, Foster, that you are focusing on gender diversity, making space for females within the organization, and so I wanted to loop back to you, DJ Lavita. As a female within the electronic space, how has your fellow female community supported you from a South African perspective? Is there support? Do we need more? What does the situation look like?
That's a very tough one. On the ground, I think more than anything, one thing I've realized in the music space, your music is your currency, right? And production is very important in growing your space, and it's not so easy without the support. So yes, the support there is platform, but it's still a bit gatekept, right? So I would say by men, but also sometimes by the systems, The systems do not really cater to female-led. And also another thing, I also say I don't want to be also just classified as a female artist, but I want to be classified as an artist, And once we can break that barrier, then I believe then we are going somewhere and we are breaking into that community. And definitely need to open up more space, more action, and I'm happy that it's these type of platforms that are starting the conversation, because a culture is built from another culture, right? So yes, it's still hard, but now it's easier to actually grow, and let me tell you, with the skills of understanding music business, you know what you are doing. Understanding simple thing like a contract gives you that platform to actually be like, no, this is what I want and this is not what I want. But also another thing, we need to learn to support each other from each side, You have your own qualities, I have my own qualities. So if we can see it as a literally building each other, it makes it easier. And I think that's one of the things I struggled with. I started my own, there was a movement I started a couple of years ago in Pretoria called Awakening Sounds 012. It involved Afro House, Deep House artists, and it was hard. It was hard because now we do not have the same objective. So, and one thing, if we can look at the recent awards that our top artist won, it was the power of what? Collaboration. Yes.
Thanks, Martha. So interesting. And we've had many of these conversations over a couple of glasses of wine. And I find your story incredibly inspiring, and more to come from DJ Lavita, hopefully at ADE this year. So, Talini, I would like to move to you and perhaps unpack some case studies. I know the organization is working in other emerging markets. Are there any inspiring stories or definitions of how AFEM has helped its members that you could share with us?
Oh, wow. Hopefully a lot. To be perfectly honest, this is our first foray into an emerging market, and but we are hoping to do a lot more. We are a very small not-for-profit with only 3 actual staff members to service 280 members, but we are hoping to get more boots on the ground in more developing markets. But in terms of initiatives, yes, that is the whole point of our working groups, is tangible outputs that help people in the industry. So, for example, during the pandemic, as we know, the music industry was hit very hard, as all live events and all of the secondary and tertiary industries were affected by the closures. So a couple of things that AFEM was involved with through that time was firstly a partnership with Beatport to do a mental health survey, checking in on everyone, seeing how the pandemic was affecting music industry professionals' mental health, and then the results of this survey informed some tangible outputs. So these were fundraisers for COVID relief, these were mental health guides, these were other support and resources for people suffering through this time. So this is one of the things we do, but all of our working groups have some sort of tangible output. So our green group works with like greener festivals, and they help with carbon reduction and providing data. Our diversity and inclusion group, we have published a couple of pieces, a gender diversity survey report, the sexual harassment code of conduct and gender discrimination code of conduct. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to announce this, but we are working with Black Lives in Music to expand our code of conduct to include racial discrimination. This will then keep expanding to include bullying and harassment, disability discrimination, and we hope that this will be a living document that can be adopted across the entire music industry. So yeah, we're working on a lot of things all the time, and you can find everything or come and talk to me if you want to hear about what our other working groups are working on. But we don't just want to sit in a room and talk about the problems, we really want to work on solutions. This is what we want to do.
Awesome, thanks T. And talking about stakeholder engagement, I thought we could potentially move over to the people in the crowd, seeing as we're talking about community. We do have another 10 minutes left. So first question, who here had heard of Bridges for Music before they arrived today? Good. And who had heard of the AFEM, Association for Electronic Music? Okay, awesome. So now you've all heard about it. Right, so is there a clear understanding in the audience of exactly what the Association for Electronic Music is doing and their impact that they're creating globally? Yes? Any questions about that? Awesome. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
So how do you become a member of that organization?
This is a good question. So you just contact us. You contact us and talk to us about what your business is. We have a tiered membership. Obviously, an independent creator is not paying the same membership fees as Beatport. That would be crazy. So you just contact us. We talk to you about your situation and we see what sort of membership fits. We are working on an Africa territory membership because we do realize that the needs of this territory are going to be different to a large corporation in Germany or Switzerland or the UK. So really a lot of what I'm doing here is a bit of fact-finding, finding out what people here want, what you need, how you would benefit from an organization like ours, and I'm going to take that back with me, and we're going to work on something a little bit more bespoke for this territory.
Because as a record label owner, by the way, my name is Molefe Master D from Basement Music. As a record label owner, I feel like it's very important to know about these organizations so that we can navigate this industry and be able to support all the artists and DJs that we work with.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of our big things is a lot of competitors are not talking to each other, and I get it. Everyone has their secrets to success, but a lot of people are facing the same issues, and if you don't talk to each other about the issues that you're facing in this industry, how are we going to overcome them? How are we going to find solutions? So this is what's so important about what we do, is providing spaces for competitors to talk about what they're experiencing and find ways forward.
I think there was another question behind you. Is that okay? Another question? No? Okay, so I have another question for the audience then. So how many labels do we have in the room today? Artists? Publishers? Live industry? Okay, so we've got mostly artists and then a couple of live and publishers. So I have a question for you, Thelini, and then I'm going to move on to you, Foster, with regards to your Joburg division. But Thelini, when are you looking at different divisions of the business? Is there, is an artist benefiting more? Is it organizations? How do you know when you're ready to become a member?
So, I think with membership to AFEM, you really get out what you put in. And there are some people who just want the discounts to conferences, and that's all they want from membership, and they get the discounts, and actually, if you go to all the conferences, your discounts more than make up for your membership fees. But you really get out what you put in. So if you want to be involved in shaping the direction of the organization, if you want to be involved in these initiatives, you can be to as much time and effort that you want to put in, and that's what you're going to get out. And the people who are really involved, they also receive our platform. These are the people that we invite to speak on panels with us. These are the people that we really spotlight and amplify their work. So, it's different for everyone, and it depends what you would like to get out of it.
Nice, love that. What you put in, you get. If you watched the shows last night, you would have known Namakau's song. What you put out is what you get back. Something like that. Foster, we have quite a few labels and artists in the plenary today, some of which are perhaps not the target market for Bridges for Music. How can executives such as, or is there a platform with Bridges for Music for young executives who are running record labels, who are working as artists, who aren't particularly at a stage in their career where they're looking to, get into a course? Is that something that you're working on, or is there something available for those?
Yes, look, as much as I said, we are always trying to reach out, as further as we can, especially Johannesburg, knowing that this is also a fast-growing city, especially in the creative industry. We've recently, I think a year ago, we created an initiative called Bridgefire, which was actually designed for Johannesburg. And we held that at Constitutional Hill, and we are working on another program. Unfortunately, I can't share much details as yet, but other interesting news, we've actually just partnered with Nando's to sponsor the Emerging Artist category on the Basadi Awards. So if we've got any female artist on here, there's great prizes to be won. Please get your music on there. Make sure, bro, I need to see some baseline artists on there, but only female artists. I'm sure that will be great. And we are planning on doing some pop-ups in this coming year as well.
Brilliant. Well, we are certainly very proud to have you here and hope to continue this long-standing relationship. And we'd also love to put any additional information that you have into our upcoming newsletter so we can share it with everyone here joining today. Martha, DJ La Vita, I wanted to ask you, if you knew then what you know now, what would you do differently?
Definitely become more independent, find ways of actually accumulating more revenue, reading more contracts, and just enabling myself into understanding the behind the scenes. It's not all glitz and glamour, and you need to be proactive, and you need to always plan ahead. So if you are going to drop a release, you don't record it today and drop it tomorrow without a plan, without a marketing strategy. And if you need advice, if you need distribution, come to me. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of the panel. So with platforms like Bridges for Music and the Association for Electronic Music and organizations such as SAMPRA that are helping our individuals from Africa to get into the worldwide market, we have a bright future ahead of us. So leverage these awesome platforms. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you in the next panel. Thelini, Foster, and DJ La Vita. Drum roll. Woo! Thank you, guys. Did you enjoy that?
this side is. Cause you know the road took it away from me. And I'm back again, having to ask you. I wanna go away. I need to feel different and only me. Not to face what I'm feeling now. I'm coming back. Whoa. I came back. I'm coming back. I'm here now. I'm surprised I'm talking to you, sharing and staring through you, giving it all but not always having a ball, pulling this together and bearing my soul. And the conversations we have always open my mind, make me reflect what's going through my mind. It's what you do, it's what you do. Time and time we go on, round the sun we float. We're connected, reflected, and you know you can tell me. The entities and forms that you pull from me, you give back in an abundance, now the tools for me. Something that I knew and I thought I couldn't see. But looking at you shows me I can be. Yes, the struggles are real, but we no longer flee. Stand stronger each day and each way that we come, and we're building this together. The mind is a wild thing that can trick you. It's something that will tell you that you can do. Don't believe it. Don't let it take you over. You're stronger than you know. You are great. This is for you. This is for me. We need these moments to be still. Be still. You're building, you're growing, and molding to the version to create. Same day, every day. Same shit, it's the same shit, yeah. Trying to feel something new, something not instead of you. I can't run away. I don't wanna think about I or me or you. Think outside this frame. The connection, choose you. It's so tough, tough. You don't give me an inch, you take a mile, wanting every piece of me, every piece. I know you have. What I want, I cannot have. You take it all, take it all. I'm fighting you, I'm loving you, hating us, but loving you. Something I know I cannot bear. Is this battle you win, I give up. Always give me a mile, I take an inch. I don't know what this side is, 'cause you know the road took it away from me. And I'm back again, having to ask you. I wanna go away. I need to feel different and only me. Not to face what I'm feeling now. I'm coming back. Whoa. I came back. I'm coming back. I'm here now. We're floating in this universe, but what brings me back is you. The crashing waves of reality collects me on the way, feeling everything without feeling anything. The pain, the stress and joy. Since this took so long,
Ich hab mich wirklich angestrengt. Alte Bilder abgehangen, dein Account deabonniert, die Erinnerung verdrängt. Und ich hab mir eingeredet, dass es funktioniert, aber ein, zwei Bands, die mich andauernd an die Zeit mit dir erinnert, tut mir leid für die Fans. Aber die müssen leider jetzt auch...
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Okay, cool. We might as well get into it now. My name is Cholwe from Zambia. Some people call me DCAP. I'm from Thai Media. We are a media agency. We do talent management, we do events, and we do marketing and branding. And today we have got Alexis here and Sheba. How's it going, guys?
Very good.
Decent, decent. Lovely day today.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So Alexis is editor-in-chief of Groove magazine, which is Germany's leading magazine for electronic music and club culture. He's got a master's degree in history, cultural studies, and philosophy as well. He has written extensively about electronic music, contributing to newspapers, news magazines, music magazines, and written books and articles as well.
Thanks so much.
We've got Sheba here, who's a multi-talented professional, working as a music journalist, media strategist, and creator. She has contributed written pieces to platforms like Mix Magazine and for OK Africa. Any I've forgotten?
We'll be here forever if I have to list them. It's okay, continue.
Also, she's a freelance curator for Apple Music, doing playlists for them. And her latest project is Mount Makeda Media House, which focuses on nurturing the next generation of cultural creators and activists. So guys, welcome.
Welcome.
I know you have been waiting to have this conversation. And yeah, it's crazy. Music journalism has played a vital role in shaping and advancing the culture by serving as a bridge between artists and audiences. So we're going to talk a little bit about my experience. I've done radio. I did it in college, and after that, also I've been involved in music management. So I hope I know what I'm talking about this afternoon. so yeah, Alexis, we're gonna start with you. How do you think music journalism has evolved from traditional magazines to multiple digital online platforms?
I think that's an exciting question, since music journalism was very powerful when there were printed magazines and printed newspapers, since music journalists were somehow the gatekeepers for the musicians and the labels and the distribution companies, because how would people learn about new music without a music magazine or daily newspapers and other types of magazine? But nowadays, the situation is really different, because musicians can talk directly to their audience and their fans, and that's why music magazines have a different role now.
Okay, so since Groove was started in 1989, how has Groove adapted to recent times, and what strategies have you put in place?
Yeah, we are doing, we turned it into an online magazine. We do only occasionally printed issues, and because the music is the pace of the music is much too fast now. Releases are coming out every day. There are new musicians turning up. Other musicians disappearing, so it wouldn't make sense as a printed issue, because it would take too long to print the magazine, and when you hold it in your hand, it would be already a bit old and stale. And we are also doing a lot of social media, which is working very well. We're doing Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, and we are thinking about starting TikTok and Telegram, and also thinking about a WhatsApp group. And I think it's very important to keep on with the time and to do and to stay in contact with the audience, and particularly try to get in contact with the young audience, since they will eventually be deciding who is important and who is losing their importance.
So Sheba, you started off in 2012. How have you kept up with the times? What techniques have you used, and what sort of challenges have you had in your space?
Well, that's definitely an interesting one for me to answer, because I think that people have a very certain idea of what music journalism is. You know, you get a bunch of people these days who have podcasts and like to sort of give their opinions about what music they enjoy or which artists are falling off or whatever the case may be. But I think that music journalism has started very rightly so as a sort of gatekeeper role, where, you know, you would get people who would be hired to write about musicians who are releasing music or giving sort of critique. In 2012, I started out with a column called Bottom Right Corner in a magazine called One Small Seed. It doesn't really exist anymore. But that was still around the time where there was that old sort of mentality where we would have folks who would set the tone for what kind of music was going to be popular, or at least sort of have a tastemaker role in terms of what was going to be sort of out and about. And so that's where sort of the basis of my career started. But I realized that in order to really sort of keep up with what's going on in Africa specifically, because let's face it, you know, we have very different ways of approaching music journalism in Europe and in Africa. Technologically, maybe we have a little bit of catching up to do when it comes to things like social media and the way that it's being used, you know, digital and online media as well. We needed to be able to find the artists who are saying something about our society, are setting the tone for what's happening in the streets, you know, instead of just saying, okay, this is the next hottest new thing, and now it's going to be out in 2 weeks, and this is why we think that it deserves 5 stars before anybody has gotten to see it. We needed to be able to say, this is what the communities around are experiencing, this is why the music sounds this way, this is why people should be interested in this developing market. And so I decided that I needed to write for, you know, platforms that are a little bit more sort of forward-thinking when it comes to choosing their content. And so at the time, OK Africa didn't have any offices on the continent, and I was one of the first writers to start sort of interacting with them when they were still in the US, and trying to find these new stories and sort of changing the tide from saying, okay, we're going to be the tastemakers or gatekeepers. Now we're going to say, okay, we found these new talents. This is what the conversation is, and this is what the music sounds like. And we're starting to contextualize some of this music instead of just telling people whether or not it was good. So I suppose I've answered your question. How have I?
Yeah, that's perfect. So with what you said, do you think enough is being done to shape the narratives in the music space and culture on the African continent?
Honestly, no. I think that we have a very different way of approaching the culture of music journalism. We rely, again, like Alexis was saying, on social media and having artists speak directly to their audiences, but that's not always enough. Some artists don't really know how to speak to their audiences. They don't really understand the gravity of social media on their creative experience or their expression. Sometimes they need some help from the old ways of doing things to be able to bridge the gap between them and their audiences. And so I think that when it comes to telling African stories, we can't necessarily always rely on, you know, Western markets who have the lion's share of what happens when it comes to narratives to be able to tell these African stories. We need African writers, we need African producers to be able to say that they understand the context of what music is being made, why it sounds the way that it sounds, and then to be able to say, okay, you know, our expertise, or at least our taste, is important when creating these narratives.
I agree with you, and I think it's untapped with Africa. Africa is untapped in so many ways, and I believe platforms like Groove can help in helping expand that to Europe. I don't know what you think, Alexis.
Obviously, I mean, I must say, digital journalism is very different from print journalism as people decide what they want to read. And we made the experience that our readers are really interested in the musicians they already know. So our power to introduce new artists is a bit, I'm a bit contradicting you here, Sheba. It's not there anymore, because we see, and we did a feature about Shoma Josie. I don't know how to pronounce her name correct.
Yeah.
in 2019, she played at a festival in Berlin, and we loved her very much, and we did an interview with her, but our readers weren't that interesting because they didn't know her at all, because back then she hadn't had a big following, and since people are so overwhelmed with content, with music, with online publications, it's really tough to explain to them who else they could listen to or should listen to. So it's so the conversation is really different now, and but when we have an artist our readers are into, it's good to do a lot of stuff about them because they are really following that. It's a bit more like regular journalism, like news journalism that newspapers do now. When you have something, or there are also, and since there's so much music, people don't care. Our readers don't care much about the musicians anymore. They care about other events in the scene. They care about a club closing down. They care about a festival being busted by the police and some ravers being arrested. That's somehow exciting. When an artist releases a new song, it's kind of, I mean, it happens 1,000 times every minute.
Okay, so how do you think we can overcome this?
I think it's not even necessary to overcome it. It's just I mean, for you, Shiba, it's really something different because you're a writer. You have to think about your profile. You have to think about what's interesting for you personally, how you're perceived, what's your profile, and so on. That's really, I think you're doing an amazing job with that. But for us in the magazine, it's a bit different because we have, I mean, we are around for more than 30 years. We have readers in luckily in all generations, and we have to do some content to keep them as our readers. And we have to do all kind of, we have to entertain them, but we also have to challenge them with something they don't expect, or with a longer text or a long interview with an artist that goes into the deep. We still have to keep up our ideals as journalists, of course, but we still have to do a lot of news and to be on top of social media all the time.
That's true. Shiba, challenges as a woman in the space of music journalism. Are women making strides in the space? Are their voices being amplified? Is enough being done?
Well, look, I mean, I think that we can all agree that women have a tough time everywhere, whatever your career path is going to be doing. But I think that especially in the space of journalism, look, I've been very blessed in my path. I've been able to work with lots of different platforms. I've been able to do lots of different kinds of stories and have editors trust me, which I think is a new thing. I think that recently, especially with Black Lives Matter, with the Me Too movement, there's a lot more mindfulness when it comes to how writers are being picked for their abilities. But I think that definitely when you walk into certain rooms, the male, you know, it's a very sort of, I'm sure a lot of women in this room could probably relate. You'll come up with an idea or a pitch, or you know, you want to talk about a subject, and people will smile and nod and say, oh, that's very interesting. And then a man will come up with the exact same idea, hearing what you've just said, and it'll be, you know, as if the skies have parted and the sun has come out. But I think that things are definitely changing for the better, and there's a lot more awareness about what needs to be said and how it needs to be said, and how, you know, the way that we speak about women and the way that we speak about gender non-conforming people, for example, you know, there's a lot more mindfulness that's come about in the recent years, and I hope that that can only improve.
Thank you for that. Alexis, how do you deal with this?
Yeah, I agree very much. It's definitely music, the music business in general, but also electronic music have been very sexist, and women have been excluded. But we obviously we try to change that, and to some extent is quite successful, as some of the most successful artists are women now, like Charlotte DeWitt in the techno world, or Amelie Lenz, or someone like this.
Yeah.
But I agree very much with you, Shiba. There is still a lot of sexism on many more or less subtle ways, and I mean, situations like such as you described, where what a woman would suggest is taken less seriously than what a man suggests, is definitely still happening, and you still have to work against that. And for me as an editor, I must say, it's since the pool of writers who rely on is so small, it's really really tough to create gender equality, since we have only like 10 to 20 writers, and some of them have been doing it for a long time. It's tough to find, and since it's career-wise not very exciting, because you earn not very much money and you don't have a actual career goal, because there are very few really actual positions as a music journalist in Germany. It's tough to get women to do that. So it's a challenge, but it also makes it exciting. And you see there's still life in it, and it still changes.
So have you got any measures at Groove that you feel you can implement to change the narrative?
Of course, I mean, in the young generations, we rely a lot on interns doing our news pieces, and in this generation, there are a lot of female writers who are excited about this profession, and we can teach them a lot, and we learn a lot from them. So that's actually one of the best things I'm doing in my job.
So Shiba, with Mount Makeda, what are your plans, moving forward in shaping the narrative and contributing to the industry?
So at the moment, we are working on a project for Spotify Global through a company called Ask One Question. We've been working on this since October. And basically, we're doing some research within South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, the UK, and the US around Amapiano, Alte, and Afrobeats. And so the point I'm trying to make with bringing this up is that music journalism doesn't just start and end with an artist or a label or someone sending you a press release and asking you to write about something. A lot of these skills are transferable across a lot of different jobs in the music industry where there's research that's needed or there's context that's needed around certain types of music. So at the moment, these are the three biggest genres across the continent if we want to look at sort of the commercial side of music and what is sort of interesting the West at the moment. And this is why, you have Spotify Africa, you have Spotify South Africa, but then you also have Spotify Global, and these are three separate teams, and they all have their own work to do. Can't speak for any of them, but when they ask us to do research like this, what they're wanting us to do is find out the meat of these genres. Why does the music sound like it? What is Generation Z doing? What are they thinking? What are they feeling? What do they want to see in DSPs, and how do they want us to interact with them? And so this is the kind of research that a journalist or a writer in my space would have to do. And so when all of this is packaged and put into an editorial, after all of the research is done, we send this off to Spotify Global, and they decide what they're going to do with that information. And this can determine how playlists are going to look, what they're going to put in their editorial, all sorts of things. And these are things that writers can do pretty much anywhere across the continent if they desire. It's not an easy thing to get into all of the time, because having that skill to be able to contextualize and to be able to put words down, be able to speak to people, to be able to interview, to be able to respect cultures, to be able to, all of these things accumulate around this company that I've started. And I want people to be able to see that they can do research, they can tap into all of these different cultures with respect, with an adoration, with all of the kind of knowledge that they need accessible right there if they just speak to young people with that kind of understanding. And then we can turn that into something that can affect the way that people across the world can understand the music. So that's basically what I'm working on right now. We still have a couple of months to go, and hopefully, we'll be able to see this unfold in the coming campaigns. At the moment, we're working with Music in Africa to have some young writers come through and start honing their skills to be able to publish their own work, to be able to get their work out there, to be able to tap into their communities across Cameroon, across Nigeria, across Kenya, and to see what kind of stories they want to tell, and to be able to have that easy access. Because it's not always easy to say to somebody like, for example, I found it very difficult to tap into local news outlets like your Times or your Mail and Guardian. I might be where I am in the industry thank God that I am at this moment, but it's been really difficult to pitch my work and be published locally. So a lot of the work that I do is not speaking to a South African audience, but rather a global audience that wants to know about South Africa. So sometimes you have to see it from the other direction. What do people want to learn about us, and how can I sort of, you know, cater to that? And that's basically what I'm trying to do, to make sure that people understand us as a continent, as a people, as creative people, as young people, as people who have stories to tell. And we do that with, you know, all of the integrity that we possibly can.
So many stories. That's so exciting, and we're
sounds
looking forward
amazing,
to that. Yeah. Definitely going to follow through that. So what narratives or trends do you feel are exciting at the moment, and what part can journalists play in shaping and dictating these narratives? Any one of you start.
I mean, it's an interesting time for music, I believe, because Corona changed a lot since there was the biggest break in the whole history of music, public music performance probably. And people learn they can live without stuff they thought was really important to their lives, and they made new experiences, and that's an interesting time. And the whole career trajectory of musicians in electronic music changed a bit since it was much easier to gain some audience via a stream, as you don't need to find a booker who would invite you to a club or a festival, and now it's just a big question mark where this led us, because not all the artists who were able to make a name for themselves in the digital sphere will be able to gain traction in the real world, and that's I don't know the answer. It's just we just wonder where this is going.
Shiva?
I suppose right now, this morning, there was a song released by an artist called Ashake. I'm sure you've heard of him by now, maybe. No? Yes? No?
Yeah. Mr. Money with the vibe right now.
Mr. Money with the vibe, you know? Exactly. He's been doing some amazing things, but he's been blending a lot of his Nigerian-based music, Fuji, for example, with Amapiano. And he's released a song called Amapiano today. Surprised everybody. But this conversation is not new. Whether or not he's creating Amapiano, or if he's ripping it off, or whatever the case may be, is the conversation that's being had. But the greater conversation that everybody is having is, what is Amapiano about? You know, there's been a documentary about it already, a few actually. And this is one of the conversations that is going to define, because Amapiano is the sound of a generation right now. It's not just about the music and the trendiness of it, but why is it so important for people to tell their stories in this way is the question. And so to have an artist like him coming to the fore and saying, okay, I'm going to snatch this and I'm going to do what I'm going to do with it, is a conversation starter on its own. So I think that's something that people are going to tackle a little bit more as this, you know, rollout, I suppose, unfolds. I think that also across the continent we're dealing with a sort of stripping back of genre, for example, now that we bring this up. There's a lot of people who have tried to create something like Afrobeats, but if you speak to people in Nigeria and Ghana, they have a very different idea about what Afrobeats actually is. There's so many different kinds of music that are coming out of that part of the world that people don't realize are not exactly the sort of commercialized way that they've sort of burgeoned outside of their home countries. And so I think that that conversation definitely needs to be had, genre depth, and why we need to rethink the way that music is classified when it comes to sharing it with the rest of the world. And so these are conversations that I'm hoping that people will continue to have. I mean, I could go on forever, but, you know, I'm going to throw the ball back to you.
Are there any techniques or skills that you feel have kept you relevant? Any advice you'd have in your space?
I mean, there are times when music journalism is very important. When there's new music around, people don't understand without reading an article. That was the case when Groove started in the early 1990s, because techno was just so new. People don't know what the music is about, how you're supposed to dance to it, and so on. But now it's more like the music is not so new. A lot of music is not so new, and at least in Germany or in Europe, music journalism is losing some of its traction. But I mean, that's a problem for people like us who are doing it professionally. But it's also for music, it's not that bad. I mean, it's just a new situation, and if people don't think about so much about music, if they just listen to it and enjoy it, if they don't think about what's it mean, what's it context, how to classify it, what's the name of the genre, and so on, it might create a room for something new. Since there's so much representation about music, and you find so many articles online. There are so many. I mean, Spotify there's no music journalism there, but it's still very language based, and it's putting like an umbrella of language over music, and I like to think of that as also an opportunity to enjoy music in a very immediate way.
I was going to ask you to repeat the question.
So about techniques, are there any techniques that would you say have kept you relevant, that you've used in your space?
I don't know if I would call them techniques, to be honest. I feel like I could go on and on about chasing relevance, but I think that if you want to maintain a level of busyness and activity and relevance, I guess we could call it that, as a music journalist or a music writer, it's not so much clamoring for opportunities to do things so much as finding what people are doing. I think that as Africans, we're in a very, very interesting time where there's a lot of attention on us from the rest of the world. I mean, I do acknowledge what you're saying about music journalism taking a downturn and a lot of publications closing down, you know, things like Vice and BuzzFeed have all shut their doors. Things like that are definitely happening, but there's no shortage of stories. There's no shortage of music. There's no shortage of innovation on the continent right now. And that means that the more music that is being created and the more context that we're able to draw from that music, the more storytellers that we're able to nurture and the more stories that we'll be able to tell. There are more platforms that we can grow. There are more people who can speak on the experiences of our music industry movers and makers right now. And so I'm not worried at all. I think that in the last couple of years, I've experienced some really great moments where, you know, there's been opportunities to talk about genres and talk about lives and talk about livelihoods and lifestyles of people across the continent. And it's been eye-opening. It really, really teaches you about yourself and teaches you about the people who are creating this kind of music. And I think that the one thing that we need to remember is that as long as people are being creative, there is more that is able to be created. And so we need to think of that, you know, of our stance as Africans right now with optimism and with, you know, a little bit of joy and knowing that there's never going to be a shortage of things to say.
That's great.
Okay, so do you think the music industry as a whole is accepting of music journalism? Are you respected?
I mean, it's a difficult question. It's a difficult question because I mean, how would you decide that? I mean, you can personally you could say I'm a music journalist and I think my voice should be more people should listen to me, or the music industry should realize my influence more. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. It is what it is.
What have your experience been like in South Africa?
Wow. I'm a terrible liar, I'll tell you that for sure. It has not been easy. I think especially because my experience is not one that you find very commonly. Over the years, I've definitely had to chase my work to the point where, you know, sometimes the turn of the tide really works in your favor just because of luck, really, and experience and making sure that your work is high quality. But I think that at the end of the day, most freelancers will experience some level of disrespect. I think that in South Africa and across the continent, it's been really difficult for journalists and writers to be able to command the kind of respect that, you know, people who are considered celebrities or executives are able to achieve. I think that we don't have the kind of culture where maybe years ago people would wait for a critic, I'm sure maybe you remember these days, to say something. They would be treated as if they were a celebrity. They would be invited to certain places, welcomed with open arms. They would make sure that they would be taken care of. You know, all of these things to make sure that there's a soft landing for someone to experience, you know, a certain sort of release or whatever the case may be. you know, or a conference or a press trip or whatever. But these days, because of social media, because, you know, there's a certain level of celebrity I feel like people need to reach, especially here, in order to be taken seriously. If you don't have 10,000, you know, subscribers or likes or follows or whatever on your latest work, people don't necessarily take you seriously. And so I think that there needs to be a certain shift to look for the quality, to look for the expertise, to look for the great taste, and not just how many people writers or journalists or content creators can reach. Because, you know, we really need to have that sort of, that standard. We need to have that high standard of output as Africans to be taken seriously as a continent, because we're doing that catch up. We have to make sure that we can reach the kind of standard that everybody is expecting from us, because our music is right there. And so our journalism needs to be right there, and our treatment of journalism needs to be right there in order for our stories to then sort of surpass, you know, what the Western world has set out for us.
That's good. That's good. So how can the industry be opened up so that underrepresented voices are heard?
I mean, what I can say about Europe, there's a big dynamic about where a lot of underrepresented voices are getting heard every day, and where huge voices that used to be very loud are vanishing. So I think this is already happening, but and there are so many opportunities now in digital media to make your voice heard. So it's already a good process. But at the same time, it's becoming more difficult because I think people are more interested in listening to music that is made in their own city or country and so on, and people are less interested in listening to international music for some reason. I don't know why, and it's making that more difficult. I mean, South African music in Germany, I guess it was more successful as it is now, and I think it doesn't have to do anything about the music that is made here, but it's more like the cultural dynamic in Europe that people used to listen to a lot of music from the United States and from the UK, and was like the cool thing to do. But now they just listen to more music that is produced in European countries, and like we have our own hip hop now, our own rap, and the kids listen to that. So it's more complicated to introduce them to music from foreign places. But it's also always a dynamic that is really complicated, but also very interesting.
Okay, Shiva?
I think that, you know, also to the point that I was making earlier on about the sort of respect that we could earn as sort of tone setters for the culture, we could be paid better, I think, locally. You know, the government has noticed that the music that we're creating here has created a lot of attention, and tourism has boomed in the face of things like and Amapiano and our Afro house scenes and jazz. I mean, all of the genres that I've just listed and more are doing amazing things for the way that our country is being seen. Even though we don't have electricity half of the time, I think that it would be much better if the government was able to say, okay, if we are able to open up funding opportunities for culture creators and writers, maybe then we would be able to sort of work together a little bit more. I think that it would help, because I'm sure, you know, there's a lot of help governmentally.
I mean, I would say there is, South African music is already very successful globally compared to music from other countries. But I totally agree with what you say. It's really important. It's important for a country to support their musicians and the whole music scene, to recognize its artistic value, its social value, its political value, its economic value, and to wonder how you can support that and how you support the structures. I mean, it's beginning with music education in schools. It's very important. That's where Germany is quite weak. It's important to get kids to make music and to learn the value of music. It's important to support them when some of them decide to have a career in music and so on. And also the topic of getting your music, music of a country known all throughout the world. That's something you have to work on. And so I very much agree with what you're saying. And music journalism is playing a part of it because it's when people, I mean, the importance of music journalism now, it's just is a zero, because when you Google something, you need to show up, and that's still based a lot on text. When you're a musician, there's nothing written about you, you get a very bad SEO. So that's the most simplest reason to care for coverage in music magazines.
Shiba, anything you want to add to?
No,
That's
I
good.
think that we've covered.
Okay, great. So we're going to open up the floor for any questions. I don't know if anyone's got questions for our panelists here. Okay.
Hello. I don't know if I need to introduce myself, but okay, I'll just jump into it. My name is Kaya Ndaba. I'm an entertainment journalist for Scroll Africa. I have one simple question, especially moving into the digital age and how quickly things are moving, especially with the progress of AI happening, especially in terms of ChatGPT and all of these other platforms that are currently in the fore, where it becomes much more easier for anybody who just has a laptop to basically write anything. So my question is, how big of a threat do you think AI is in terms of creating organic versus organic journalism compared to AI-generated journalism?
I can only speak from my personal experience on this one. I've tried ChatGPT, and it's really not the same. It's really missing that human touch. As much as we can try to gather all the information that exists on the internet, for example, because that's basically what AI does, right? You can have all the facts there that exist based on whoever's put them in. You need an input, right? You need to prompt to be able to say what you want to get out of it. But I think that the very sort of descriptive human experience around music, because music is a very personal, very subjective thing. We can't necessarily rely on artificial intelligence to give us an understanding of that. It's like asking AI to tell you what love is. It's a very sort of abstract idea, and it can give you all of the symptoms that you feel in your body, and flushed cheeks and blinking a lot and whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, machines can't really give you an experience of real love. It really depends on the individual, and I think that's what really comes out when it comes in to the kind of music journalism that I partake in. It's a very personal experience, and that's something that you can only generate as a person.
I agree. I think it's useful to some extent, but not replacing music journalism. So, are there more questions?
Yeah, any?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to ask a question. It's rather long, actually. What question should an independent artist or any other artist should ask themselves regarding the brand development in order to get their listeners in touch with the story, the influence, and the inspiration behind the body of work that they've created? Because I feel like journalism has played a very important role for artists back in the days when it comes to branding themselves, and that has helped them to actually create a specific, how can I put this? A specific, like...
That's ChatGPT, right?
No, actually, I typed it down, the question. Like, because it helps them actually create like a specific brand of themselves, and then it makes them able to portray a specific story for themselves to the people, and that way their body of work becomes like timeless, and people can relate to the story behind the music and not more of what people actually want to dance to and want to listen to because it's just music.
It's very, the answer is very simple. You can get a press agency to do press work for you, and they try to find magazines and journalists who write about you, or you can do that by yourself. Just look up magazines and the cultural pages of daily newspapers and other publications and check out the emails and send your music to them.
Or like I was actually asking if like what kind of questions should they ask themselves actually?
Who?
Like an artist, an independent artist. What kind of questions
Okay,
should they ask
to build your brand.
Yes, because like when you ask an artist like, why did you start music? Most of them they'll be like, I feel like I have a story to tell. What kind of story do you have to tell? And then you find that they are blank.
Yeah, you can ask yourself, that's a great question. You can ask yourself, what story do I want to tell as a musician?
Okay. Tell your story.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think that's a...
Anyone else?
You can also, I mean, you can ask yourself, what's really important in my life? What are the feelings that are defining me as a person? Where am I coming from? What is my heritage? Who are my parents? What is my life about? How I'm experiencing my life? What's my friends group? Where do I live? What's my community? And so on.
Okay, I don't think there are any more questions, so...
I have one question for the audience. Are there any music journalists among you? Oh, well, okay, that's nice.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think we've come to the end of this session. Please could you have a round of applause for Alexis and Sheba, please.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Come on, dance with me. Come on, dance with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because we've got the final panel of the day at Africa Rising Music Conference. It's hosted by Mint, and we've got some really mega speakers talking about the future of music licensing and rights administration in the digital age. It's the final panel. We have Germany, Switzerland, South Africa, all inside one panel. So please don't go far. We will be reconvening in the next 5 minutes.
What's your reflection? Reflection. What's your reflection? Reflection. What's your reflection?
Hi. Can y'all hear me?
What's your reflection?
Maybe. We're going to start in about 10 minutes.
What's your reflection?
Bum, bum, bum.
What's your reflection? Find your direction. 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 Ready, you are. You sit in the back. Yeah.
6 minutes. We start in 6 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Rising Music Conference panel begins in 6 minutes. Okay, where am I? Oh, is it one mic? One mic.
All I need is one.
This is the honesty mic. We pass it along, and we give.
For you, there's a mic for you. Mics for it.
CSAC, we provide licensing and administration services to rights owner.
My name is Ralf Böge. I'm the managing director of the Paradise Germany team. Yeah, we distribute music, we collect data, we are into metadata, and yeah, that's because I'm part of the panel here to hopefully solve some issues.
Hi everyone, my name is Mzwanda Swanda. I'm the head of music publishing at Africa Creative Publishing. We're a boutique music publishing company. And I wear a few different hats. I'm also a talent manager and a music supervisor. So I wear a few different hats, but I'm here as a music publisher today.
All right, thank you. So as you know, we're discussing the future of music licensing and rights administration. We're speaking here in Johannesburg in South Africa, but the conversation will kind of move and expand from here to out there. I want to take it to the beginning, right? So I'm a bedroom producer or any kind. I've got my track. It's gone viral on social media. How do I interact with my own music as soon as it goes out there onto the web of things?
Yeah, so I think that's the big difference to how music has been consumed back in the day.
Let's take it back there, sorry, yeah.
Back in the day, you would have a deal with a label, they have a marketing budget. Depending on that, you either get success in your local market, but also worldwide or not. Nowadays, as you said, as a bedroom producer, I can write a song, sign up with a distributor. They provide your music to all the platforms, to social media, and it can be picked up in any country in the world, and you basically can build a fan base in a market where you never had dreamed of, let's say 20 years ago, in an old system. And yeah, I think that's the interesting questions. How are we going to make sure, if you have a fan base, let's say in Europe, or through a TikTok video in Malaysia, and you have a huge followership there, how can you make sure that you get your revenues, but also the information that you have a followership there, because you might want to invest in that.
On the topic of revenues, I want to ask Mzwa, who is involved in the revenue side of music? How many elements are there when it comes to the money attached to my music?
There's a lot of people involved with it. I mean, I guess at its core, on the publishing side, there's CMOs and music publishers. That a CMO is a collection management organization. So like SAMRO locally, or Capasso, or they call PRO sometimes, like internationally PRS, BMI, so on and so forth. Mint are also one of them, actually. So yeah, so I mean, when you're on the publishing side, when it comes to revenue, there's a few parties, but it starts, obviously with the composer, and then whether they assign their rights to a publisher or a CMO, somebody's going to have to go out and collect those, those revenues, and they collect them from, it's a long chain from essentially from DSPs, which are, your digital service providers, your Spotify, iTunes, or Apple Music now, and that's on the publishing side. On the master side, there's labels or distributors, and there's also PROs involved with them. So yeah, there's a lot of us who play stakeholders in collecting revenues for composers and artists.
Okay,
in a nutshell. Sorry.
Yeah, so when I'm starting out and I'm getting my music out from a foundational space, what are the components of so we speak a lot about metadata, right? And your CMOs and your other partners are looking at that data to see how I don't know how to explain it better, to word it better. It's part of your monetization, right? So myself as an artist, how do I once my music is created, what do I need to do in order to have that benchmark? How do I interact with my metadata, etc.? Anyone?
I think a good question is, how many people know what metadata is, right? Because I think
yeah.
I think there's a lot of composers and producers and artists in the room, and I think sometimes as industry people, sometimes we use jargon, we use metadata, and it sounds like it's simple to us, but I actually want to know how many people in the audience know what metadata is, because I think there's other terms for it and so on. But how many, yeah, okay, there's a lot of people. I guess, I mean, it's half and half. Yeah. So maybe, maybe what is metadata, I guess? It's a good starting point.
Can I quickly ask the room, because there were a lot of songwriters.
Yeah.
How many of you are affiliated with a collecting society, with a copyright management organization? Okay, there are still quite a few hands, not as many as before. Yeah, so I think most important thing is to be able to collect revenues, we need the information. Who owns a track? We got two sides when it comes to music. So we got the master side. As a performer, I would record a tune, release it through a label or a distributor. So that's the master side. So you have the metadata of the title, you got the performing artist, but then you have the other side, the publishing side. You got a songwriter who actually composed the track, who wrote the lyrics. And that's when the CMOs come into play. So if you're a songwriter, please affiliate with a CMO and please register your songs, because that's the only way to make the whole industry able to actually collect those revenues on your behalf.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think you spoke about, like on the publishing side, especially on the composition, I think a thing that often people don't realize, and you were mentioning the metadata, and on our side it's knowing who are the composers, so the songwriters, the producers. And often enough, and I think with creatives, you leave studio, and I know, and it splits, the other term like splits, people never discuss splits, and it's frustrating, I think, for publishers, but also maybe managers and everybody else, because a song gets created, but in order for you to start monetizing it from a publishing perspective, you have to inform your publisher or CMO, because until you know about it, that song basically doesn't exist. There's no revenue. The revenue is being generated, but it's not being assigned correctly. And that's far along in the chain. But I think in the beginning, the most important thing is get the splits figured out. Cool, if it's just a producer and a rapper, I guess it's 50-50, whatever, it's 50-50 or whatever you decide, there's two of you. But when there's multiple composers, it's figuring out like what your percentage is. And I understand there's a challenge that people don't want to discuss splits or the business in studio because it messes up the creative flow. But I think as soon as the song is done, start thinking about it soon. Like, try to get the splits locked in then or very soon after that. Because what I've realized is songs go out, the splits aren't discussed. It's already a mess, for like trying to figure out where the revenue is. But then when, the song is a hit, and like you were saying, the example, it's a TikTok viral song, all of a sudden there's big money and people have creative memories now. There's amnesia. People don't remember what they did or I did more than this. And, and it just becomes a mess. And that's just, maybe like it's viral on TikTok, maybe it's gonna sync, it's used in a movie, an advert. The list goes on, it becomes a shit show. Excuse my French, but I think the most important thing is sorting out in the beginning, because that's the beginning. Once we have the splits on the publishing side, we know who owns the song and can figure out, because once that's wrong, the whole chain is a mess. And I think Ralph will touch on that. We have like a big metadata crisis in the industry on the master side, on the publishing. But I think it starts from inception. If it's wrong there, it's gonna be wrong the whole way through. And like, even if it's right, it can get wrong along the chain. But if you start from a bad place, it's obvious it's gonna be a mess.
So you've got to register your music for revenue.
Yes,
in a way,
but even before that, figure out, because before you register it, you have to figure out, unless you're a sole composer, unless it's, I make the beats and I write the songs, I'm the only person, so I can register it. But when there's multiple parties, then multiple parties own the composition. So what people have to realize is like the composition, like the underlying, like the melody, the lyrics, the beat, it's often, unless you're like a person who makes everything by themselves, there's multiple parties and people forget. So even if you go register your shares, if nobody else is registering their shares, there may be issues along the line. Or if you're forgetting, if you just put your name and then put the rest of their names as, I don't know, Joe Blow or X. So I think it's from the beginning, especially I can't stress this enough, from a composition point, everyone who has composed or like written melodies, lyrics, blah, 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 instrumentation, let's figure out who owns that song before it has to start there, because once that's a mess, I think the rest of it is,
Well, that's very interesting, because currently the landscape looks like a little bit of a melting pot. So some people are registering their music, they're right on top of their music administration, but some other people, as we mentioned in the chat outside of this, even your major guys are just dropping out music without that metadata, and it leads me to the kind of the conversation of what certain bottlenecks might be. when it comes to the landscape of your music revenue. I don't know, Mangliso, if you have any thoughts. It was for Ralph. Oh.
What was the question exactly?
The bottleneck.
Bottleneck, yeah. What was the question for you? Was it the bottleneck or what's?
Yeah, the bottleneck.
So at the end of the day, and the distribution side, you have a bigger metadata package which we have to deal with, and I would like to go back to the discussion from the beginning. So a label or an artist is usually looking for a distribution deal before the music is distributed to the DSP, Apple, Spotify, Boomplay, whatever, monetized on YouTube, delivered to neighboring rights collecting societies, which is also part of the distribution job in the meantime. So that is happening from the distribution side. And we have a metadata package which is nowadays a bit more intense than it used to be a few years ago. And I don't want to be boring now, but we have, is everybody aware of all the codes which you need to have nowadays? Have you heard of all the codes, barcode, UPC, ISRC, grid code, unique identifier? Yeah? So,
Is that a resounding yes or like a please explain yes? All
okay,
right.
Okay, so
Test, you must speak.
most of the music you make nowadays on Spotify, yeah? Apple, Boomplay, also not bad. But there's a big DSP in a streaming store or a video store called YouTube, and YouTube Music is a premium store. And when you want to collect the money from YouTube, from your video plays, you need to have an ISRC code, a grid code, a UPC-A, a unique identifier, an additional unique identifier which the distributor needs to generate before it goes to monetization, and that is quite gappy on the planet at the moment. So this is something which you need to ask before you deal with a distribution company. Because if there's a gap in this code section, the money can't be matched to the supplier or artist or label. So this is quite important to know, and that's a big gap at the moment on the African territory, because it's not the culture in Africa to monetize YouTube. It was a European culture in the beginning. America was also quite late, but this is something we talk quite often about, and this relates also to the matching for the publishing money afterwards. So this is a bit the basic job which needs to be done, and that's a source which is quite important. So I would always recommend to get into codes, although it's quite boring, but then you can check the partner you're working with in the future. And if the partner can't answer these questions, it's a bit like, choose your partners carefully.
So where can you get those codes on the master side?
A label can, so I'm on the distribution side and you're the label, okay? We like to generate these codes for you because that's done by the machine, and the machine I can trust. If you deliver it, there might be a human error inside. That's nothing personal, but it can happen. But if you deliver these codes to us, for sure we take the codes and we double check them if they are not used before by someone else, and that can go from both ways. Yeah. But nowadays, the distribution company should generate the codes. An ISRC code can be generated automatically, and you use it only one time per track, per video track, per single, etc. These are also some homeworks everybody needs to get done, and yeah, both ways are possible. It just needs to be unique.
All right, and then just on the topic of that, with the distribution companies, should they be, how actively involved should they be with the registration of your music and the information that they're working with?
More intense nowadays than in the past, because
But we're not
distribution
seeing that,
is
right?
the bottleneck, as we all know.
Yeah.
The distribution companies never did a good job in the past. They did grow quite fast. They forgot about to be precise, because precise means we have all data together, and then him, her, etc. get their piece of the steak. We were focusing on master rights the last 10, 15 years on the distribution side, and we need to become better on the publishing side, on the splits, for example.
I just want to say, because you mentioned all those codes, but you didn't include the ISWC. So
too early now.
Yes. Yeah. So we got metadata. We got codes for the recording. I think the ISRC, the recording code, is the most important. So if you get that. However, then on the publishing side, as I said, there could be completely other rights owner on the publishing side. And our job as a rights administration service is to identify who owns the copyright on a master. So the chain of supply on the master side is pretty easy. You get a recording, you upload it at a distributor or through a label, it gets to the DSP gets all the information which the distributor gives to the DSP, so normally there's a direct link, that's no big issue. However, on the copyright side, the songwriter gives his rights to a CMO or a PRO, and to get the revenues on the publishing side, someone needs to match that information. So that's where services as Mint come into play. We get usage reports from the DSPs. It's, I mean, huge data. And then we got line by line every stream that's listened on Spotify. And then we need to identify what's our repertoire and how much on each of those streams do we represent, and we invoice for that. On the publishing side, we have also an identifier, the ISWC, which is the code of your composition. When you register your song with your CMO or PRO, you should receive a ISWC. And to make our life easier, the more information that we have from the beginning of the supply chain, when the release gets to a distributor, please make sure that you add all information. Who is the writer? If you have an ISWC, add that to the metadata, because in the end of the day, the more information we have, the easier is the job for us to allocate those revenues and pass it on to the right rights holder.
That's already a quite high-level discussion. So ISRC code, that's something I need to have, International Standard Recording Code. ISWC, International Standard Writer Code.
Work code.
Yeah, that's, work writer. I always say writer, so I even have a problem with it in the meantime, but at least I know ISWC. So that's already a quite high level, but the things we've discussed before, that's just the base for everything, and this job is not done at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I think on my side, what's really important is to remember that it all starts with the musical work. And after the musical work, you have copyright that's embedded in that, and all we're doing is trying to monetize that copyright. And I think it's really important for rights holders, particularly composers, particularly songwriters, that's who I tend to represent. Firstly, to be very curious and to ask as many questions as possible. Your first step will always be your local CMO. CMOs have got great resources, and it's important to ask questions. It's important to understand, firstly, this is the nature of copyright, but also to understand all of the moving bits. So it starts with being incredibly inquisitive, and it starts with taking your rights management incredibly seriously, because all of these aspects are quite complicated and it's all interlinked, but if the rights holder is not actively engaged, it's very often that other parties tend to benefit from the system. So the rights holder needs to be, incredibly curious.
I have an in-between question. Is someone in the audience who can explain us how they or she does the registration at the CMO? Is there an example? Has someone done this within the last days or weeks?
Let's get them a mic. Yeah. No, it's an important step. We need to know, yeah.
Hi, how's it? My name's Dumi. Some know me as Jordan. Registering with CMOs is something that we go through often on our end, and I'll give you two separate examples.
Are you a member of BMI?
Pardon?
Are you a member of BMI?
I am. So my US territory composition, or things that are represented in the US are represented by BMI. Although I want to end that relationship and simplify that, but that's a whole other story. So with BMI, I log into their web portal. Their portal is relatively straightforward. You obviously have a relationship. You sign up at the beginning, and then you register your compositions. And their sort of platform is quite encompassing. It allows you to add a lot of information and kind of link things a lot. On the flip side, we have the example of, let me not name, but for example, in South Africa, with Samro, the platform is good. The web portal, you log into the web portal, assuming, of course, that you already have a relationship with them, you've signed up with them, they know who you are, right? And you register your compositions. They will then take that information. And
what kind of information is it? Just that we explain it to everybody.
Yeah, so you'll have obviously the type of work. So if it's for sort of commercial library work, if it's a commercial release like your regular radio songs, you will have all of the songwriters, their percentage share, right? You'll also have the code, whether it's CA, so composer author, whether they're just author, just composer, and obviously the title of the song. They do also sometimes ask for other metadata like the name of a recording as well as a recording artist, so it can help them link those pieces together. And then you submit that work. And then they will take their time to process what they have and spit you out a result on the other side. How often we get back, or how quickly you get back your ISWC code, that's another story. But at least the platform is there and you can submit the information relatively easily.
I have a follow-up question. And when you are submitting, the metadata, your splits, the songwriters, are you submitting it once you've agreed with all of your co-composers and their collaborators, or are you sometimes just registering on your end, like what your splits to be, but not factoring in, like, when you register, are you just registering your splits, or are you putting in, and you guys have agreed, or are you sometimes just going off and registering and you guys haven't agreed the splits, just out of interest?
No, everything agreed upon beforehand.
A lot of people don't do that, but it's good.
Yeah, there's something that's been very helpful that we've started using lately is Session Studio, which has just been helpful. When you're in studio already, you can collaborate on the thing, and then we can share everyone's identifiers, so you can already know the composer's identifiers is embedded in their profile, and so when you do go to register, it makes life easy. As well as just being able to agree on your splits and say, okay, I agree, and then we can all go and register.
Exactly, and it's fantastic. Session is great, and there's a bunch of
other
platforms that it's good for agreeing splits. And if not, I tell people send each other emails or WhatsApp messages. But yeah, you need to agree splits before out. And I can't stress this enough because and we're talking lightly. Like I've seen like big, and this is going far, like syncs, like songs for ads. I've seen big ad campaigns fall apart because people can't agree the splits. And this is like R1 million deal, and you lose it because there's somebody who has 5%. They think they've been given 5, but they want 10, and this wasn't agreed in the beginning. And it just so like it's I'm over laboring this, but it's really important because it's small when it's like, oh yeah, cool, the song, it's like it's got 1,000 streams, but it's like it can multiply and often people like neglect this thing, and then it just becomes a shit show, or you just so it's good to have this agreed in advance because I think that's the crux of this metadata issue. And in the same way, when we're talking about like distros and labels, sometimes, and I'm not going to name names, but I've seen songs that go out to DSPs and you go to the song credits and there's no metadata information. I'm just like, how is this possible? Because they shouldn't pass the QC, shouldn't pass the quality control, but it's happening, and we know apparently the labels and distributors aren't doing it. And I guess sometimes people use DIY, like services like a DistroKit or whatever, and people aren't putting the metadata in, and it's a problem. I think it just needs to be sorted out from the beginning. It's really important.
I mean, to your point as well, so you got your music out there, you understand the value of your metadata, but where am I finding myself as an independent person or one-man show, where am I finding my information? Being in South Africa as well, who's handling my stuff? I know we've got your CMOs and that, they've got certain things, your blanket deals and other deals. How do I know where my information is, especially with my music? I wanted to ask you. Do you want to take this mic?
No,
these mics.
Look, I think it goes back to what I said initially, that it's important as a rights holder to be very active. So if you're going to sign up with the CMO, it's important to, well, one, it is very important to sign up with the CMO. It's important to sign up with your local CMO. It's important to engage with the tools that they give you. Someone was speaking about a portal there, for instance.
Yeah.
It's important to go into the portal to see if the information is up to date, is to see if, what's it called, if all the data is there, see if there's anything that there's missing, if anything there that's missing, engage with them. It's also important to understand that there's other platforms where you could also test the data as well, not only your local CMO. So you can go on international CMOs as well, search for your works as well. I mean, someone used BMI, I happen to use it. It's a very user-friendly portal as well. You can go in there, do the song search. So it's very important to be very active. It's very important to have a good relationship with your local CMO, ask questions. And as you go into the journey, you grow into the journey, it's important to build your team as well. So it's important to have a legal person who has got a very good grasp of the issues. It's important to have a publishing partner who's got a good grasp of the issues. And it's only if you're actively involved, asking questions, that you'll be able to find that information. And part of asking questions is sometimes the answers aren't readily apparent, and that's also okay, because the industry is changing so quickly and you might get two different answers to the same question. But if you're not asking the question, you won't be involved in those conversations. But having a good team and having a good relationship with your CMO is really important.
Yeah, I think locally in South Africa, the CMOs actually have a lot of offerings that perhaps songwriters, composers, etc., are not taking advantage of. I understand you can request certain audits. I don't know if you want to speak to that as well, just touch on it quickly, the different things you can get out of your CMOs.
Well, I think it starts with being very involved. So for instance, in order to join a CMO in South Africa, you need to sign up a deed of assignment. So it's really important to understand what's in the deed of assignment. And on top of the deed of assignment, then you also have other industry rules, memorandum of incorporation, which you automatically part of, or automatically tied into. So I think I can't stress the being curious enough, because it's only once you go through those agreements that you actually understand what rights you have, what obligations you have. And sometimes if you can speak to someone who's legally trained, someone who's in the industry, they can actually explain what options that you have. Yeah. And as I said, they've all got information portals where you can ask questions. This issue of you just sign up and you think somebody's going to take care of your rights, it doesn't work that way. You need to be involved, even if you have a legal person as well. You need to be involved, actively asking questions, and seeing what other options there are. We've got important CMOs in the country, but there are also other international options as well. But if you're not asking the questions, you're not going to be in those discussions.
Yeah, I just want to add there. Obviously, it's important to see what you can get from your CMO. However, often the data CMOs get, especially from international collection, are rather bad. And I think that's the big benefit of multi-territorial licensing, not only on the revenue side, but also on the data side. Because, I mean, the old system is you have a CMO in every country, every territory, making a deal with a user of music. And this works well when you have a local TV station using your music, reporting to the CMO, paying out the revenues. However, we are now dealing with huge companies, streaming platforms, social media platforms using your creations on a global basis. And to go through each CMO in each territory to collect those revenues and collect the data, it's just not going to work because the data is not flowing. So nowadays, it's I think in the digital world, important to use a company that has a direct deal with those platforms on a global basis and is then able to not only negotiate better deals, but also provide the full data set. So if you have a huge followership, back to the example in the beginning, in Malaysia, because of a TikTok video, you want that information, and to count on the Malaysian society to collect your revenues and your information and pass it on to your local society, it's not going to happen. And I think that's where CMOs, publishers really need to think, what's my plan for the future? How I structure my setup to really be able to collect that data and provide that data to my songwriters that are affiliated or signed up to me.
Yeah, so everything can happen nowadays. Distribution, digital campaigning, you promote in the USA and you have a hit in Italy or wherever, but not in the USA. You need to be able to monetize. And so on the distribution side, we often see a lot of things in the background, these so-called monetization claims. And I don't see a lot of local, you call them local CMOs, I just don't see them. That means they are not there and they don't collect. And so sometimes you see a bit too much as a distributor and you have to pay attention what you say, but I could recommend things now for sure, but I need to be politically correct. But if a CMO is not active on the international market, it's not just because they are not active on the international market, it's just they have a lack of metadata knowledge, technology, and international contracts in the end. And so, yeah, I would, for me, the CMO setup is quite reduced at the moment. And it needs to be international. If not, you can't distribute worldwide. Then you just distribute in South Africa or in Italy or in North America. But that's not the plan.
I was going to say, especially with the way music is being consumed now, we're like in a globalized world, and we can see the way the world is starting to, consume Afro beats, Amapiano. So it's not like music isn't just being consumed in your territory. It is being consumed, across the globe. So it's important to really understand if you can maximize your revenues, if your music is being streamed in Malaysia or whatever, Italy, Spain, the US, and especially we're seeing with a genre like Amapiano, it's starting to really make waves in Europe, obviously in East Africa and West Africa and Europe. And it's important to really understand as a composer if you're making these genres. And look, and even Afrobeats of course is now breaking into the States. And it's important to make sure that like when your music, when we're not in the world, maybe 20 years ago or 10 years ago, our music was just being consumed, like locally and maybe in a few territories here and there. But now, I mean, you could be, like the first example, you could be a TikTok sensation, first song out, and it's now being streamed, in Malaysia, whatever. And it's really important to make sure you can maximize those revenues and understanding. I mean, it's a little complicated, but it's understanding that and being inquisitive, like what Mangaliso said, really asking questions and understanding and trying to get access to information. Because I know our industry, sometimes there isn't a lot of access to information for composers, but I mean, you need to dig, composers and artists and so on and so on, but really dig and ask the questions, because in order for you to really, maximize your revenues, it's about asking the questions and being inquisitive and not just sitting by, I think.
Just on the topic of the multi-territorial licensing, can you guys hear me? No. Thank you. Just on the topic of staying on topic with this, looking at the local music landscape in South Africa, looking pan-African, looking globally, there are different policies, copyright, there are different laws and rights that people have that affect how all of this looks. I know, for example, I think with some of the CMOs here, the members, I think you can actually unpack it a bit better as to how that looks and works here. If you need a mic.
Look, I'll leave the issue of multi-territorial licensing to the expert and those actively in the space. But what I can speak about is just the regulatory space. Firstly, I'll always go back to creativity and just trying to being curious. But in the South African context, look, it all starts with the Copyright Act. But I mean, the Copyright Act was enacted in 1978, and it's based on even older international treaties. So there's been a lot of developments that have taken place where the Copyright Act doesn't necessarily assist you. And how the industry is really regulated, it's self-regulation. So you have large CMOs in the country who create the rules that we all need to play by. But it's important to understand that composers themselves are part of these CMOs, publishers are part of the CMOs. So the industry is self-regulated, but it's those with the biggest voice that end up making the rules. So it's really important to attend AGMs, it's important to understand what rules are there, because a lot of what you can do and what you can't do is locked into the agreements that you enter into. So on the regulatory space, I'll just briefly, it starts with the Copyright Act. So it's just important to have a very basic understanding of the Copyright Act in whichever territory you're in. It's also important to understand, once you're a member of CMOs, then what are the rules and what can you do and what can't you do? Sometimes you need to test those boundaries. But yeah, it's largely self-regulated. And then just to finish on issues of multi-territorial licensing as well, it's important to understand that sometimes the barriers are quite high. So if you are a single composer and you try and engage with some of these large institutions, you may not meet the threshold, and you won't be able to get direct access. But there are other ways to get indirect access where you can still benefit from these large digital collecting machines as composers. CMOs do the same thing in Europe, and they'll speak there about, in Europe, how a lot of CMOs use digital collecting agencies to do a lot of the spade work. But as I said, you need to be asking those questions in order to find the answers.
Yeah, maybe a bit, we speak about Europe. I mean, we had the same discussions there. Now, over 10 years ago, the EU Commission decided that they want to open the market. It was the same as everywhere before. Every CMO would license their territory, and a new EU directive decided that as a rights holder you have options to withdraw your rights and do direct deals. And yeah, that was the start. Some of the major publishers decided to take that option, created their own licensing hubs, and now, over 10 years later, I think most of the European CMOs joined the hub. There are different options out there. I mean, we have ICE, SASEM, Booma, Mint, that offer services and use that possibility of going direct. But yeah, when you look how it was over 10 years back, the feedback of the CMOs, yeah, there was a lot of pushback, and we're now going in a lot of emerging markets, and we see the same situation. I mean, we started in India a few years back, and they only just introduced or acknowledged that a publisher actually has mechanical rights. Yeah, it's always a process. It takes time, but I think it's very important to really look into the options and yeah, markets evolve.
I think the message is that you shouldn't rely on your one and only CMO anymore, because the times are over that I'm a member of the German GEMA and they tell me they collect a planet, which is just rubbish. And neighboring rights the same. You register your track at the SAMPRA. There are 48, 49 further territories on the planet, which you also need to get done with someone or with a service, or you need to investigate. I don't want to self-promote now, but there are things which you can offer. But I just want to say it's not one-stop solution, and what these collecting societies from the past told you, that's just not really reality anymore.
I mean, options like Mint, maybe? When we are here.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add, there are options out there, and we just shouldn't forget. I mean, if we are not collecting the revenues, I mean, we as a collective of creative rights owner, in the end, who is going to benefit?
Yeah.
It's big corporation, Google, Tencent, Meta. So, yeah, we as an industry should work together to really make sure, that the rights holder, the creative, get their fair share.
Exactly, and I like what you said, because at the core of it, it is the creative, and I think sometimes we forget that it all starts with you, the creative, and you're the most important part in this. You know, we are all service providers to you in one way or the other, right? And it starts with you, and you know, if you get things right, then it's much easier for the rest of us. And so I like to put a lot of onus on the creative, because it starts with you. I mean, yeah, because without you, we don't exist, or like we're just fumbling in the dark, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Metas and Googles on the planet, they live because of our mess. Just saying.
We're sustaining them, but I think, you know, as much as technology, the Metas and all of that exist and can be part of the, I won't say problem, but we'll call it opportunity pockets. I think technology as well has helped, is available at the moment, that can amplify your ability to keep track of your music, to understand your stuff. It's just looking where we come from to now, you know. So how can we as creators take advantage of that and stay on top of that as well? Yeah.
Was that for me, actually?
This is for anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at you, so.
Okay, can you say the question again, actually?
Just looking at where we come from as well,
Okay.
right? We're talking about music revenue and the different
Yeah.
ways you can monetize. And traditionally, in the old school, it was you're looking at your CMOs. If you're in South Africa, it's Samro or nothing, or whatever it is, you know, and those guys dictate where your music comes from. But now we've got the guys like Mint and whatever else. There's so much technology out there that can also help us to keep track of our own stuff.
Technology is only as good as the data you
User.
put inside,
Yeah, yeah.
and the user is using it. I mean, if you have 8 fields and 4 of them are empty, the tech can be as good as you can imagine. It doesn't make any sense. So, I think everybody should investigate and learn about the basic codes of registration.
Yeah.
And if the platform or the tech can't offer these 8 fields on my side, on Sebastian's side, and your side, it's additional codes. But if this is not available, then I would say, no, I don't use it. Or I use Facebook and they have my data and they slaughter me and I don't pay, which is fair enough. But I think that's something that could be a big campaign for the next years. I mean, the Europeans are struggling with this information or with the knowledge. USA, a disaster. Latin America is quite upfront in the meantime. But in Africa also not up to date, only things that is, it's the big homework panel for next
No,
year.
you're exactly right, because like you touched on, in order for tech, it needs information, and without information, there's nowhere to start from. It's all technology has to be. It needs human intervention to input in the information for it. So without information, I think we're lost. Codes, splits, compose information, blah 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 blah, all of that.
And I think it's really important to engage with the tools. It's one thing to have the technology, but don't be scared of it, to engage with it. Understand basically if you are a member of a COO, know what your membership number is, know what your international IPI number is, the codes that they spoke about. Just make sure that all of your works have been allocated ISWC codes, and engage with, the things that initially appear highly technical, but once you become more confident, you grow in that space. So I think it is very important to realize that there's a lot of data out there and being more comfortable with data. We don't have to be data scientists, but we just need to be comfortable with data, Just know your IPI number. I think that's a very good place to start.
Looks like you want to say something? You good?
No.
All right. I just want to see how much time we have in case you guys have any questions.
No questions? No. I think there's one there. Like.
Cool. Yeah, shoot.
Well, if
Which
you
one of
want
my
to
mics do you want? Archie Barlin.
Thank you. I'll be quick. The ISWC codes are proving very hard for us to get hold of. It surprises me. It seems as if it's only when a work becomes active that we get the codes, yet it just seems all the wrong way around. And I get shivers when I hear how important it is, and I've got a huge catalog of production music, and I don't think we have all the ISWC codes. Is this an international thing, or is this something that is particular to my situation in South Africa?
I think ISWC, for production music, it's a bit a special case, because ISWC are generally for released music. You work with big catalogs that are mostly used in syncs. So, I mean, when something is used, obviously it's still important to get an ISWC, and it has been way more complicated. CSAC has been working on a new ISWC system in the last years. They implemented the new allocation service and the new lockup service. So things have become much faster, easier, but as a publisher, you still need to go through your CMO to get that information or that code. When you do a work registration, then and you have all the information, then they should provide that code relatively quickly. So that has been speeded up very much.
All right, we'll do one more question, and then I think we can do a key takeaway. We've got like 5-ish minutes left.
Hi, everyone. So this is a question to Putmangaliso. So as a music producer, let's say, for example, I sell beat instrumentals online, and an artist rips my music, you know, without paying for any licensing fees or buying copyright. And the artist becomes famous in another country, overseas, and you start contacting, because now you can see that, okay, this artist is getting the numbers, especially online, digitally. You see Spotify, you know, YouTube Music, YouTube, wherever he is. You know, the numbers are growing, and when you take out your streaming online calculator, you can see that, I mean, if maybe, for example, 1 million streams equals $4,000 and et cetera, but you also have exhausted all means of contact, like you've contacted him through email, through WhatsApp, through Instagram, all means of contact. You've even tried to find out if maybe the song was registered under a CMO or something. So should I take legal steps, come see you, take legal steps overseas, or should I don't know, what else would I have to do? I'm not sure about that.
Okay, I was going to say, even before taking legal action, if it's on like a DSP, a Spotify, Apple, whatever, get them where it hurts. You have tried to contact them, issue a takedown. And there's a form, I don't know what, like, you can issue takedowns, and Spotify is the easiest one. Actually, let me not give secrets, but like, issue a takedown. And there's a form, and you issue a takedown, and it'll come down, and then they'll definitely contact. Or I mean, like, and it's not that easy, but I mean, there's a form and you fill it out, and then they can lodge, and then you have to play, you have to like, there's a few details, but I'd say issue a takedown, because then they'll pay attention to you.
If you have proof of concept, it takes five days.
And Spotify sometimes 2 days, actually.
But you need to have a registration, so you need to prove that you're the first one.
Yeah.
You have registered at Samro in South Africa, or Mint in Switzerland, or BMI in the USA, or whatever. So this is something which you need for the paperwork, and you need to also deliver the audio, because there's a recognition. There are recognition services in the background who can block the person to use your music, but there needs to be a proof of concept. If you have paperwork, then all this recognition technology can do a quite good job in the meantime.
I think that is very good advice. And just to start at the beginning, it's very important to, if you are, say you're a beat maker, in order to record that you are the original creator of that music, it is important to try and follow non-legal paths, because they may be cheaper, they may be quicker. And then if you're at a point where you've tried and you can't, you haven't gotten any relief, then yeah, definitely you do need to see an attorney. And then once you see that attorney, you need to make an evaluation of whether it's actually, on whether it's worth it. So are you litigating on the point of principle, or there's actually money at the end of it? Because it can be possible, yeah, not true. It can be possible that you've got an idea of how much is out there, but practically speaking, there may not be what you're thinking about. But principle also is really important, because if you don't protect your work, it's only going to keep happening. But the very first thing you need to do is ensure, if you create work, that you can prove that you are the original creator of it. Whether you do registration, or even if you send an email of the work, you've got a date stamp, you can actually adduce some kind of proof to say, I created the works, I sent an email on such and such a day. We can see what evidence that we have. But yeah, come and see me, let's chat.
Go ahead, Mza. We've got one last question, and then we're doing our takeaways.
Hi, my name is Kileza. I'm a singer and songwriter. I used to work with major labels, and I wrote for like a pop artist. And unfortunately, one of my songs was plagiarized by like a really big artist, by the label, by my A&R. And I was told that you could go through your CMO to kind of, you know, make some way through the case. But that wasn't the case with my CMO. I was actually told by one of the, let's say, associates at Paradise Worldwide that that is something that they would facilitate as a publisher, that they would be able to help you in that legal fight. So I was curious if you had any more information about that. Just, yeah, what the rights of publishers are, because I have consulted a lot with labels and, not labels, with lawyers, and, you know, been told several things, but I'm curious about what like a proper publisher as opposed to a CMO could do.
Look, I just need to have a little bit more information just to get a background to give you a definitive answer. But CMOs do have conflict resolution mechanisms. So if you claim that a work belongs to you, that's always a good place to start, to link up with that CMO and then claim that work. They do have a dispute resolution mechanism where if you claim the work and then they can speak to the person who's registered the work, they do a mediation, and depending on what value is at stake, they can actually do an arbitration as well. So there are dispute resolution mechanisms in place within CMOs, and then if you are a member, and that'd be a good place to start. But yeah, let's have a chat. As I said, I can see you nodding your head. So,
nah.
So yeah, I need more information, but I think generally speaking, there are dispute resolution mechanisms, and do use those, and if you don't find joy, then you got to push. Sometimes you have to push to get.
And I was going to say to you, as a starting point, and you don't have to answer it now, but can you prove that you wrote, because from if I understood your question, somebody plagiarized your song, so can you prove that you wrote the song, you have it like in a voice note, in a recording, like that you wrote the song before this said artist recorded it and then, I guess, passed it on as their own song or composition, like, because I think the starting point is like, if you can prove that you composed it, it's a little bit easier. Obviously, if you can't prove it, then it's a little bit more difficult, but I think the lawyers, can give you more advice. But I think if you can prove that you composed the song, I think it's a good starting place. Whether it's written down, whether you can prove it with like, you wrote the lyrics down or it's in a voice note, because especially sometimes people forget, if you make a voice note, it's date stamped, right? And then you can prove that, you came up with this composition long before this artist recorded. Because what you should remember with copyright subsists as soon as it's expressed, right? So even though this artist maybe recorded it and they put it out, if you can prove that you created the composition before them, it's date stamped. I mean, the copyright exists then, right? Or at least the composition part of it exists when you created it. So if you can prove, yeah, that's something I'd say to you. Think about that.
I think the core message in today's panel really is, to bring revenue to your music, you absolutely have to be on top of your administration, from the codes to your CMOs. Huh? Thanks. I'm going to use everyone's mics. But if you are based in South Africa, you're based here, your music is here, it's very important as well that you have an existing and good relationship with your CMOs. Those are your first line of contacts when you have conflict resolution. These are the guys that have the registration of your music, etc. But I'm going to hand over the mic to you each, and you can give us a key takeaway as well, or top tip, or whatever, however you want to speak. I'll start with you.
Look, my key takeaway is that be actively involved in your work. Understand that what you are actually doing is managing your copyright. And then once you understand that you're managing your copyright, understand what is in that copyright and who can assist you in that process. There are different stakeholders that are very interested in monetizing that. And just learning as much as you can, getting some legal advice, and getting legal advice from people that are in the industry as well, because things are changing so quickly. It's important to have somebody who's actually actively in the industry. And be curious, and don't be scared to make mistakes. It happens. We all make mistakes. We all learn from it. And then, we move forward from there.
Yeah, I think the same thing, engage. You as a copyright owner, you have way more power than you think you have. But yeah, use that power, engage with your CMO, ask questions, and register your songs, register your songs, register your songs.
Yeah, engage, learn about the codes, and if you use any digital services or platforms, always question them and don't pay for dashboards or statements, because this is for free and mandatory. Services who ask for money for a dashboard or a statement or a report, we should close them immediately. Sorry.
I think I'd say, like what Evan said, engage, be on top of your things. And I'll say information is power. Try find information, like educate yourself about, everything. Come to panels like this, information is power. So consume as much information as you can about the music industry and these different, and I know it's, to be honest, from an outsider, it can be very complicated and it's a little bit, cumbersome, but just try to educate yourself. And then on top of that, give information to your stakeholders, your CMOs, your publishers, your record label, your distro, your manager, your lawyer. And if you're an artist, have a team. I know sometimes it's easier said than done, but find people who can help you that are knowledgeable as well. And if they're not, maybe travel the journey together. And it's information. I'll say the most important thing is it's information. Get as much information as possible, and then once you have that, when you start releasing music, get all your information important and give it and help your team and everyone around you in the chain with the information, because that's so information basically.
And use platforms like the ARMC to gain knowledge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. I thought it was a really, really awesome conversation. They're not going to stop us. Okay, I think we're done. Okay, we're after. We're going to do one more question just to be naughty. But thank you so much. Don't forget that Jägermeister's got some goodies for you on the other side and some nice, tasty music. See you guys later.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, guys.